Hi, you guys, and welcome to the Lapeef Jr. Network. On the panel today, we have Tam, Cece. Girl, did you change your name again? Is that this? Well, I call her Cece, so we're gonna all call her Cece. 10, T-Bomb, and Team Della. My name is Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae, and this is a Chic critique. Hey, ladies. It's the first of the month. Get up, get up, get up. Y'all remember that song?
Yeah, I had to pay my rent.
Cece's voice is a little.
I look better than I sound.
You sound fine. You get that little, sometimes I like when my voice is hoarse like that. It's like a little sexy. Hi, honey. I don't know if that's sexy to men. I think it's sexy.
My cousin said I passed the sexy raspy and I smoke 10 packs a day. So
yeah. And if you have that little cough,
not on the sexy side.
Okay, so today, let me just tell you, we planned for something totally different, which we'll get to towards the end. But there were some things that came across us last night, and we just had to address them. So I don't know if many of you guys have seen Shan Boody. I love her. She's like a sexologist, I think. But anyway, I was looking at her videos, and then there was a video that popped up last night, an interview that she had done with a young lady by the name of Jasmin. Jasmin is, I would say, maybe a Instagram vixen. I think that's what she is. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Jasmin. I'm assuming she's like an Instagram vixen, okay? And so, I'm sorry, that's my personal assistant in the background, and she's 6. I do apologize. So Shan Boody had... Listen, you never know what you're going to get on a Friday night. You feel me?
Let Layla get some airtime.
Listen. I'm like, you got so much to say when I start talking, don't you? Okay. Sorry, y'all. That is so unprofessional. Okay, so basically, what she did, she did an interview with a young lady by the name of Jasmin, and so I was liking everything. This is my first time ever seeing Jasmin, so I was liking everything Jasmin had to say. And she's a beautiful girl, and she was talking about submission and how she's a generous person and how she treats her man, and I'm like, girl. Okay, I like this. But then I started to ask myself, well, I wonder who this guy is, because it was just questions about it in my head. And I was like, oh, something sounded a little bit funny. Well, anyway, you already know. Do y'all hear that? It's like a cat. It's my daughter. I don't own a cat. But anyway, it made me dig a little deeper. And so then my sources came to me and was telling me how the Shade Room got a hold to it. And there were some contradictions that had gone on. So we're going to just take a look at those and we're going to talk about them. So I want you guys to watch this first clip.
Hey, besties. I know I'm gonna offend some people, but trust me, this is coming out of love. This message is for all the pick-me's. Pick-me's are women who try to do everything right just so a man can choose me. Yeah, cut that shit out. Because I'm going to keep it real with you. Men already know what they want in a woman and who they want. But if you're so nurturing and you're an asset and it's not you, they'll never tell you to stop doing what you're doing because it's beneficial. And I don't want to hear none of that shit like, oh, I'm just a nice person. I'm genuinely like that. Well, bitch, you going to genuinely get played. No, it's just that I'm just naturally like that. Like the shit I do for him is natural. And your natural ass is going to get played. If you are making a man's life easier, i.e. cooking, cleaning, providing pussy whenever he wants, and he's giving you the minimum, he's never going to do more. And he's never going to tell you to stop because it's beneficial to him. No history in niggerdom ever has a man been like, oh, stop doing all this stuff. Stop making my life easier. I don't look at you like that. Hell no, they going to kick their motherfucking feet up and enjoy these perks without doing no work.
Beautiful young lady she is. Potty mouth, but beautiful. Anyhow, so this video circulated after I saw this video, after I saw the first video. So it's important to pay attention to the words that were coming out of this video. So now we're going to take a look at that second video.
What does a submissive woman do for her man?
Everything.
What does that mean?
Like packing his bag, unpacking his bag,
just making sure all the things that he wants. And like, I pretty much read his mind. So it's like, if I know you and I study you, like I know how you are in the morning, I know how you are about midday, I know when you're in this mood, what you need. Like before you can ever ask me for something, I'm already on it. I mean, he's spoiled. And you know, when I talk to my
Okay, look at
that didn't age well.
It would be interesting to see. I don't think that there was big of a time gap between the two. It would be good to see how long ago that old video was in comparison to this video. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time today to figure that part out. But I just was like, oh, okay, that turned that was a little different. So my question is, now I can see why people are so confused. My question is, do you think submission is conditional? Do you think that women, it's a conditional? Because I find it fun. I know she's dated up until this point, and she's saying you shouldn't be this person, but now she's found this guy, and it seems that he may have changed the way she's thought about submission. So my question is, do you think that is based on the person? What do you think about that? Why do you think that is the change? I know these questions are new to you guys. It came up today.
I think I've said this before, and I know that there's going to be people who disagree, but I feel like certain men bring out different qualities in women. Some people say femininity is just as it should be, and you should just be feminine all the time. But I feel like she had a lot of masculine energy in the first video where she was like, don't pick me in this. And she's in that second video, she also talks about how she, she's about her business. She's more of that career oriented, but then she has this man who's like, she doesn't want to be that person for him. She wants to be the caterer to him. She wants to nurture him, make sure that he's wants for nothing. So I think it does depend on the man. Every man is not going to get that same treatment, in my opinion.
I think that okay. I think that there is definitely a difference between submission and servitude. From my perspective, just by definition, they are very different. Servitude is performing duties and acts for other people. Submission is conforming to someone's authority. And so what she was describing by definition is servitude. Do I think that in a healthy relationship where you have those polarities of feminine and masculine, that feminine energy will want to submit to that masculine energy? I do. And for me, the foundation of that is trust and safety. In order for me to submit to you, I have to trust that you can lead me, that you can protect this household, that you can, you have a track record of winning and leading those wins. And so I do think that, submission is definitely conditional. If you're not the right man, if you're not a man that can lead, if you're not a man that has those qualities, then you're not going to attract a woman that would submit to you because she doesn't trust that you can lead her.
I agree. I also think that, I just feel like people should just do what they want to do. If you want to submit to this man, submit to this man. Personally, for me, not everybody gets that from me. You have to be a certain type of guy for me to fully submit to you. But I just feel like people should just, do what they want to do. I think we should kind of like, I've done it before, been in my friend's business, but, just kind of stand back and stay out of our people's friends' business and let them do what they want to do. It's my opinion.
I think that love is unconditional, right? When you love someone, then a lot of times you do things that you never would have thought that you would have done. And it's because you love that person, and love is unconditional. So when you love someone, yeah, you may be submissive because you love that person, and it's not tied to it's not always tied to what they're doing for you, because you love that person unconditionally. There's so many things that you're willing to do for them. Think about the people in your life that you love truly unconditional. What will you do for that person in comparison to someone else?
I think different men can bring out different qualities in a woman. I was that girl that she was talking about in the first video, like, oh, you doing this and it's not going to get you a ring and you being stupid and this, that, and the third. But that is who I naturally am as a person. Like, I love to cater to my man. And I have said this before on the panel and got a little bit of backlash because they're like, well, did it turn into a ring? It was moving in that direction. The person I was with was dating with intent. So prior to that, we went and looked at rings. We were preparing for an engagement. So it wasn't like I was doing these things and it wasn't being reciprocated, or that it wasn't appreciated, the things that I was doing. So when you feel that appreciation in a relationship, for me, it makes me want to do more for you because I know it's appreciated and I'm getting the same in return. No one is saying to continue to stay and do certain things for a person if you doing it for a pookie. Like, nobody is telling you to be submissive to a pookie. But I think for her, even in the video, when I watched it, she said that she had never done those things before for a man. So I think that's where her previous video stemmed from. It was, she never had a man that came around that made her want to do those types of things. Now, do I also think that I don't know if she's really a naturally submissive person, or if she's doing it because of his caliber and his status. He has women coming at him left and right. Like, I'm sure he probably dodging the coochie. But so sis got to do something to keep this man entertained and keep him interested in her, because it's thousands of women that's waiting to take her place. So I can't really say if she's just a naturally submissive person, or if she feels like I have to be this way because I am dating a high value man.
So that's what it is. I think that she's dating a high class man right now. So that's why her spin changed on what she said from before to where she's at now. My opinion.
She said that as well in the interview, that she wouldn't do that for a quote unquote broke man.
So she was contradicting herself a bit, because she was like, in the beginning of the video, she tried to make it seem like, oh, that's just what I do. I was raised in a household where my mom did this for my dad. She tried to make it seem as if she was just a naturally submissive woman, but then came back and when she said, okay, well, would you do this for a broke man? Because let's be honest, homegirl knew who she was dating and who she was linked to. So that was the little dagger that she threw in there. Well, would you do this for a broke man? And she was like, no. So I don't think she's a naturally submissive woman. I think she's doing it because of the status that he has, and she has to. Sis is in competition with millions of other women. So she's trying to secure the bag. I definitely think that's what she's doing.
Playing devil's advocate, though, but would you submit to a broke man?
Like, I don't think.
But I think that goes. I think that all ties back into it.
So you, I mean, but you wouldn't. So take away the fact that he is who he is.
Okay, but would she submit to? Okay, let's take broke out of the equation, because that's the word that
what I'm saying is you're saying,
but that's an important word.
That's a very important word.
That's an important word, though, for what she's trying to, the point she's trying to prove. If it was a regular man, would she be submissive to any other regular man aside from a man that is of Cam Newton status? I don't think homegirl would, but I don't know. Can we get her on the line and ask? You think she'll join the Chic boutique? I don't know, but I don't think she would. He doesn't have to be broke. I don't think she is going to submit to any other man unless it's to that status, because she even said she's doing things she's never done before. I'm sure she had exes before Cam. She probably wasn't doing that because she said she wasn't doing it. So
I think sis realized she done somewhat secured a bag and she's in competition with other women. So she has to do something to set herself aside from everybody else to keep him.
I absolutely agree.
I mean, she gotta pay attention though, because he didn't marry the person that was around for a very, very long time. So,
and I don't think he's gonna marry her. I'm sorry. I think everything that she's doing, like, do what you feel like you need to do for your relationship, but I don't think he's gonna marry her either.
Which leads me to my next question. And Dr. Steele just asked a question, and I want to acknowledge that when a woman submits to a good man, the man will show his appreciation for her submission. Thank you, Dr. Steele, my favorite. But it's funny that you say that, because I don't think that's 100% correct. I think that for the most part, a regular guy, sure, you know, but I don't see this happening with Cam. I don't think that this is gonna take Cam to the altar. What do you guys think?
I don't think so either. No, I don't think someone catering to Cam is going to take him to the altar. That man don't want to get married. I think that's just by choice. That man don't want to get married, and you ironing his drawers and unpacking his dirty bag and laundry after a trip ain't gonna change that.
And rubbing his hair at night before he falls asleep. That's what she said.
Don't get them fingers caught in them.
Also,
that took me out, honey.
His child's mother.
Okay,
his
go ahead.
Child's mother kind of wasn't on the scene too much, but now you have this girl who he's dating now. She's doing interviews and stuff like that. You know, a lot of guys that I know don't really like a girl out there doing interviews talking about their relationship and what she does for me and things like that. His previous baby mom, excuse me, I hate the word baby mom, his previous child's mother, I don't remember, I may be wrong, but I don't remember hearing of her or hearing much of her or hearing her do interviews and things like that. So I think that's kind of my opinion. For me, if I was to do it, it would be a turnoff. Like, why are you giving interviews to the world about what you're doing for me? I wouldn't like that.
And the question for me is that for you or is that for me? Why are you interviewing?
Well, I mean, on the other side, I would say this: the things that she's saying about him is like, it's kind of like a ego boost. Like, yeah, she mine, and she's beautiful, and she's submitting. She letting y'all know she submits to me. You know, it could be like an ego boost a little bit. I mean, he was able to take a woman who clearly said she wouldn't be that person, and now she is that person, and he was the person to change it.
And I think her role, like
I didn't think about that.
For her career, I think, you know, her role is a little bit different than like the average woman. She is, I mean, an influencer. She's on social media. Like, that's how she got that's how she built her brand. So interviews is something that she does. And so, you know, I think it just you know, it comes a part of the territory that she works in. So.
Yeah. So he probably knew that going into it. So this probably really isn't a surprise to him. I still don't think any of this is going to age well, because I definitely don't think he's going to marry her.
Okay, so let's just take her situation out of this. You know, that's an abnormal situation. Most people aren't Instagram vixens and aren't dating Cam Newton. Okay, so my question, I thought that was a legit question that Cece asked. Would you date? Let's not say a broke guy. Let's do average. We don't have to do an extreme of things. An average guy. The guys that you date, do you automatically serve them just because you're dating them?
No, that's
or does that come with a level of commitment?
No, that's not something that because I naturally like to cater to my man. That's not something when I meet somebody, we go on the first date and now a week later I'm catering to you all of a sudden. Like, no, there has been behavior that has shown that this man is truly dating me with intent. He is showing me the best version of himself. It's not something that I'm just out the gate that's doing. He's doing things for me that makes me want to be submissive, that makes me want to cater to him. But I'm not doing it just to be doing it, just because that's naturally who I am. Like, let's not get that.
Are we talking about dating someone or someone that's our man, our boyfriend?
I'm talking about in a relationship. Somebody I'm in a relationship with that I am actively having sex with.
Right. No, I'm saying what you started off by saying that you're not just gonna do it to somebody just because we go on a second date. But Shantae, I was just asking, are you talking about a full blown relationship or somebody we're just dating?
Shantae.
So somebody that you see, so we're gonna go into the different types of dating in a second, but somebody that you see that you kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely.
Okay. So one of the things, and it's so funny because I'm reading the chat because this is one of those improv questions because we weren't ready for this conversation. This wasn't what the night was supposed to be about. So I was reading the chat to see if there was anything that they wanted to hear about this question. And one of the things, I hate when people put Black women against white women and Latino women. Women are women. We are all the same, okay? The white women will bless you out just like Black women. You have masculine energy in white women, Latino women, just like you have it in Black women. We are all women. It's just what it is. If a woman likes you, she's going to do things for you. That same woman, if she's not feeling you, she's not going to do those things for you. It's not just a woman who's out here like serving everybody. And would you even want a woman who serves everybody? Would you want your woman sitting here serving everybody, or you want her to serve you? So you have to ask yourself that, because I don't know many men who's like, oh, look at my woman. She's serving that guy over there. No. So
unless she's an actual server.
Unless she's an actual server. Exactly. So, and then I think it was another question about masculinity. So when I think about masculinity, I think about femininity. And I don't think that that's necessarily serving someone as far as submissive. I think when I think of being feminine, I think of being ladylike, polite. I can go to a guy and be polite. I don't have to serve him, but I can just, just be a lady. Hi, carry on ladylike conversation, carry myself like a lady. Two very different things. Okay. So I just wanted to address those questions in the chat. And let me go to these super chats before we move on to the next question. Lioness, JR, can you put the super chat up so I can call out the super chat? Oh, hit the likes, please. You are absolutely right. We are here on the 4th of July weekend. I was supposed to be in Alabama, but I said, you know what? I don't know what that Alabama internet is like, so I'm going to stay here for one extra day, and I'll go to Alabama tomorrow. So thank you, Lioness. Any more? That's the only one? Okay, so going to our regular program, unless somebody has a question. Oh, them braids looking good, CC. She can't talk. There's Mexicans that come across the border illegal and stand in front of the Home Depot and they get submissions. Why do Black men not get that? I mean, do they? Do you know that for sure? Are you Mexican? You asked? I'm trying to figure out, how do you know that? Because I don't see.
He went to Home Depot. He took a poll. He took a poll outside the Home Depot.
Like, are you like a Home Depot Mexican stalker? Like, I don't know. But thanks for the super chat.
Right, thank you.
Yes.
But I was gonna say also, Shantae, culturally, because that's something that I was taught culturally in the West Indies. You serve your man. Don't let nobody bring your man a plate. Don't let nobody bring your man a plate. You need to make sure you serve your man. And then you take care of yourself.
And you need to watch the woman who serves your man. If she tries to bring him a plate, you need to be like, wait, what?
Right, who's trying to serve your man? That's a whole sign of,
like, back up, sis. I got this.
Right, I got this.
I'm making plates around here.
Right, don't worry about his plate. I got his plate. Don't worry.
Exactly. Does anybody else have a super chat? Was there any more super chats, JR? And then we can move on. So back to our original programming, since there are no more super chats and I don't really see any more questions, and we can always go back to this question if you guys want to talk about it later on. But the original topic was situationships, friend zones, and we'll get to the last one later on. So situationships, how does a woman decide whether she wants a situationship with a guy? Is there like a certain standard that comes across, and why? Like, how do they come about?
I got distracted. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
You go last. Y'all, it's a holiday weekend. She's in a club atmosphere. Somebody buying a table.
I guess how do a woman finds herself in a situationship? Are women just signing up for those? Inquire minds.
That's what it looked like. I believe it's more of those than marriages. I'm willing to believe.
So I guess I've got a few different opinions. It just depends, right? So going back to what you said, Tam, do women sign up for those? It could be a woman is just dating guys, right? You're dating a guy and you just happen to like what you hear, you like what you feel, and you just kind of stumble upon a situationship. You didn't plan on dating this guy or committing to this guy or lingering and doing things with this person longer than you intended, or maybe you just didn't even know what to expect with this guy. And because of certain things, the way he makes you feel, the way he treats you, the way you, I don't know, the way you act when you're around him, it just kind of happens and you find yourself in this situationship. And then you got other women who are intentional. They don't want a commitment, right? They're looking for a situationship. They don't want a man who's clingy. They don't want a man who's all into them. They just want a situationship. That's it.
Well, that's why there's women who are okay being the side piece. I mean, it's all the same. It's a situationship, whatever you want to define it as. They're okay with being in that position. They don't want anything more, and they're content with that. Well, mistaken as to define situationship, Shantae. By the way, a good definition never hurt anybody.
Well, I don't have, our Google chick is not here today, but I've always thought of situationship is we just in this situation. We're not in a committed relationship, but we got something going on. It's just it can be any kind of situation. Would it be a booty call? It can be so I like him, but not quite. He's that hasn't asked me for a relationship. It could be friends with benefits, situationship.
I got the definition.
So is that a bad thing?
Thank you, Tam.
It says a romantic or sexual relationship that is not considered to be formal or established.
Is that a bad thing?
A situation. I think it depends on you.
Because depends on the person.
Yeah,
you're right. But I'm just saying, Miss Cece, you just said that's why some people are cool with being side chicks. I don't think that necessarily just because you're in a situationship with someone that necessarily means that you are their side chick. It's just maybe something that once again y'all dating, y'all like each other. Things move forward to like Ms. Tan said. The way he makes you feel. You know what I'm saying? And he might not be ready, she might not be ready, but that's somebody you're comfortable with, and you don't want to go around sleeping and dating so many other people, but that's somebody you're comfortable with. I don't necessarily think that means that you're being a side chick,
Right. No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. You could be, a situationship could be more than just that category of being a side chick. I mean, it could just be you and the man. It doesn't have to necessarily mean that there's somebody in another party involved. I was just saying, giving an example of someone who would choose to be in a situationship. And that was an example I gave. It wasn't just like an end all as a definition.
Okay.
I think I would avoid situationships like the plague. I think the part of the definition that Tam kind of touched basis on was it remains undefined, like that gray area of confusion where it's just like, if you don't have clear intentions with me, I'm certainly not going to be giving you access to my body. I'm not going to be giving you access to my intimacy, my intimate space. Like, we're playing house without the house. We're engaging in all of this behavior and this activity that should be leading us in a different direction, but we're not going in that direction. I don't know what I want. And it's just like, I don't have time for the indecisiveness. I don't have time for a man that doesn't, is not clear on his plan, not clear on his intentions with me. And if you can't commit to me, why would I give you my body? Why would I allow you to have access to me in those kinds of intimate ways when You really don't want me fully. You just want parts of me. And it's just like, no.
So what if
But
it
some
is
females
discussed?
might
Oh,
want
go ahead.
that. You
Right.
know
I
what
was
I'm
like,
saying?
what if it's discussed and
I'm saying
defined?
some females might want themselves.
It could be discussed and defined that this is all it's going to be. And I think some people would be okay with that. I understand what you're saying, though, Della. You're saying I'm not.
Yeah.
Right. No, I got what you're saying, hon.
So let me ask you a question then. Are women really satisfied with a situationship? Do you think that there are ulterior, like there's a motive there? Or
I think some. I mean, I think
what the percentage? Why we're talking about in
I
general.
think
We know
majority
that there's a few freak neat wannabe. You know, I'm talking about in.
I think majority are waiting for the moment.
I think some women find themselves in one without even, like Tan said, without even trying to be in one. They kind of stumbled and fell into one, I guess. But I don't think the majority of women are striving for a situationship. But I think there are some women, maybe younger women, that are probably like, they probably having a hot girl summer. So I'm assuming hot girl summer comes with some situationships. I don't know, but that's what I'm assuming.
I think most women, even the ones who go into a situationship, I guess we'll call it, most women eventually want more than platonic friendship or benefits. I hear what some women say, but most of the time, even if a woman, fellas, who is okay with being your friend with benefits, stick with them long enough, more than likely they're going to want more. That's just my experience.
If she likes
some people
him,
are already in
I
relationships and
completely
they in
agree that.
situationships.
What'd you say, T-Bomb?
I said some people are in relationships knowing and not knowing that they're in situationships. So
It's true.
And it's all because of that lack of clarity. Like you have, there's no clarity, there's no certainty on what this situation is. So it's now a situationship. Like, what is the intent? Where are we going? Like,
Ask questions.
ask questions, honey.
So who in the
So
end,
what
at
we
the end
doing?
of the day,
What are we?
who does the situationship benefit the most?
Probably the man. Probably.
it depends, I think.
Yeah, I think it depends.
Depends on what.
Who's giving
it depends
more?
because some that woman might just need to get her rocks off too. You know what I'm saying? Like women are you know, beasts too. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just okay, he get his nut, excuse me. You know, she might need to get hers too. Bye. Thank you.
Anybody else wanted to?
No feelings attached.
I think it depends on the relationship, just like Della said, like who's getting more out of it. It could be there are men who really are head over heels for women, and that woman could care less about their feelings, right? And it's just like you said, it's just sex and emotionless, and that man could be emotionally involved. I think it depends on who's more emotionally involved than not, as far as who's benefiting it the most.
Anybody else wanted to answer that question? So when you
but then we can always talk about YouTube University and what they say. The men are poking, so the women are being used.
Right. So my question is, so knowing this bit of information, you know, for the vast majority of women. So because let's just be real, a lot of people are in situationships. Marriages are not just we're at least married, okay? So with that being said, do you think that because of the numbers, most women who are in situationships want to be in situationships? Honestly. Or do you think situationship, she's using a situationship to get what she really wants?
Again, I would say majority of women are waiting for their moment. I'm gonna stick around and see what I could. Eventually he'll change his mind. Eventually he'll pick me.
Agreed. So that's why I want to stay around.
I think majority of the women. Now I'm not going to say there aren't women who are fine with just, you know, I could just have sex. I could just have a relationship and be fine in that position and not want more. So I think it's very few and far in between. But there are women who That's exactly what they're doing. They're waiting. Men do the same thing that are friend zoned as well. Like they are waiting for that woman to turn around and say, "Oh, you're it."
So do you think that because this sounds like what you're explaining to me is a booty call?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
They're waiting, or maybe they're waiting for someone better to come along, so they're passing time with you.
Oh, does he know?
There's that too. Yeah. So I mean, there are multiple.
Not speaking from experience. I'm asking, like that's a valid point too. Some are hoping like, okay, he or she is going to come around and pick me, but then there's also maybe some of them are using that person to pass the time because they're thinking they're waiting on somebody else to come along that's better. It's messed up, but
it doesn't necessarily have to be sexual. There are people who have conversations with men and hang out with men they're not having sex with. So it's not necessarily a booty call either.
So let me ask you a question. What do we call a relationship that's never getting to marriage?
A waste of time.
A waste of time.
So I would consider that as, because one of the people in the chat said, can we get people on the panel who've been in situationships before? And I would say I've been in a situationship before, because to me, if it does not lead, because it's either you're single or you're married. Anything in between that is a situation. We don't know where that situation gonna take us. You feel what I'm saying? So let's not act like we are like, I've never been in a situationship before. You know? Yes, you have.
I think more so
right now.
I think it's more so like when you're in a relationship where you don't have that intent. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, like you very well may not be married, but you're in a long-term relationship and you have the intention of taking it to that next step where, although it may never get to that space, you know, you both have your intentions set to take it there versus being in a relationship, you know, to your point, like when you were younger, when we were all, you know, and you don't really know where this is going. We're just passing time by. This feels good for the moment. Like you're probably not the ideal person for me long-term, but we're here now. So I would say that would be more of like from my perspective of like, you know, the situationship.
But then you look up and years done went past. Now you don't wasted your good youthful years.
That was my point. Because I'm thinking to myself,
the situationship.
Yeah,
that was a long situation.
You have to communicate. So if it's a situationship, if the guy knows, or if I know, if I'm in a situation and I'm, you know, not ready for a relationship, I'm gonna let you know. Like, hey, I just want us to have fun, date, hang out, you know, kick it from time to time. So that guy knows what he's getting himself into. Vice versa. I feel like the man should let him know, like, listen, shorty, I'm not trying to be in a relationship, blah, blah, but if you still want to kick it, hang out, then cool. So then that way you can program your mind, like, not for, I mean, I'm not saying that this works for everybody, but you can program your mind, like okay, well, I know that we're not going to go further. We're just having fun, enjoying each other's time. So I can still find my Prince Charming somewhere else, but right now, you know.
So
I think you just have to communicate.
So let me ask you a question. Can you find your Prince, if you have a situationship going on and you have been doing this with this guy for a year or year plus, can you really find your Prince Charming? I mean, as a woman, because we're emotional creatures, would it not be hard for you to separate the two? Because more than likely, you got some type of attachment to this guy. Team Della says it all the time. That's the most intimacy. It's the closest thing to an attachment that you can, you know, I know you know her words. You want to say them over again. You know, that's the closest thing to bonding or whatever words you use that there possibly is. So you're giving this guy your body, but you're out trying to find another guy. Are you really going to be able to be into this new guy if you found him, if you have a situationship going on?
How many situations have you heard of? Not saying that this is right. Not that this is right, but there has been people that have been in relationships and then went to and got married to somebody else. They've been married and then married somebody else. So it can happen.
That's men, though.
That's unfortunate.
Most of the time, the woman has stopped giving you that.
Too. It's women too. It's both of us.
But don't they stop giving up the vagina at some point? They're like telltales, like, oh, she's not having sex with him anymore. She's cut it off. Because I would hope that women aren't doing both.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. They shouldn't be doing both. But I'm just saying, like, if you're
no, go ahead, T-Bomb.
I'm sorry. If you are kicking it with this person and you know what it is, but then you really, you know that they're not in a relationship, but you know, you need to get your needs fulfilled. But you start dating somebody else and you're feeling them, okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, let brother know, you know, I'm seeing somebody else, you know, we're gonna have to cut off all the, you know, shenanigans, and then date the person that you know, give it a try with the person that you met.
That's what I say.
It happens.
I'm sorry.
It happens, and that's where it happens for men and women. So whatever.
But I know it happens.
Whatever.
I'm not disagreeing.
Whatever. Women have needs too. Women have needs just like men have needs.
Who was just saying something?
I was about to say, you can't say that it doesn't happen though, but she made a very valid point. There are people who have been in relationships for long periods of time and then they break up and they turn around and they're married 6 months later and everybody on Facebook is like, well, who the is that? Like, where did she come from? You were, and then they
it's a man though, because men don't have the same attachment
but women do it too.
Women too.
I've seen women leave relationships.
It is women.
Relationships and end up finding a man, and that man is the best thing since sliced bread, and they end up married. Mm-hmm. So you can't say how your body or who you will attract to in the time period. People meet people when they're
because you know what, a lot of times people don't understand. Sometimes when relationships end and people see other people have moved on quickly, it's because they probably checked out of that relationship 2-3 years ago. So of course it's easy for them to instantly move on, whereas other people on the outside looking in, like, they just got a divorce. How could he already be with somebody else? It was because they checked out years ago prior. The love wasn't there anymore. It was nothing keeping them there. And when they finally ended it, they found their happiness in somebody else. So
I think the biggest point that
sadly, it doesn't even have to be
is that the relationship ended. And so, you know, to Shantae's question, it's like, you know, it's hard to be able to attract those people that are right for you, or, you know, have that person come into your space when your plate is already full. And so, you know, I think the main points that y'all kind of hit on was like, you know, that one situation or that person, whoever it is, that has to end. Like, you have to make the decision for that to be done in order for something new to move into that space. Otherwise, you know, you're preoccupied over here. It's going to be hard to receive when your plate is still full.
Right.
I agree. So one of the things that Tam brought up, I know I'm going off topic, but because I just want to know, one of the things Tam brought up, because I, you know, my whole point in this conversation is for us to have like honest conversation on how we get ourselves in these situations. Because at the end of the day, I think we all want to be married, right? Does anybody here not want to be married? Right. Okay. So we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing that's causing us not to get what we want? Okay. And so to me, it just feels like a situationship is going to be a block in us trying to get to the goal we're trying to get to. If you know this guy is not for you, why are you wasting your time with him? It's like dating with intent. And even if you do think that this guy is for you, have that honest conversation to say, hey, I like you. I want this to go on, because you keep going with this guy. You're going to end up in a situation where your feelings are going to be hurt. You wasted 2-3 years, and we're getting older. Unfortunately, women, as we age, the value does go down. That's a truth. There's nothing we can do about that. That's men like younger chicks. Okay. But so you're wasting your valuable time on a man who has made it very clear that does not want you that way. Or does not want what you want. You guys have a different goal. So what I'm saying, what I'm asking is, like, I just really want to know why we do what we do, knowing that it's not going to give us the results that we want, so to speak. Because like I said, there are more situationships than there are marriages in our community. Then that's a problem. Would y'all not agree?
It is. And we can't marry ourselves. So that's honestly a question for, I think, the men. If only 42% of us are getting married, then why?
Well, 52% Black women, 48% Black men.
Okay, so then why aren't more people getting married? Is it because the men don't want to get married? Or is it that the men feel like that there's no good quality of women out there that they want to marry? So me personally, I feel like there is still good quality of women that are out there that deserve marriage, that wants to be married. But are the men really wanting to get married? So that's a question for the men. Do men want to be married? Because
I don't think they want to be married to women in situationships.
absolutely not. No, I don't.
So if
I
you
don't.
tell a man, if we had honesty written on our foreheads, what's that movie where it tells you the lies and the truth or whatever? What's it, like a John Kerry when he couldn't tell a lie, or the tree, whatever? One of those movies. You know,
Chantel, you can tell you got kids. Liar, liar.
liar, liar. You know, if we were to tell the honest truth, if we were to be real honest on a date, nobody is going to want to go on a date with you if they know that you got a whole situationship going on. You know, so you have to be honest with yourself. You have to say, am I putting myself, and I understand you have needs and all that kind of stuff, but are you really doing things that's going to benefit you in the long run? And if you're talking about the guy who you're in a situationship with and you want to be with him, is he really going to marry you if he's getting what he wants without marrying you?
No, which is why situationships aren't good for you. Like no man, first of all, if a woman meets a quality man and she's already in a situationship, you need to it should be obvious. If the new man that you meet and he's dating you with intent and is telling you, you know, the things that he want and your goals align, why are you still even entertaining that situationship? Is the peen that good? Because if you're still entertaining that, then it's something about that situationship. You are sitting around waiting for that man in particular to eventually come around and decide he wants to marry you. But how long do you be in a situationship before it doesn't give you what you want if you're expecting that person you're in it with to marry you?
Anybody else want to jump on that? You don't have to. Okay, so now that we talk about situation, let's move on to the friend zone. You know, I saw a person posted something, and one of the guys in the chat, and this was chats ago, in the chat it was something like, the guy you're supposed to marry, you probably have him in your friend zone. And so my question to you is, do you think that statement is true? What puts a man in friend zone? First of all, what puts a man in friend zone? Do I need to define friend zone?
No,
really?
I think that
I like a good definition.
That corny dude that you don't like, but he has good conversation, so you put him in the friend zone.
No, seriously, what's the definition?
The definition is very important for the show.
For the people who know a friend zone, go ahead and I'll pull up a definition for friend zone.
You're a designated definition person tonight, please.
Child, that's supposed to be a situation where a friendship exists between two people, one of whom has an unreciprocated romantic or sexual interest in the other. You have been friend zoned.
Thank you for that definition.
Wait, say it one more time.
One is sexually attracted to the other is not. He's not reciprocating, or she's not reciprocating that attraction.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say
that wants.
So the definition was very important to answer how they got there. So that's why you needed to know sexual attraction.
You're right, because I was thinking, yeah, let's say good. So you're right. So he's interested in you, or she's interested in you, but you're not interested in her or him.
Correct. And then you get, well, what they should do is say, I'm not sexually interested in you, and I'm not at all interested in you at all, and cut them free. But that's not what people do. They kind of like to keep people around because people make them feel good. It's wrong, personally. I don't think you should have people in the friend zone. You should just, if you meet somebody, you guys don't mesh, they're not it, let them go. Be like, you're just not it for me.
I think all relationships kind of start out in the friend zone, or at least like, you know, that whole vetting process should go through like the friend zone, because at the end of the day, like if I don't want to be friends with you, if I wouldn't be friends with you, I certainly wouldn't consider you intimately. So it's like we need to go through that process. And I do think that sometimes you end up getting friend zoned because one person is just like, okay, yeah, I don't want to take it to that next level, but the other person does. And so they end up getting friend zoned. But, you know, when we talk about like the vetting process and the dating process, I do think that that person that ends up getting to the next phase is someone where you're like, you could consider being friends with that person. Like you enjoy their company. Like this is your
we're talking foundationally. Foundation versus friend zone, I think, is two different things.
What do you mean?
I feel like you should have a friendship with your spouse or who you're moving towards, and I get that. But I feel like people who are friend zoned, you're not looking at them like that. Like I feel like that's a person who you see them, there's no sexual attraction, there's no chemistry. You're not even trying to vet them in that way if they're going to be in the friend zone. I don't see it going, oh, I met this person, I'm trying to figure out my interest there, and then I put them in the friend zone. I don't see it happening that way.
That happens.
Yeah, I don't really see how else it would happen. I mean, you would have to consider interest for them for you to be like, no, I'm not interested.
Yeah, it's probably
there are people that you meet that are interested in you that you don't, that you're not interested in off the bat. I would say.
I think that maybe if you're in a relationship with somebody and then a nice guy comes along, you're like, oh, I'm in this relationship, so I'm gonna friend zone him. He's the man in waiting.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're talking about. Putting one in the back pocket
that is cheating.
That is definitely put one in the back pocket.
Put one in the back pocket.
Saying that
happens. You keeping a spade up the sleeve.
That is inappropriate when you are in a relationship.
Inappropriate, Shantae.
Listen, the whole conversation, everything is inappropriate.
It's not.
We get down. Listen, we're talking about everything tonight, and let's not act like there aren't women who do that.
I'm not saying it is, but
there are men that do it too. I'm sure.
Should not be friendly.
Absolutely, but we don't have men
when you are in a relationship. My man not finna meet no new female friends. We in a relationship. No, that's what we're not doing.
You're keeping a spade in the pocket just in case.
That's not what I said. I said, listen, my job is to bring out I do not do that. I'm a loyal individual. My job is to bring out every situation for this conversation, to have an honest conversation.
There's only 14 spades in the deck, Shantae. We're not.
Let's be real. There's somebody out there who is dating somebody else who is sitting here talking about him to another person, and he just lying on in there. You can't have an attractive friend in the friend zone. Would y'all agree?
I mean, if the chemistry isn't there, the chemistry isn't there.
The chemistry is not there. There are people who are very attractive, and you're like, oh no, I could never. Right? And there are plenty of women I know that got that friend that you're like, oh, he's fine, girl. Like, why? No. Wait till you get to know him. Wait till you get to know him, you'll see why.
And sometimes you know too much about them. They're more like a brother. You can talk to them about any and everything. You can hang out. You can, get good advice. But you know too much about their history, and they're friend zoned.
Exactly. Because if I know too much about how you normally treat women, I'm not gonna be first in line to sign up to take that on.
I want to know how you treat women, honey, because if it's not how I want to be treated, I don't want you in my space. So I want to know the T. What's the T on the D, please?
So let me ask you a question. Do you guys think that nice guys finish last? Why do you think that is?
Because they usually don't have that swag.
What is swag?
I think swag is something.
What does it look like?
Swag is something that everybody interprets differently. I wouldn't say nice guys finish last because they lack swag. I think it's not swag. It's maybe the lack of awareness and being able to speak up and assert yourself in certain areas where, most women, you don't want a timid or shy man. So you want somebody that can dominate. So I think that's why
And
nice
that's the level of swag, though. That's their character. That's how they handle themselves. Like it's, I think that all is defined as the same category of swag. I'm not saying like they have the way they dress or whatever. I think it's a character. Like that's what I consider swag.
So is
Like
it
what
a
your
character
character's
flaw?
like. Excuse me?
Would you consider that a character flaw?
What?
Not having swag.
It was swag is in the eye of the beholder.
So
Would you think like swag would not be my
idea of swag?
But if some people want a man that has swag, they might look at that as a character flaw. So I'm asking.
It depends on what you define as swag, though. Like as she said, like everybody sees swag differently. When it comes to nice guys, like you said, not asserting yourself or not, I don't know, when I feel like you can't communicate and assert yourself, I take that as a sign of less manly, like less of a person who could lead me, less of a person who has direction, not necessarily meaning that's true, but can you articulate it? Are you able to stand up in what you believe? Are you able to voice your opinion versus allowing someone to talk over you or make you silence you?
Yes, so I looked it up. It's more of a confidence kind of thing.
Right.
It's more so to do with the confidence. So it doesn't have anything to do, because you can be nice but have confidence, know, because I find that a lot of people who are very successful are nice people. They have charisma, but they're charismatic. However, but they have a certain kind of swag. I don't think you can be nice with swag.
I don't know. I think I have a different opinion. I would prefer, so I think it's all about perspective, obviously. I would prefer a nice guy. That doesn't mean that he's not alpha. It doesn't mean that he doesn't know how to lead. It doesn't mean that, he's not intentional. But I don't want a jerk. I don't want a super saucy, swagged out guy that, doesn't see me, just sees himself, or, I think a lot of that like fast life, like perception of like what your ideal guy should be and who's the desirable guy is kind of like, at least to me, like played out. Like I've good on those kinds of men.
But swag is not necessarily a bad thing. Confidence can be
swag.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely have the swag. And I think again to your point, Shantae, like swag depends on the person. Like everybody has their own sauce. So definitely come with the sauce that you got, but be nice about it. Like talk to me nice. I'm a lady.
True.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say, I don't feel like nice guys should be finishing last, but unfortunately they are. Because at the end of the day, you hear it all the time. Women want a nice man. I want a nice man. I want someone who's gonna treat me kind. And then they choose what
I've learned is that women want their man to be nice, meaning the man they've chosen, they want that man to be nice for them.
Well, if he wasn't nice when you met him, sis, he probably not gonna be nice. So why not choose the nice guy instead of trying to reform your man into that?
Right. So do you think that there's more to it than just being nice? Like if you found this nice, attractive man, attractive man, just like a god.
Yes.
You would appreciate his kindness, right? Is that not true?
I think historically, I still go back to age, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think in the younger women are, most women want a man who is not nice. My mother calls it, what does she say? You should date a man in college who wears the pocket protector. Of course, she's dating herself because people really don't walk around doing that anymore in college. But you get the gist of what she's trying to say, right? Women in college, or when you're younger, a lot of women want a man who's got, Shantae, as you're saying, swag, or you got charisma, or you are the muscular, maybe in a fraternity, maybe someone who plays sports. You got some sort of swag, if you will. The older women get, I think we realize we want someone who is, as we're calling it, I guess, nice is what we're calling it. We want someone who is respectful, someone who opens the doors, someone who knows how to treat you in public as well as in private, Right. So I think, you know, we may not want to admit it, but I think the younger women do want a man who is not as nice. And the older women get, you want to settle down. You want the dream, the American dream, as we used to call it. What, you get married, get a house, get kids. We want the dream. We want that the older we get. So
I
I
think
agree,
some women,
Tim.
the young women, you start out when you're young wanting that guy that isn't so nice. And then after you've had a few not so nice guys and now you reach a certain level of age, now you want the nice guy. But the question is, do the nice guy still want you?
But I think that that's just, I mean, who at a certain age feels like running after a toxic guy? I mean, you have more energy in your 20s.
You have more
not
energy,
at
but
this
does that
age.
necessarily mean that should be what you're
At
chasing?
this age, I don't have the energy.
Because in the
What does that
20s,
say about
you're looking
yourself?
more
You
at
yourself
looks.
are toxic if you are chasing a toxic man.
Oh.
Well,
I
your
mean, because
20s,
you toxic in your 20s, it comes along with 20s. You don't know any better. You think that this is the way, you know, I think we've all had our toxic 20, at least a little part of it.
Well, if men want, if the majority of the men are saying when you go to college, you should be trying to find a husband, who is really trying to find a toxic husband in college?
That's true, but what's happening is a lot of women are prone to going towards toxic men. They may not look at it as being toxic at the time, but if we are on the outside looking in, like, he's toxic. And you are too.
I think in your 20s, you're more looking at the superficial things. And most of the times with the superficial comes that toxicity. Like, you want the fine guy. That fine guy is usually, you know, only about himself, right? So I want the guy that everybody wants. That's what most women do in their 20s. And that guy is normally the toxic one. So
do you think that it's the man of the season? For example, what your needs are in your 20s is totally different from what your needs are in your, when you're getting older, you're thinking, I need that guy who's going to be beside me, and things could get a little rough as you're getting older, health, all of those kind of things, who's going to stick beside me. Whereas your 20s, you may not be thinking along that line. You may be thinking about something totally different. So do you think that just comes with, like, it's just a different season in your life, and in a different season in your life, you're looking for something very different?
You attract what you are. And so at the end of the day, you know, if you're out here doing all that craziness, you're in the chaos, you're in the mix, you're going to get a mixy kind of guy. You're going to attract the mixy kind of guy. So, you know, if you're moving forward with intention, clarity, you're going to attract the man that is also moving with intention and clarity. And so at the end of the day, it really stems from, you know, what it is that you are magnetizing and what you have an affinity for. That stems from who you actually are being, especially like if you're in that feminine space of just being. What you are being is what exactly will magnetize to you. And so it's really important that we're, you know, as women in our feminine energy, intentional about, you know, what we're focusing our energy on, what we're honing in on.
So, you know, I was a comment in the chat, and I just wanted to address this comment because I think this is very important. I think we have to not tiptoe, but we have to be careful when we compare ourselves to other races, because we're not like white people. Yes, white women find their husbands in college, but they're also on their second marriage by their 30s. You understand what I'm saying? So, because all of my white friends were once married, and you be like, you look at a picture, you're like, oh, she done married somebody else. Well, damn. Girl, you're 35. But so we have to be very different. And you have to remember too, white men they want to marry early. In their culture, it's cool to marry at an early age. So I think that we have to look at our situation. Yes, we should be thinking about marriage in college. Yes, because we're talking about that in 2 weeks. Let me tell y'all, in 2 weeks, we have one of the best episodes coming. So make sure in 2 weeks, you log on. We're trying to wait for Lauren and Mistaken to come back from vacation. So that's why we're going to wait 2 weeks. But I promise you it's going to be juicy. But anyway, I think that both men and, in order for that to work, both men and women have to have that marriage mentality. You can't tell men, oh, you know, wait until your 30s and 40s to get married, but then expect a woman to find you in college, because he's not even, if you're telling him that, he's not ready for marriage. Because you're telling him to wait, but you're telling her to find her mate in college. They're not on the same plan. So they have to be on the same plan in order for that to work, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Because sometimes I don't make sense. Did that make sense?
It made sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to put both of them, and I'm gonna put y'all on the same plan in 2 weeks. Trust me, I've been doing my research. But anyway, I just really wanted to point that out. I think that so often we look at other cultures, how they do it, and we should definitely look at things that work. But you can't tell one gender this and then tell another gender that, which is the exact opposite, and think it's going to work out. You have to tell them both the same thing and make it move forward together. If that's just my opinion on the matter. So let's back to toxicity. So what I have found is that it's not just, and I hate to talk about men because men are on the panel, but what I have found is that from my work environment is that not only women want something toxic, people want what they're not. It's like opposites attract. For example, if you're the good girl, you're probably looking for that toxic guy. And maybe if you're toxic yourself, you may be looking for a toxic guy. But I also find that men are the same way, because there are great girls, good girls, and they just be like, but I want that Instagram model. I'm like, but Jessica just graduated from Cornell and she likes you and she's pretty, but he don't want her. He want the bootylicious chick. You know what I'm saying? So it goes both ways. So let's not act like the toxicity is just women being toxic. It's on both sides of the coin. Would y'all not agree?
Definitely. But I mean, you do hear now, every man doesn't want the Instagram woman. They don't want that, but yet, no, you do. There are plenty of men who are choosing that too. So I think it goes on both sides. There are men who don't want that, and I think there are men who do. And they will bypass the woman who actually logically thinks, and you can have a stimulating conversation for somebody who's dumb as nails, but her butt and boobs are.
But are they saying that they don't want them because they truly do not want them, or it's because they probably wouldn't be able to pull them? So do you not want them because that's not the caliber of woman that you're looking for? Or is if she noticed you probably wouldn't stand a chance?
You talk about the good girl and the good guy?
The guy that says that you said something about, men do want they pass the good girl and then they go for the Instagram model that's showing her booty and boobs everywhere. So my question is, okay, well, is it that there's some men that I'm assuming that don't want that, but is it that they truly don't want it, or it's that they couldn't pull that type of woman if they tried? So because you can't pull that type of woman, it's easy to say, no, I don't want that woman.
I think that there are men who don't want Instagram model. They may want the woman, but they don't want her to be an Instagram model. So they want to be able to pull that woman out of the Instagram and make her into a holier than thou chick. I want her to look just like that.
But they still
want her to have the body. I want her
on.
to have the sexuality, but I want to make her a nun.
But I'm a virgin.
My nun.
So I think that's where the problem comes in. They want that woman. They just don't want her to be doing what she's doing. You understand? Right. Instead of just choosing a woman, because there are plenty of women who are not on Instagram. They don't want those women. They want the woman who looks, because women are visual. I mean, men are visual. So they want that woman who looks like the Instagram woman. He just doesn't want her to be an Instagram model.
Well, is it that he doesn't want the Instagram woman, or he does? Because I would kind of say that he does want the Instagram woman. Maybe
Mike said we got it all wrong. We're gonna open that line up in a second, Mike, and you can just explain that. But go ahead.
Maybe he wants that Instagram woman in the moment, right? Is he gonna take that Instagram woman home to meet mama?
So the problem is, so what I'm saying to you, Tan, is he wants that woman, the woman who looks good. He wants her to look like that. He just doesn't want the behavior that she's displaying. You understand what I'm saying?
Agree.
So what they want to do is so what they have done, and I'm sorry, guys, if I'm I want you guys to call in if I'm not saying this correctly. What has happened is they see these women who are beautiful beautiful women and they're on Instagram exposing themselves. And in their head, that's one less woman who is wholesome that I can choose to be a wife because there are all these whores. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just looking at the host, because there are a lot of women who keep their clothes on who have nice bodies and they're beautiful as well. Most of them are already married, but they do exist. And so I think that what I've noticed about men is they like all of the pickings. They want all access to them all. They don't want just like the group that's wholesome. They want all of us to be so they can choose from more women than just the little wholesome, if that makes sense.
Can we go back?
Everybody at some point does, you know, especially like when you're in that dating process or that vetting process, not saying that you're necessarily taking that dating to a sexual space, but like when you're dating people and you're younger, you know, you're trying a range of different, you know, you're dating a range of different people to see what works for you, what resonates with you, who you like. And so, yeah, I think it's natural for them to want the Instagram model or to want the girl that's in her books, to want the cheerleader, to want this, to want that, to explore their options. You know, women do as well. Like,
so anybody want to add on to that? Because I'm comment Sally today. What anybody else wanted to? So you know what has happened to, and I kind of wanted to address this because we're just it's 4th of July weekend. Who you know. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me, so I'm gonna put you in on the conversation. So one of the questions is, you know, even good women are in situations where they have body counts. I think that what ends up happening with good women, and I'm just gonna have a conversation of, you know, try to be as honest as I can possibly be. Because if a good woman is a good woman, you know, she wants to be a good woman. But what ends up happening is she ends up being in a situation with a guy who is up to no good. And she's wasted time with this guy. Then she goes to another one who ain't up to no good. And the same thing happens. Because guess what? She's a nice person. Sometimes nice people are a little naive. They're not ready for the streets. So the streets kind of take advantage of them a little bit. And so I don't think that when a nice girl if she has a body count, it's not in a way that she's trying to have a body count. She's really trying to do things right. It's just that she's probably picked some not so great situations. Does that make sense? Would y'all agree with that?
Can I ask a question that maybe, so we say body count. So men, women, panel, help me out. What would you call a body count?
So Tan is new to these YouTube streets, honey. I had to reel her in.
I am.
She didn't even know it existed. Okay.
A body count is the amount of
CNN
people.
and Fox News.
Okay.
You know,
So I know that, but my question is,
What's considered a high body count?
there you go. That's my
That's
question.
something we probably got to ask the men because they the ones that's so stuck on body count.
I know. I was about to say, Tan, don't ask that question.
Well, you
Tan,
know what? I want to know, and I'll put it out there. I don't have high body count. I don't. I think I'm a nice girl. Shantae has known me forever.
I mean, let the chat tell you more than 5.
Yes, so people in the chat inform Tan.
honey,
Girl,
if you're not a virgin, you have a high body count.
Right. If you've
man,
had sex
okay?
with more than one man, Tan, your
You got
body
a high
count
body
is
count. High body
baby.
count.
Okay, so more than one man.
and you're lying about it. They're gonna multiply it by 5 because they feel like you're lying
Like
about it.
25, honey,
Because
because
there's
they
absolutely
just
no
nuts.
way.
Tan, you gotta be a virgin for these men at this
gotta be a virgin.
university,
Got it.
honey. You
Okay.
gotta be a virgin. Just
Gotta
say
be
you're
a
a virgin, honey.
Okay.
Even though you were married, just be like, I'm a virgin.
And you have a child. I'm a virgin.
I'm a virgin.
So yeah, they're just saying if you jump from if you've been in multiple relationships, they just or what they really are trying to say is that they call you what is called a 304, which means you're for the streets. You just out here. Oh, my body, it's my body. And I can give it to anybody I feel like it. You know, they think that we're all doing that. If you're not married, oh, she 304, she for the streets. Like, no, I was in a relationship for 10 years and I'm here. It didn't end in marriage, but I'm here. Some people have that situation, but they don't look at that. Anyhow,
Thank you for
so
helping me out. Thank you.
It's okay, Tan. And you look very wholesome and sweet.
That's my best friend.
You know,
birds of a feather flock together.
You don't look masculine and toxic. So don't the comments have suggested.
You don't look masculine and you don't.
The comments have suggested that my body count is very high. So Tan,
body counts now? Oh my!
I don't know why people. Everything. Don't worry, I'm a 304 masculine. Will be single forever with cats, according to these men online. So, you know, Tan, it is what it is.
Well, you know, to that point, can I just point out one of the comments that was a while ago? I think it was DF said marriage doesn't benefit men.
Tan, in 2 weeks, they're going to find out just how beneficial marriage is. But you can give your point, because I'm sure it has nothing to do with mine, because I did tons of research. Let me tell you, I was up all night. I gave research, because I wanted to know the answer. But I'm going to let you guys know in 2 weeks.
I got to make sure that I log in. I don't know if I'll be around, but I got to make sure.
So wait a minute, sister. Listen, it's kind of mandatory. Let me tell you the date. So
you're on vacation again.
Cece, I'm not playing with you, okay?
I'm on vacation again, but I'll see what I can do.
What week is your vacation?
2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from right. Thank you.
So we're going to do it on the 15th.
That's most definitely when I'm going to be out of the country, but I'm going to do my best. That's all I can say is I'm going to do my best to be present and accounted for.
Listen, I prolonged this because I have two who cannot be with us.
I promise you, I will do my best to not be fined. I will log in from out the country. I will just make sure I time it right. I don't know.
I won't send you a text. Get that international.
Oh no, I could get iMessage and stuff like that. Yeah, send me a text. I will do like I said, I will do my best. I'll bring my ring light on vacation with me.
Oh my gosh. All right. So does anybody else want to add to the friend zone? Why we friend zone certain people? Why we, nice guys finishing last. Why people say nice guys finish last. I would go to say that men say women, when they age, they want a nice woman. But I on the flip side, I find that men want peace after a certain age, because they're not choosing peace in them young ages. They using some that ain't peace. I think after they get 35, 40 and she done japped his ear off, he's like, I just want peace.
Right. And especially if they were in relationships where a long-term relationship, married or not married, with somebody who did not bring them peace, they are more inclined to not be entertaining a woman who does not bring them peace. True. So, I mean, nice guys, I feel like nice guys should not, like I said, should not be finishing last, because they're the ones that are going to be good to you. They're going to be the ones.
When we talk about peace, I think, I think peace is contingent upon what each man defines as peace. So you can't go into it saying, oh, I'm your peace. I'm here to bring you peace. Well, I don't know what's your definition of peace. So I think the men would have to tell us, what do you consider peace? What do you need from me in this relationship for you to feel at peace every day?
Yeah, I think it's going to be different for different men. I don't think all men want the same things, except for we don't want you to be nagging us every 5 minutes. That's pretty consistent across the board. But I think you're right, Tam, that there's different levels of peace for different men.
Yeah, because when women say, I'm the peace, I'm bringing peace to the man. Well, you don't know what that man, the level of peace that man requires. You don't know what his peace is. So you can't lead with that saying, I'm the peace, I'm his peace. Well, what's his definition of peace?
So somebody said he wants you to shut up, cook, and clean.
That's that servant stuff.
Here we go again with the shut up.
Molly the maid servant.
That's
guised and she's submissive. No, thank you.
I think one of the things, I don't know that the clip showed this part, but one of the things that the young lady Jasmin said on the interview was you have to find somebody who is I look at relationship as like a puzzle piece. You have to find that person who fits perfectly in your puzzle piece. You understand? Even when yin and yang, that little thing, it fits perfectly together. Your side, you offset each other, no matter what it is. So you have to find the person who is the opposite of you, who is he's your strength, your weakness, he's the strength where you're weak, and vice versa. And I think that is the perfect relationship. But y'all
your imperfect compliment. That's
right. So we can sit here and say what
right.
women want, what men want, but at the end of the day, it is for you. It is designed specifically for you. Because all my friends, all their husbands, I'm like, I wouldn't date any of them, but they work great for them. And it works. So, I think that's one thing we have to think, it can't be like a one size fits all. It's definitely got to be something that works specifically for you. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I have a niece who just graduated from college. So she's 22. Made a comment recently about many people that she knows in her life, that she made a comment saying that most of the females who are married that she knows in her life settled. Most of them married. I'll say married women settled. So when she looks at their husbands as a 22-year-old woman, she thinks that most of the women settled. I found that very interesting.
Does she know that to be a fact, though?
I think she's assuming,
or she's just assuming because of the way they look? Are we talking about appearances? She feel like they settled.
She feels like her. I think, well, even like family members. I'll say her grandmother settled with her grandfather. Her aunt settled with her uncle. She just said in many of the relationships that she sees, and of course she's 22, right? A 22-year-old isn't going to know every single moment that goes on in the intimacy of a relationship, even, friends or family members. But from what she sees, and we'll say probably a little bit of what she knows, I don't know. But I thought that was a very interesting statement from someone who's a millennial. I don't know if there's 22-year-olds still call a millennial. I don't know. Generation X.
But that's just perception, though. What someone else needs, you may not know that by seeing, the relationship. Like, you only see what you see, as you said. But what I need, she may not find that as a need, as far as a partner goes. So, that's just her perception at 22. And her perception at 22, I don't even think she knows what she wants and needs out of a relationship at that age either. So
some people do, some people don't. Because I know plenty of people who we went to Tuskegee with, they're married and they married early and they are still married today. You go to homecoming, they are still married. That's one thing I can say. The people who did meet in college, most of them are still in those same relationships today, at least at my school.
But I feel like that takes a level of work, though. You don't have the same mentality as you did at 22. And that's why I think some marriages aren't surviving time, is because as you go through those changes, are you going through those changes together, or are you just changing and growing apart? So I see people that have been married. Yeah, I met them at 18. My parents were married after 6 months, been married for 41 years, So I guess it all depends on how much you want to work in your marriage.
Listen, somebody said peace is boring to women. That is a lie. I don't even like the birds chirping in the morning. I'm like, would y'all please?
Okay.
You shut up.
Don't wake me up out my sleep.
I've always been that person where I don't mind having a huge house where you have your wing, I have mine. Peace. Ideally. And I even thought that way in my 20s. I was like, oh, it'd be so nice to marry a man. He has a side of the house. I have a side of the house. We meet in the middle.
Really?
Girl, I love my peace.
Do you still want that type of living arrangement?
Really?
Wow.
No, don't get me wrong. When we come together, but there are times when I'm just like, I just don't feel like being bothered with anybody.
Well, are y'all
Listen, Tan used to be my roommate, and she know if you wake me up in my sleep, remember that? Tan used to be at the door like, don't go in there. She's sleeping. Let her. Tan was like my bodyguard.
Right. So Tam, that's a very valid question.
Are you sleeping in separate beds? If you got separate wings of the house, are you sleeping in separate beds?
There's a common bed. You know,
Okay.
but it's time to just unwind. I do appreciate that. I think everybody needs that, where you're just that, you know.
So that just sounds like an arrangement.
No, I want to be married to a man that I'm in love with, you know, but I'm just saying there's always that time like he comes home from work. I get that. You just want peace. Go to your side, chill. You know, you just can't wind down. That's just me. You don't have to be in my asking questions. Like, don't ask questions when I walk in the door. Can you give me a second?
I mean, I'm kind of similar. I like my space. I've always kind of been like a hermit too. So like, I like my space. I'm definitely a social person. So I like to be in the mix with like, you know, with my person. At the same time, when I just want to chill and watch my own show and I'm not trying to hear, I don't want to watch that basketball stuff or the first take or whatever they call it. Like stuff, queen. I don't watch it. I don't want no parts. I don't care. I want to watch what I want to watch. And that's, you know, you go over there and enjoy, and we'll reconvene at the right moment.
But I find
separate. You end up falling asleep over there. It's all good. Me and Moo will make do.
Let me tell you, I didn't realize how some women are so clingy until I had a daughter. My son, it was just like, oh, you know, you have to go in there and make sure he's still alive. You know, my daughter, she's like, mommy. And I'm like, girl, and she has to touch you. And I'm like, I feel sorry for her husband when she gets older. Jesus. Because I'm not you know, don't get me wrong. I like to touch my man and all those kind of things. But does it have to be 24 hours a day? Like, we can get a break from each other. Just for
no one is saying that.
No, not 24 hours.
Yeah, not 24 hours.
No, like, you have some naggers.
You have your man cave, but nobody is saying separate wings, separate bedrooms. We not sleeping in the same bed. That reminds me.
No. We can sleep with each other. That
reminds me of what my dad and his wife used to do. And I'm like, do you even like her at this point?
Right.
Like an arrangement.
I love him. I'm going to call him. Babe, what are you doing over there?
Yeah.
No. That sounds so crazy.
You want to come over here?
Right. I want to come visit you.
I don't know. I'm depending on the guy, you want to be super clingy, and I want to touch you, and I want to smell you.
I do too. I think that you're taking to the exaggeration. Maybe
not too much, Stella. No.
I mean, listen, like I like to touch. I don't like to be touched too much. That's just like my thing. But it's just like, yeah, like I want to be in your space. I want you in mine. But when I want my space, I want my space. Like, love you, but like, no, not right now. Even like with Moo, we're like working on those boundaries because she can be like really, like y'all see her. She's asleep right now, which is why she hasn't made her debut.
In your face.
I love Moo. Like I'm waiting for her to walk across and put her tail right across your face.
When she wakes up, she will definitely try to be the center of attention. But yeah, it's just like, okay, like enough. Like,
nah, I gotta be up under my man. It don't have to be
all the time.
No, I'm not saying 24/7, but I am like super affectionate. Yeah. Like I need that physical touch and to be able to reach out and touch my man. I always tell people when I'm dating, if I'm affectionate towards you, that's how you'll know that I like you. Because I'm like, oh, give me a kiss. I just want to sniff the little corners in between your neck. Like,
I can't imagine you would want to do that after 20 years, Tam, because it's going to smell the same.
I hope I am.
Listen,
I hope I am.
It might be aged.
Della, my dad was grabbing my mom's tush. And they've been married 40 years.
But I love that. But his hand isn't on her tush 24/7.
Listen, we gonna find a way to keep it interesting. He
taps that thing when he walks across the room, looks back like that.
I love seeing those older couples that just be watching their spouse walk across the room. You want to address them and jump down their throat. I love seeing that.
I do too.
Yeah,
I love seeing the hug and the rub and the push.
Yeah. And my husband, even the neck might still smell the same, but he's still gonna be sexy
maybe a little age.
Years.
It might be a little
bit of age funk with that neck crevice. I would take it.
Little age.
And I'm gonna clean it for him. We're gonna keep it fresh.
You're gonna make sure it's fresh and funky at
I'm
the
gonna make
same
sure
time.
it's fresh for me to smell.
All right, so you guys, let's move on. So our last, so we've already talked about the situationship. Then we talked about the friend zone. So now we're gonna talk about the BC, the booty call, guy. So, and the reason why I brought this up is because and the reason why I don't say the husband, because unfortunately, women, we don't control marriage. Men control marriage. Okay, so we just talk about the things that we control. So when we're talking about the BC, because I have children in the house, so when we talk about the BC, the reason why I think that this is important because I've listened to some channels where they feel, and we talked about this on the show as well, where they feel like if you go on a date with somebody, you know, if you're sexually attracted to somebody, you want to jump up on them. It doesn't take more than one date to get to that point. And to me, that's not true for me. I don't know how true that is for you. I know I don't control all women. I don't know how, but what does that look like? Do you go on a date and you're like, this guy right here, he is just one of a kind, and I gotta have him right now. What does that look like?
Dante, I need you to go in a private chat. Some of us have a question since you have kids in the house, and you can't.
Oh no, you can go ahead. I'm just talking about me.
Well, no. What do you mean? What is
BC?
Booty call.
Oh,
no, I thought birth control.
I was thinking about what's going on in the world right now.
What's that? Booty call.
Sorry, I was trying to put it in context too by your description. Look at sentence context. I really did. I was using my brain and my education.
I thought I said this in the text.
I was like context and BC.
No, I'm okay. I was just playing. It was a joke. A booty call.
So is there a man that you see and off bat, you're like, oh, I would jump.
That's okay. So men, the reason why I brought this up, CC, because there are people who, when I go to other chat conversations and I'm in a chat and I'm listening to these conversations, there are men, and we've talked about this before, there are men who feel like, oh, dude, they tell other guys like, dude, she know whether she want to sleep with you on the first day. Yes. Don't be wasting your time. You know what I'm saying? Like if she ain't gave it in to you by the third, fourth day, then she ain't into you. And I find that to be untrue. Because one, I'm not going on a second date with you if I'm not into you. Time is money. I don't have time for that.
So the question is, yes, you can have sexual attraction off the. Go ahead. She laughing real hard. Tam, get it out. I want to hear
Tam,
this. Go ahead, Tam. Get it out. What's happening over in the corner, honey? What's happening in the corner, Tam?
Somebody in the chat said Shantae want a Stedman in the backyard.
What?
A Stedman. Oprah Stedman.
Somebody said Shantae want a Stedman in the backyard. She could peek out the blinds and see the guest house from upstairs in the back.
I'm just saying, if I was Oprah.
Listen, if you got Oprah money, you allowed to have a Stedman on call, honey.
Stedman, listen here. Stedman was like the little man back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Stedman still looks good for his age.
Looking all.
That's why I say it sounds like you want an arrangement.
No, I don't want an arrangement. I just understand the value. I value peace. Like I want to be around my man. Of course, there's gonna be a common ground, and we'll have a bed together. But I want to be able to say, like, if he just needs the time to unwind, I know they call it man cave. So realistically speaking, he won't have his own wing, but he'll have a man cave, and I respect that piece because I get it. Like you be at work all day, you don't feel like hearing kids, you don't feel like hearing nobody nagging you. You just want to be like, just give me an hour or two, and I promise you, and people should be allowed to do that. I get that.
Who was that on our that first podcast where he says, when I walk in the door, I need my 90 minutes? Was it 90 minutes?
Mr. O, he want his 90 minutes.
And I need my 90 minutes. Just don't talk. I need my 90 minutes.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of just still honoring that individuality, even like in your relationship, especially like when you're in a long-term relationship. Like being, sharing space with someone is already, you have those growing pains and you have to learn how to coexist with someone in such proximity. So when we talk about doing that over the course of 3 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, Like when I looked at like my grandmother and my grandfather, like they were married for 40 something years, but you know, they enjoyed the time that they had together, but they weren't always, it wasn't like, you know, 24/7 up underneath each other. So in being in a long-term relationship myself, I appreciate the space that I have to myself. I enjoy the space that we share. I really love my own space, like the time that I have now to be here with y'all. Like, this is great.
So I guess I'm going to ask this question as a result of what you were saying, Shantae. So do we think that's a reason why so many people got divorced during COVID, when there was a shutdown and people were forced, when the world shut down March 15th and nothing was open except for you know, a few stores? Is that why you think many people got divorced? Because they were forced to be around each other and they had to get to know each other, get reacquainted, and realize that I just don't like being around you.
It was, I don't like you. I love you.
I mean, you living in a 1-bedroom apartment and y'all got a bed share. And you like that.
Listen, I saw
like, I can't go nowhere. You here.
I saw engagements break up. I saw marriages break up.
There was a lot of COVID babies. It was a lot of pandemic babies.
But
so
I also saw a lot of reconnection too.
It was either sex
I
or
agree.
get away from me.
Right.
The strong relationships stayed together, made them stronger. The ones who were weak, it showed the weakness.
Exactly. And I mean, same-sex and heterosexual relationships got divorced and broke up. It wasn't just honey, it was all
everybody under the bus.
It was all relationships, not just heterosexual ones. I was sad too.
So I like how y'all just skipped that BC question.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
What's the question again?
Yes, women know. Women know whether or not they're gonna sleep with you. Yes, they could. There are women who can see you. And be like,
I don't.
I could jump his bones. It depends on the level of attraction. Though.
Okay, yeah. So let's
if he's your type physically, then automatically you'll be like,
yeah. So how often do you meet a guy and you like, dang?
Few and far in between.
Exactly. So most of the time you have to get to know a guy, because let's just be honest. I love y'all men. I do. I love y'all.
But I think
it ain't a whole bunch of Morris chestnuts running around.
I still got to get to know them anyway, because there could be some type of mental stimulation. But
sometimes you can stay out.
I can see physically, like I would do you. Yeah,
like I would do you, but then they end up talking themselves out of it.
Oh Lord, that's the cue right there, Tam.
They talk themselves right out some vagina all the time.
Yes, if it's good for women, men. If you don't hear anything else, please hear me when I say,
shut up.
Women are some complicated creatures when it comes to being in a relationship. There's so many things. You got to say the right thing. You got to look the right way. You got to have the right. It's so many. I know men have this 2-part list. Oh, she look good. She can cook. Okay, they get married. Women are not like that. You have to get to her mentally, and it has to be an attraction. And attraction is not just a physical attraction. She has to be attracted to your situation. She has to be attracted to you as a person, your personality. There's so many things that are, that women need. Sorry.
I'm not sorry.
You're not sorry?
No, it is what it is. Like they want what they want. Men need what they need. They want what they want, and women need what women need, and we want what we want. And I'm not sorry about that.
So, DF, look at DF coming in here with some questions, honey. So people love, I think people are infatuated with pookies, for whatever reason, they think we all date pookies.
I think we said this before, that we all have fell victim to a pookie before when we were younger.
But were you even in a place where you didn't know what like Pookie?
No, because my Pookie was in college. So
yes,
I was a Pookisha if that's the case. Because we all in college, we broke, we trying to be
exactly. So you don't really know that he's a Pookie because he hasn't lived life long enough to know that he's a Pookie. Like if I'm a teacher, I can be like, oh, he a Pookie because I'm looking at
that's not true. Speak for yourself. I knew he was
from jump.
Speak for yourself.
I was a Pookie.
Even in college, you know that they wasn't
scratch my head and I'ma own it. He was a Pookie.
You used to date them locals.
It was.
You know, college used to call them the locals.
It wasn't a good one.
I didn't date a local. He went to my school.
That's what it sounds like. Them
That's
locals.
literally what they would call them. Our locals. Oh my
God.
That's what you used to call them.
They
the
would
locals.
literally pry on the college girls.
Yes.
Like literally.
His hands down to his knees.
That's not.
Like, he doesn't have one.
Mine wasn't a local, but he was still a bum. He was still a Pookie though.
Well,
I already talked about my Pookie. So
yeah, we've already had the whole thing. I think people go through their Pookie phase. I think
I was going to say, are there any reformed Pookies out there? Men that can admit that they were real life a Pookie, but they have turned their life over to Jesus.
There's some
Christ.
Pookies making it. I know a Pookie.
You know what? For $19.99, you can reform yourself. Tam, that's exactly what you sounded like. For 3 easy payments of $19.99, you can go
3 easy payments
program.
But let me just put this right here. Men like to separate themselves and say, "Oh, you know, she dated a Pookie." But let's just say this: y'all be dating Shaniquas too. I'm sorry if your name is Shaniqua in the chat. Please forgive me if you're not. I use your name in this type of way.
Just say Bookisha.
Name herself.
Bookisha. Bookisha. So let's not act like y'all ain't seen Bookisha. Bookisha came with that big old booty. She had them nail and them lashes that like she gonna fly away.
Clack, 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 clickety, clack, clack, clack.
And you like, God, that's the one. That's the equivalent to Pookie. Am I right? And meanwhile, Cece over here patting her head.
On purpose for Bookisha.
Oh, Bookisha. Yes. That's a Bookisha pat.
Girl. Because we're not going to act like women not Pookishas.
There are Pookishas out there. And y'all know y'all be liking the Pookie. Some of them Instagram models, y'all be sitting here. But the Pookisha.
Listen. That's what they
Listen, let me just tell you this. There's something about a woman. For example, if a woman is willing to take her clothes off for OnlyFans, it was in her. Because it's women, listen, it's some women who you can throw $5 million in their face, but they're just limits. They're like, I'm not doing that even for $5 million because my reputation, my family, blah, 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 blah. We all know people, you know, OnlyFans was open to everybody. Anybody could take advantage of that, but we chose not to because we're not those types of people.
But majority of the people who did join OnlyFans probably were already in that industry.
That's what I'm saying. That's a part of who that person is.
Right. They were strippers and they needed to continue with their income.
So if you in love with this chick, if you got a picture of her on your wall, you're no different from the woman who fell in love with Pookie. Because you just fell in love with Bonquisha and you got her on your wall.
Hi, Bonquisha.
You have her as a screensaver on your phone.
Bonquisha could be very intellectual and not.
And you pay her $19.99 a month.
She really could.
Be reformed too.
It's not her fault that her mother calls her Bonquisha.
She can be reformed too. Listen, her name can be Betsy, and she doing Bonquisha types of things. Okay.
Shantae, we have a super chat.
I think we had more than this. Is that the only one?
No, we had a couple.
There are 2, I think.
There's 2.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what them emojis mean. Please help.
Do some laundry. Men want you to shut up, plus cook, plus booty. Simple.
Do he want us to work? You forgot that part.
Clearly they want us to work. They want us to be barefoot, shut up, and
Congo English $5.
Congo, you can definitely ask us a question. What is your question?
Congo, what's your question, honey? Thank you for the super chat.
Thanks, guys.
We're answering questions tonight. Like I said, this is a holiday weekend, and you guys are here with us.
We appreciate that too. Make sure y'all get y'all tickets for the live show August 5th and 6th in Atlanta if you haven't done so already.
How
Make
many
sure y'all
times
be
is that?
there. We will be there.
I promise I won't be on vacation.
Okay. He says, Congo English, thank you for the super chat. He says, at the end of the day, it is not a gender issue. It is all about your intent. Fall in love with you inside out so you can discern everything outside of your essence, especially when it comes to love.
I agree.
I agree. And that's exactly what Della says all the time.
Do you think the first date, let me ask you a question. I'm glad this came up. Do you think the first date is too early to ask a guy, what's your intent?
No. I do.
That's the perfect day.
No, it's the perfect time. Let me not waste my time. Let me not even waste my time.
Honestly, before I'm even on that day, I would feel comfortable knowing, because it's like, you know, okay, well, what are your intentions on on you taking me out? Like, you know, at the end, you know, like, what's up?
That's why I said people are scared to have
people are scared to have, or they're not asking the right questions, and that's one that you should ask, not to waste your time.
You should be vetting anybody that you want to take seriously and date. If you have pure intentions with dating, you should be vetting them. Let's have these tough conversations. I have said that plenty of times on this show. Have the tough conversations up front so nobody can feel like they was played in the long run, and you not feeling like your time was being wasted. You not for me, I'm not for you. Okay, let's move on. We don't have to figure that out a year into the relationship.
Right.
And now we're figuring out, oh,
you're gonna be like Quest, baby mama.
Now, Shantae, shot spot, JR, where the sound effect?
What happened last week? He put it out there. I'm just bringing it back up.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, you have to set the standard high, you know, for yourself. It starts with yourself. And then from there, you know, you can vet the people that are trying to enter that space, but you definitely have to have some level of discernment, and you have to come correct, because at the end of the day, I hold myself to a high standard. So I'm only going to allow people in my space that hold themselves to a high standard. So a high standard man is going to be very intentional with me.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with what with Della you said, and, you know, Tam also. For me, I definitely go into things with intentions. You know, I want to know, you know, are you looking for a serious relationship? Are you just kind of just having fun? You just want to hang out, just date? You know, that's how you prevent yourself from getting hurt and catching feelings.
And that's also, too, to touch back on friend zones. That's the quickest way to get you in the friend zone with me. If you're approaching me in a manner and we're having these upfront conversations and you're saying, oh, I'm really not into this, but I still kind of think you like a dope person, that's the quickest way to get you in the friend zone. Like, we're not aligning. We don't want the same things. So why would I continue to try to pursue something with someone that does not want the same things as me?
That's true. Yeah, and I agree with that, because I can honestly say I don't just have guys who I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna put them in the friend zone. 9 out of 10, we went on a date with each other. And let me just tell you, the way I date, I don't even go, I respect people's I'm a very kind person. So I respect that, you know, men spend money. I don't care how much money you have. That's money that you could be spending on your children or whatever. So I respect that. So I'm, first of all, not gonna even go on a date with you unless I see, okay, I want to know more about this guy. But if I get on that date and I'm not interested in you, but you are cool, and it's like a networking opportunity or whatever, we have some things that come, I may friend zone you, and I may be like, you know, I'll try to be honest about it, but that's how you usually end up in the friend zone with me. It just was something that just did not click, like chemistry. I'll probably get to know you a little bit more, and you just ended up in the friend zone, but I don't just be like, oh, friend zone, I'm gonna keep him in the friend zone. Like, you know, it doesn't work that way. But again, I say this, please, women, y'all start dating with intent. Even when you go on these dates, be intentional with the date. Let's be respectful of the man's pocket, because I've heard it over and over again, and these men are concerned about their pockets. So let's just be kind people and respect that, because I'm going to tell you this, don't waste my money either. I'm not trying to go out. If you know you don't want to be with me, I'm not trying to spend my money on you either.
Oh, yeah. If we initially meet and we exchange phone numbers and we're having this phone conversation and we don't line on the phone, I'm not going to be inclined to go out to dinner with you or lunch. Like, so you don't have to worry about me wasting your time, because I can feed myself. If we don't align on the phone from the first initial conversation, why are we even getting to the point of a date?
I said that too. If I don't like you, I'm not sitting across the table for no free meal.
It's a waste of time.
It's a waste of my time. I have
I'm not hungry.
Right. I
As
met
a matter of fact, yes, Steve Della. If I
not
get there and
hungry.
I'm not attracted to him, I'll be like, I'll just take a sweet tea.
Right.
ate already.
Right.
I'm not gonna even do you like that. I already know that.
We could do separate checks.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dutch, please.
Not afraid to pay for my own meal.
I'm not afraid
That's
to
the
pay
way
for
to
my
know
own
if I
meal
like you or
either.
not. If I order something like, okay, we might can go somewhere. But if I say sweet tea, that's all.
Right. I mean, I'm fine with walking away from a date. Like, it was nice meeting you. I don't think we have any. I will tell a man too, like, I don't plan to see you again.
And be upfront.
Yeah, no, it's like, this was great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But I'm not sitting all night trying to figure out how I'm going to get out of a date. I'm just going to be done. Wrap it up.
Anton, let me
Because
just
it's
say
the way
this.
you deliver the message. You don't have to be rude
Right.
to someone when you're telling them, unfortunately, this isn't going to work out. It's the way you deliver the message. You
Right.
don't have to just make somebody feel like crap after, they initially showed interest in you. Just say, listen, the things we want, we don't align, and I'm dating with purpose right now. So I don't want to waste your time. I definitely don't want to feel like my time is wasted. I think you're a cool guy. If you want to, still kind of be friends or cordial, or, I got this going on, you may have this going on. It, like Shantae said, it could be some networking opportunities, but you don't have to be rude about it. Like, nobody wants to feel like shit after they initially felt an attraction with you.
Why do you think? Let me just say this. Why do you think women are saying? I saw a meme, and I want to address Anton in the chat. But there was a meme with a woman. A guy was so nice. He stepped to her and he was trying to I guess he paid her a compliment. Why do you think people are so? To me, if a man compliments me, even if I'm not interested, I am grateful because he could not like me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to always say thank you because that's a privilege for somebody like you. Why do you think that this is a culture of women who feel like that's an opportunity to diss a person because she's not attracted to him? And I'm like, girl, he could not like you. Then you wouldn't like him. Then you'd have a problem with that. So I don't understand how a person can pay you a compliment and then you turn around and make him a joking matter. You understand what I'm saying?
That's what some of these women are giving themselves way too much credit. Like, sweetheart, you're probably not all that anyway. So you might want to humble yourself. Like, let's be honest. Like, most women probably do need to humble themselves. Like, you don't have to be, yes, you can, the whole pretty privilege, you're used to getting compliments and everything. You should still be polite when somebody pays you a compliment. Like, don't just look at them crazy and be like, I know. Like, no, you say thank you. Like,
rude.
Yeah,
I think my students about that. I'm like, girl, what? And they laugh at him. I'm like, he could not like you.
That part.
True.
Right.
So he pays you the nicest compliment of all time. He admired, even if a guy says I love you, he gave you his heart. Why? Even if you felt it was too early or whatever, just say thank you because he could have not. He couldn't think. He could possibly not think anything of you, but he likes you. It's a compliment. Why?
I mean, that just goes to show like your character. It's a character flaw, like how you feel about yourself. If you can't accept a compliment and just move along, then that's just a character flaw. I don't know why women do it. I don't know why you have to go as far as to make a person feel belittled because they gave you a compliment. That's kind of sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, it's like humble yourself because God can take those looks away at any given moment. So, and then what are you going to have? What are you going to have to fall back on if that's what you're so dependent upon?
A bad character.
Oh, I'm loving these comments. This one guy, this is a good point. And I'm going to flip your comment to make it work for what I'm about to say. A man who is having sex with you and he does not want to marry you, technically he's friend zoning you.
That's a good point.
Oh.
That's a good point.
Women aren't the main friend zone. Men are the friend zoners.
That is a good point. So do men really friend zone women?
That is a friend zone. He don't want you for nothing else but that. He uses a friend who got something you need.
So it's not a situationship. It's now
but you can look at it as like
I think they're all categorized as situationships, different levels. I think if sex is involved, it's more benefit for a man than a woman. But women also have situationships that they're not having sex with that man. So
right.
or friend zones or friends that
So
they're not.
I wanted to point this out because Mr. Anton Christopher, thank you for joining the chat, and I appreciate all the comments. But I'm about to get on this comment. So I hate when men, especially like, but are you married? And I be like, sweetheart, you're not married. Only 48% of you are married. So who are we gonna marry? Now, if there were 70% of you married and you just didn't choose us, that would make more sense. To like, oh, well, you didn't get chosen, but you ain't choosing nobody. So it's not an insult because nobody's married.
But they do usually tend to do that to throw an insult at women. Like, that's why they're not married. They're probably never going to get married. But it's like you said, you're not married either.
You control marriage and you're not married. So
if neither one of us are married, should we be collectively coming together to marry each other?
Like, that's no longer an insult. It's only an insult if there are people marrying, a lot of people marrying, and you're not one of them. But if you're not married,
that's like YouTube University talk. They think like that's what offends Black women. It's why you're not married. That's why you're baby mama. That's why you're this and that. Thank you for letting me know what I am. What's your point?
Just gotta level up.
We only want to get married. I think women want to get married early on. It's just the people that they want to marry. You know, I think that there's a small group of men that everybody wants to marry. It's like a competition for that group of men, which we'll talk about another time.
Shantae, there's a super chat.
Okay, where is it? I'm sorry.
We're gonna scroll it. Where's it at?
Where is it? Okay. Mike!
Congo,
I appreciate the dialogue of a Black woman when she is vulnerable. Best human being on the planet when she is there. Thank you, Congo.
Thank you. Congo always shows up every week.
We appreciate you, Congo. I wasn't here last week, so you get another heart.
Yay.
Hey, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
What's up?
What's in your red cup?
Apple juice.
It's actually bourbon.
Oh. Mike, you said you had a comment in the chat, and I told you to table that comment.
I had plenty of comments in the chat.
Oh Lord, Mike.
Here we go. Happy Friday.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Let me get some more tea before I lose my voice.
You've been doing pretty good though, Cece.
Listen, you know what? Maybe I should lose my voice more often because it keeps me humbled and not yelling.
No, you've been doing good.
Somebody said get you clearly. Get you some. Somebody in the comments said get you some tea with some organic honey.
I do have organic honey. I don't buy the cheap stuff. Thank you though.
I heard jasmine tea is the best.
She needs some lemon ginger tea for her throat. Since
you know the honey that I like, well, I thought I liked it, but you know the one where it has like the actual honeycomb in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it like melts in my tea and then it's like wax. Yeah.
No, I have Manuka honey in mine.
Mine is wild.
So somebody said, but women, so men, and we're going to talk about this, guys, because we're going to talk about how relationships benefit you, especially if you're on the up and up. In 2 weeks, like I told you. But one of the guys said, or I don't know who this is because it could be unisex. But Black women are responsible, I'm sure it's a man, are responsible for 8% of relationship breakups and divorces. So we would have
That's because we leave after they cheat.
I would love to know.
We would have to dig deep to see why that happens. Nobody's just leaving to be leaving. It's a reason behind it.
It's not just the Black community.
Where did that stat come from? Was that like
Wikipedia?
Or
it's not just the Black community, it's like overall in
Thank
America.
you. It's an overall. They like to blame us.
They just like to blame women.
That's what they do in YouTube world.
Well, I think that when you only know you're expert on your situation. So obviously, I think that we put people of other cultures on our pedestal because we don't know and we don't realize that they have their own shit too. They just don't out for every front street like we do. We're very vocal.
But you want to know the main reasons?
You said what, Mike?
You want to know the main reasons for divorces?
What's the main reason, Mike?
Financials. That's infidelity.
Well, infidelity has moved to number one because social media, that booty in your face in your inbox. You're like, dang, should I not?
And then petty ass reasons.
I'm sure. I'm sure that piece. I told you, get that side. Look here, get him his own wing. Get him the basement.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Logic. Oh, Mr. Don't Get Rag.
Don't.
How is your name applicable for tonight, sir? Because I know you choose your name based on something you heard on the show. We can't hear you. You got to get your equipment together. See, you messing up on this Friday night, sir. It's a little janky. I don't know. You got it together. Nope, still can't hear you. Didn't mic check 1, 2 before you came on.
Mic check. That's God. So let me shut this motherfucker up real fast.
We got a super chat. Shaniqua. Oh, that's what you get. Shaniqua.
Shaniqua, I'm sorry.
Hey, girl.
Thank
and
you
Shaniqua
so much.
looks very wholesome.
Perspective on different topics. However, as a person with the name Shaniqua, would you please refrain from using my? I got it. Listen,
thank you, Shaniqua. And you look beautiful in your
we will listen.
Thank you, Shaniqua.
Say Shaniqua again.
You said Shaniqua.
I did think about. You're right. It's Keisha, one Quisha, whatever.
It's
No, you can't say Keisha either. It's Keisha.
Thank you, Shaniqua.
Thank you, Shaniqua.
So I got a question.
Okay.
Do women claim they really enjoy pieces as much as they say they do?
No, just me. They said they were toxic.
Because I've heard women say like they literally have to start things just because it got boring or it got peaceful.
That's toxic
behavior.
You're gonna find toxic women just like you find toxic men. You know, there are men who leave relationships because they want something exciting. I mean, look at Johnny Depp. I love Johnny Depp. That's my dude.
Well, you make it spice up in the bedroom. You ain't got to start a fight to bring something different to the relationship.
I mean, when
you're trauma bound, like
what?
When you are trauma bound and you're used to chaos and that's what you're attracted to, peace does appear to be boring. And so they probably will start some stuff because, you know, that's what they think is love. That's what, you know, they have an affinity for. So that's why it's really important to vet out those individuals early on.
I got a different angle. Some people just thrive on drama.
They do.
Absolutely. Toxic bonding, and
we agree.
They do, and that's fine. And then you guys ended up choosing her, and she was toxic when you met her.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, you 50 years old and you going out there 20-year-old. She toxic. You just like, oh, I love her. I'll be your sugar daddy.
Maybe he was toxic, the 50-year-old going after the 20-year-old. I don't know.
The sugar daddy.
Yeah.
All right. I've experienced this myself. I'm sitting there, be watching the game, and all of a sudden now the girl decides like, oh, we need to talk about this now.
Oh, she respecting your game.
I don't think the game has anything to do with it, Mike. Maybe she just felt compelled at the time. I don't know.
Somebody says 75% of Black women are toxic. I say 75% of the Black women that you want are toxic.
Yeah.
that you've encountered.
Y'all be looking at, they be like that little quiet girl, and y'all just be looking over.
Man, everyone.
You want the baby hair to come way down here.
Everyone got some
baby hair.
Not the swoop.
Come on, man. Let's keep it a
She styles it like she takes this piece and she.
Let me comb it forward.
Swooped and dupe. She got
listen, Tan. You missed the swoop on the side in the part. You needed to.
I like a good swoop now.
First of all, listen.
Lion said, Logic looks like he's in peace. We would not disturb
Logic. Is your microphone working now?
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Yes, my microphone is working.
Hi, Logic.
How y'all doing today?
We are peaceful today.
We're having a peaceful conversation.
How can we bring you peace Friday?
It's mellow and calm.
I think I'm peaceful because next week I'll be in the Philippines and I ain't got to deal with Black women.
They're gonna be like, no, he's not going to like Thailand or anything. Philippines.
I'm not gonna lie. You look like he's got that smoke.
I'm at peace. I'm at peace though. I'm at peace.
Oh, good.
I'll be on that side of the world with you, Mr. Logic.
You going to the Philippines?
No.
Y'all going together?
Are you
going
going?
to-
That's where you're going, CC?
I'm going to the Maldives.
Oh.
Nice.
So you're a passport girl.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, that's how she got this going on.
I got a tan. You see my tan? It's so
really
pretty.
do.
Hey, you keep on playing, so I'm gonna slip out.
I mean, it is kind of low.
JRB.
No
Be
problem.
calling JR. Can you like edit that part?
Netflix.
Did you guys have anything that you wanted to ask us about our debunk about our?
Yeah, what's this thing about Instagram girls?
Well, we just know. What do you mean by Instagram girls?
Like, okay, go over what your thoughts were about it, because how women view it versus how men view it is very different.
So what we're saying is a lot of women, and what I've observed is a lot of men would like for these women to not put themselves out there like that. They would prefer the women to they would prefer the option of having these women as an option, but in a more holier way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll explain it better. Is that they want the sexual appeal of an Instagram model,
True.
but the characteristics of a good woman.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that.
Now that's kind of hard to find. It's like either it's either one or the other. It's very hard when you have a mixture of both.
Well, I think that's just
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I've seen some baddies that are not on Instagram like that.
But how's the character though?
I mean, and I think that goes back to the situation with the conversation. Well, character, you're right, because we just had a whole conversation about how women would diss a man who pays them, a compliment. Let's aside for those women. I think that, are you saying character meaning if she wants you or not? Is that what you're really trying to say?
No, because I'm saying usually these Instagram models have the worst personalities ever.
Well, they're Instagram models. I thought you said the women who are not Instagram models who have that sex appeal.
Yes, they want the body and the attraction of an Instagram model.
Okay.
But the characteristics of a good woman.
Okay.
Meaning she carries herself like a good woman, but she has the sexual attraction of an Instagram model.
What I'm telling you, so what I'm saying is there are women who have Instagram bodies, but they're not necessarily on Instagram showing their bodies like, oh, booty shot.
You're right. But men are visual.
I'm confused.
Okay, what?
Run it back. Okay, put the bourbon down.
Right, because you just said the same.
Again, Mike.
Mike, you just said.
Okay. We want an Instagram model, but we want a woman to be an Instagram model only for us.
We get that. Okay. So what I'm saying is there are women who have Instagram body sex appeal who are not necessarily on Instagram.
I'm not.
But then you said it's their character. Is that right? Or you're not talking about that person in particular?
I wasn't talking about that.
Mike, what you talking about?
Wow, you talking about women? I'm so confused. What?
Even Logic don't.
Logic over there like, what the hell this motherfucker talking about?
What?
Make it make sense.
Y'all want, Mike?
What do y'all make it make sense, honey?
What do y'all want?
Okay.
We want the characteristics of a good woman, but someone who is physically fit and attractive. Simple as that. Don't dig any deeper into it. That's it.
So what we're telling you is those women exist.
Okay.
Off Instagram.
Off Instagram.
Okay, cool. We live in a day of social media, so what's your point?
Or they are on
That's
Instagram.
it.
They're
fully
just
clothed.
everything on Instagram. So isn't that the balance?
It could be.
So Mike, is what you're saying is if they're not on IG, how do you find them? Is that really kind of, it's like, okay, if they're out there and they're not on IG, then where do I go to find them?
Grocery store.
Can I ask something?
Yes, sir.
This is the problem with all this Kevin Samuel YouTube stuff, right? You got dudes running around talking about they want their women fit, feminine, and all that kind of stuff right there, right? And even the chicks they always be with ain't never none of that. So like I'm just you keep it funky. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of black women ain't fit like that. But they all got dudes. So like I said, some of this stuff be YouTube talking points. I understand the whole feminine thing. That equates to a peace of mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I use the concept of if you know it's a hard world out here, man gotta go to work, he gotta get out here, he gotta get it, he gotta fight with his employees, you know what I'm saying? He gotta fight with whatever he do, you know what I'm saying? It's a world, you know what I'm saying? It's competitive. You always gonna have a level of stress. You gotta deal with traffic, whatever, unless he got a helicopter. But it's certain things that once he get to that house, he want peace. And a lot, for the most part, black women does not present themselves to bring that peace. And then I said this before, not an excuse for black women, but she going through the same thing because you got her ass working too. So she going through work, she going through traffic. So now both of y'all is coming and y'all going into a collision course. And it just so happens that we don't handle that well. So that's my assessment of why it's like that. But ideally, a man do want peace. It's just a peace of mind. When you come to the house, you know that you ain't got to argue and stuff like that. I told you I got partners that'll come over my house and drink for like 2 hours before they go home. Now that's crazy. And I'm like, this, leave her. She a terrorist. You know what I'm saying? And he willing, like, man, like I said, y'all be capping most of the time because man is willing to sacrifice. He know this lady a terrorist. You know what I'm saying? But he got kids with her. He willing to sacrifice himself, what he care for. You know what I'm saying? For the betterment of his family. That way he'll come over here, drink with me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we're here chill. He said, nah, I'm prepared to go to war. And he know he going into a war zone. But that's most black men going into black relationships. You go into a war zone.
So let me just say this, and I'm gonna be honest, and this is not one size fits all because I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, Mr. Logic is simping." For the most part, you know, women would like a man to handle the finances. Let's just be honest; they just do. It's, you know, we've been programmed to not. We'll accommodate the man if we love him. You know, we'll do our part, but it would be nice to have a man who is a provider so that if my job is to take care of home, I have the option to just take care of home. They do. It's not a simping thing. It's just life. No different from a man wants his woman to be sexually attractive. You know, does he always get a sexually attractive woman? Absolutely not. He probably settle for a woman who's not sexually attractive. But let's not act like women don't want a man who provides. Because they do. We've just accommodated the situation because a lot of men, because, you know, inflation and everything, we have to work. We're realistic about the situation. But that doesn't mean the want is not there.
And if that's that woman's only job, that man should be coming home to peace every day. If your only job is to maintain that house and care for those kids, he should get peace when he get home if he's taking care of everything. We're talking about the ones that he's going to war with. If, correct me if I'm wrong, the ones that still got to get up and go to work and work 9 to 10 hours a day, and you still expect her to come home and also maintain everything in the house and give you some quiet time and keep the kids out your way, making sure everybody is taken care of. So like you said, you coming in the house, it's going to be conflict. You're still expecting things from me, but I've also worked a long day and I'm also tired. So there has to be balance. It can't be you're expecting this from me, but I still got to get up and punch a clock every day and go to work.
But how is that an excuse for you to act a certain way? But
she's frustrated. I think that when people see, women handle stress a lot different than men. You may handle it like, I need peace. A woman may carry her frustration through her emotions. She out like
taking it on her man.
Well, he's the one who's got working. So she may be a little mad because
she might not necessarily
be his
fault.
fault.
Like out on her man. She's frustrated at the
situation
because she's also getting up, going to work every day, just like he is. But he may not be doing anything in the household, so she's frustrated at the situation. Maybe not.
Wait. Can I address something though?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
For you lame dudes, right? That's why I know y'all dangerous. Check this out. Every time somebody say something, it deserves to be critiqued, just like what I say it should be critiqued. For you dudes to blindly follow messages that you know that don't make sense, this is what's wrong. This is why these women don't follow you. Because what you say, you trendy. You trendy. You gonna bust my head because I said something that makes sense? I doubt that. You must not know me well. But it ain't about that. What it's about is you got to be able to listen. Like I said, it's certain things that I didn't agree with Kevin Samuel because it didn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? From the body count to the first date, sex, all that kind of stuff, it just don't make sense. Now, should you blindly follow him because you like the man? Should you blindly push that message because you like the man? Or should you critique any message to make it better? See, this is why I can't with you dudes. Y'all terrorists too.
And I always have to say, you can like somebody and not agree with everything that they say. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to take away from the fact that you may like who he is. He's taught you different things. It's because I'm pretty sure he's taught many people different things. He's motivated a lot of men to do what they feel is right. But it's okay to say, okay, I agree with 75% of what he's saying, not 100%. It's okay to say that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. You know?
Right. But let's be realistic though. When you don't like somebody, you try everything to discredit anything that they do.
But who? Okay, so on this show, I don't have a problem. I never had a problem with KS. Okay,
I was talking about it in general. I'm not blaming anybody on the panel. I'm just talking about it in general.
Right, but I think that it's important. Like when I go onto a male, so I look at male channels because I want to know about men. My job is not to sit there and try to change his mind on what he thinks because he knows how he rolls. If a man says he wants to sleep with you, I can only take it as if all these men are saying the same thing, that's what it is. But I think that it becomes a problem when we're sitting here venting to you, telling you how it really is, and you like, well, no. You know, it's okay to say women are overworked sometimes.
But see, see, that's logical, right?
Yeah.
But for the average simp dude, they're ready to sit at home, want you to do 50-50. See, I'm fair. See, I give ladies smokes and I give men smoke. It's no way you're going to say, I want my woman to go do 50-50. I want her to work, and then I want her to do all this fit, feminine, all this kind of stuff. Because now, mentally, she's not feminine. Because guess what? No matter what you think, once she goes out into that work world, she got to defend herself. She got to look out for her best interest. So now, you're not going to have a feminine woman that's a working woman, especially today, because most of them got men working for them. So guess what? They got to put their foot down, because if they don't put their foot down, men will run over them. So now it's an equation. It's a balance. You want this fit feminine, but is you providing them the resources to become fit and feminine? See, now, when I used to bring that up, that's where the conversation ended. Because if you start bringing up, are the man able to provide the resources? If you want her to go to the gym, get out the job. That means you'll have your meals ready, house will be clean, kids will be taken care of. And look, she'll be at peace. She got time to go do yoga and everything.
And but she might have a little side hustle.
That job. You dudes are capped.
And she might have a side hustle and still able to generate some income into that household.
Yeah, because
now she has other free time and she can focus on something she's passionate about. Like, come on. It's
okay. She does it because she wants to, not because she has to.
So real quick, Cora's Blossom, thank you guys for joining. I know she wants to say something. Then we're going to let Toya speak. Thank you guys for joining.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on. So I wanted to say something about what Logic just said, because when we try to express that and we try to say like, well, it kind of has to be 50-50 in that dynamic when we're working 9 to 5 and then we're picking up the kids and, you know, yada, yada, yada. But what they say is, well, Maria does it for Carlos. Maria works all day cleaning homes, and then Carlos is out doing construction, and she comes home and she's fit, feminine, and friendly. So that's always the pushback we get when we try to make the point.
Man, poor. You know what you should tell them? The same thing they say when we have a conversation about black women, and then women try to bring in white women. Now, let's stick to black women. I'm fair across the board. I'm an equal opportunist. They don't make no sense. I'm sorry, baby.
Oh no, yeah. I didn't really know what to respond to that because I'm not in Hispanic households, so I don't know their dynamic. But something else I did want to say was, unfortunately, it sounds good, you know, a man being the provider and us not having to work. But the problem with that, especially for Black women, is a lot of Black women are not content with not working. A lot of Black women are not content with not grinding, and that's part of our problem because we're exerting so much energy like a man, and that's part of what makes us masculine because we're out here grinding like men because a lot of women are not content with just being at home.
But that's also too why I said that if women are being at home, well, now if I have this free time, now I can now put that energy into focusing on what I may be passionate about. So there's still an opportunity. If you have that type of woman that's still a go-getter, I can still figure out ways to generate some income, even with me 90% of the time being a stay-at-home mom.
Or maybe a part-time job. Be a PTSA mom. Like, go volunteer. We love volunteers at the school, honey.
Well, you know, it's possible that Black women, you know, feel that way because maybe they feel that they have to grind. You know, if we stay at home, yeah, maybe the man is working, but is he making enough money to provide the lifestyle that we enjoy, that we've come to love? You know, if that were the case, then maybe more Black women would be okay with staying home. It's different. And I'm going to say this in general, Black women, Black people in general, we don't have a network of CEO friends and executive friends who make the mega dollars, right? That's just historically not how we grow up. It's not generational. There's just a difference in culture.
But I think though, and I think this goes for women across the board, is I think they were told a false narrative. Y'all were taught to be superwoman. Be the CEO as top as being the best mother you can, on top of being the best mother you can. Eventually, one's going to have to give. Or two going to have to give.
And unfortunately, it's usually the relationship. It's the man.
Yep.
Well, he shouldn't also be asking her to stay at home if he can't afford to keep her at home. Like, that don't make sense. Like, then we both need to stay in the working world. Like, let's be reasonable.
Or maybe you should cut your cost. I mean, sometimes it's about living on a budget, because I'll do a coupon in a second.
Now, exactly. Now, that's the balance. Because a lot of times we put ourselves in debt. You know what I'm saying? I look at it, you know what I'm saying? My little boy got Jeezy slippers and all kind of Yeezys slippers and stuff like that. Let's keep it funky. He don't need it because he gonna be growing out of them things. He probably have a good 4 months in it. But that's something I do that's unnecessary.
But why not at the same time?
We overdo so much. If you look at you know what I'm saying? Look in your closet right now. You know what I'm saying? It just, we overdo things, and then we say that we actually need these things, but we actually want them. So yes, our lifestyle can be simplified, but we don't have a true vision. We don't think for legacy. So you know what? We're going to live every day like it's our last, because we're not trying to think about what I'm going to leave to my kids. We're not legacy minded. That's the biggest thing that take from this whole thing. Men don't think legacy, so women don't think legacy. Men don't have a plan, so women don't think plans. And at the end of the day, we're trying to party, go to the best hotels, the best restaurants, wear the best clothes, drink the finest wines, and then we leave our kids a couple of houses that they're gonna have to pay taxes on.
Some don't even leave.
If
People
many of us are in a position to leave that.
Yeah,
people are more worried about life experiences than actual legacy.
and I think I really do think, and you know how you guys, I'm sorry, y'all watch our show all the time, but I really do believe that a lot of it comes down to prioritizing. So,
Yeah.
You know, even back to, you know, the fitness thing. You know, I work. You know, I'm a mom. I'm a wife, but I work out 3 to 4 times a week. So at the end of the day, like I tell other people, it's what matters to you the most. And it's not that men should look for women, you know, I'm like, I feel like this. If I can do it, you can do it too. And it's not even about just the aesthetics of it. It's just a lifestyle. I think everybody should want to be their best. So I do believe that some of the things that men are asking for, I don't think that it's wrong. But I think within the Black community, we never really focused in on fitness at all. I think nowadays, there's a lot more people that's into it. But when I was a little girl, the only person I ever seen working out was my mom. None of her friends, like, it was just not something that mattered in our community. So I don't think that Kevin was wrong for the stuff that he was saying. I think he was very blunt, but sometimes that's needed. And sometimes it actually makes people think about, oh, I never thought about that, because I'm not on a, you know, dating scene anymore, but for women that are, guys size us up. They look at your physical, they look at you. And literally they're going to look at how you appeal to them on a sexual view. So it's true. And the better you look in their eyes, the better you are.
I think that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Toya. I thought you. I absolutely agree. I work out. I have a thick body, so I gotta get it in, because if I don't, it can get sloppy real fast. So I make sure I try to keep it intact. You know what I'm saying? But I absolutely agree. But I think that the focus also needs to not only be about going to the gym, because what I learned, you know, I hate to even say this, but what I learned too is you can be, from Kevin Samuels, you can be physically fit, but your internal is not where it needs to be. So we have to start eating better as Black people as well. Not just the gym, you know, but the entire nutrition, what we put in our bodies, that's just as important as going to the gym, because slim people die of heart attacks every day, even children.
Exactly. And that's why I said it's not all about the aesthetics, it's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
So it's a lifestyle change. And then, you know, meeting a person, like, I mean, I can use myself as an example. Like, the first time I saw my husband, I didn't think about what type of person he was. Like, just meeting him, the first thing was I was attracted to him. Then once I got to meet him, then that's when I learned more about him, to see, okay, is this someone that I want to spend my time with? Or, you know, is this a decent guy? Is this a good guy? But that first initial meeting or seeing the person, that's what draws you in. Like, that's the first thing. I mean, let's be honest.
Yes, man. Women want a nice looking guy as well. They do.
But here's the thing,
I think everybody has their own, you know, preferences. Not every man wants a thin woman. Not every man wants an athletic woman. You have men that want some more body. And that's what he's going to go for. And so, you know, to your point, Toya, you know, I definitely agree. Having, you know, a good lifestyle, investing in the way that you eat, investing in your mental capacity first is really what would, you know, align you to both of those paths regardless.
Yes.
But at the same time, you know, everybody has their own preference.
And you know what's so crazy?
I know a lot of women that have body and that are happily taken.
And let me just say this too. I have a grandparent. I had a great grandmother who was well overweight, and she lived to see 98 years old. I have a grandmother who was overweight, and she is 85 years old. I'm celebrating a 90-year-old grandmother this weekend, which is why I'm going to Alabama. So sometimes the outside doesn't necessarily agree. It's not the same as the inside. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to keep that in mind too. But I find too, I like men to be in shape, because it's kind of like, you know, I want to be in shape for my man. He look good. I want to look good too. You know, we got to compliment each other.
Yes.
So if you get sloppy,
yeah, you call him out on it. Yeah.
Can I
But
just
You
say
want me to
that?
be fine? I need you to be fine too.
But
Let
the
me
problem is,
clarify this,
especially in
right?
today's, the
See,
problem is, especially in today's time, is that
hey, you
especially
need to stand up so you can see other people's lips moving.
I'm pouring a drink right now.
Like you could go ahead.
Now, I was about to say, and this sounds all good and all, right? But the reality is, especially in today's time, this body positivity stuff has gotten out of hand. It has.
Well, see, what you're doing though is you're trying to combine this body positivity thing, which is something totally different, to this dating message. So that's different. Like we cannot do that. And dudes in the chat doing it right now. Because my point
We're
I'm making
talking about fitness. We're not talking about dating.
What?
We've been talking about people being physically attractive and in the gym. Yes, it applies to dating, but at the same time, it's about body image.
Dude, the whole purpose of the whole conversation was talking in reference to dating.
All right, you got it.
But he's just trying to say people should be healthy and they should live a healthy life. But some people, like I said, like to be big. And that does not mean that you're not going to live a long life. Because just like I said, I have grandparents who are overweight and they live very long lives. I don't think it's
a matter of stating that just because you big, it takes away from your time on earth. I think big come with limitations and unhealthiness. And if we sit here and say it don't, then we be remiss.
Yeah,
Right.
To say I don't ever want to say that I'm trying to say like all women should be, 110 pounds. Like I'm never trying to like put
you ain't
that
gonna never be that, honey.
No.
I don't want to be
My
that.
head would be so big on my body, it wouldn't even look right.
I don't think it's a universal weight either. It depends on your height and your age and all that other shit too.
But wait, hold on. See, this is what I don't like. See, not even, and I don't let the women do it, so I ain't gonna let the men do it. The purpose of us talking about that whole weight thing was in reference to Kevin Samuels' talking point, correct?
Yes.
Now, was Kevin Samuels telling a man to date them women because they was gonna live longer? Was that his message to tell her, hey, get the feminine, the fit women? Was his message was, hey, get the fit women because they're gonna live longer? Or was it because they look better?
But that goes without saying though. Like when you
That's
healthy,
not true statement.
The point that he's making is that
we'll have to get a
about
qualified medical physician on this panel to tell you when you're healthy, you do live longer than people who are unhealthy.
It is true. Statistically, that is true.
Statistically, yes,
that is true. But I think we're all kind of missing the point. It's not in correlation to health or in correlation to how long you're going to live. The whole point was being made of how, your weight or, your size makes you,
less attractive.
Less attractive to men. Yes, thank you. I was trying to put it,
We may think that it's not in the.
So the point is that it does not, because men are still attracted to bigger bodied women, and that's
everybody's gonna have somebody eyeing them.
We're not.
It doesn't matter if you fat, obese, whatever. It's always somebody for somebody. But that's beside the point. Just because he didn't state that it was a correlation doesn't mean that it just I believe he felt that he didn't need to say that. Like that's an obvious feature. When you're healthy, you do live longer. You don't have these physical limitations.
Nobody's negating that. No one on this panel is.
Yeah, but you don't have to introduce that to the dating because that's an understatement.
Nobody is negating that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all say that he wasn't relating that to your living long or whatever or being healthy. They think that he was saying that just because it was just attractive. That was just for the context of what he was having a discussion about.
Physically attractive women. He said it.
Now, but because healthy women are attractive, that's a default.
No, but it has nothing to do with being healthy, living long, none of that. His main message was women that men want women that's attractive. They like to see their women. They want to be proud of women, whatever. It had nothing to do with being healthy because you can be a fit, feminine woman and you can be a crackhead and you're not
She's got a
healthy.
BBL and she's eating Popeye's chicken and that waist is thin and he still wants her. So it has nothing to do with
Look, I didn't say it didn't.
Metabolism and the inside of her is fogged up, you know, cholesterol is high. You can't always judge a person's internal by the
BBL down, honey, with fried chicken, thin as hell. And
You guys are missing Bruiser's point.
It doesn't
I don't
have
think
to
you guys
do
are doing
I
that on
understand what he's
purpose.
saying.
It's about
I'm saying that because he probably already think that y'all have already mentally sanctioned the fact that you can associate being healthy with being attractive. I mean, they go hand in hand. It's very rare to see a very healthy woman that's physically fit and in shape, and she's on her nutrition and look like shit. It doesn't mix. You get what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question,
Bruiser. It's all relative to the person. Her body may be in shape, but somebody may not be attracted to her face.
I've seen that. That's a face.
So,
yeah,
but
I've seen women come in the club and they're 10 and they call, I think they call them butterheads or they
a butterface.
Oh yeah, butterface. Everything look good, butterface.
Yeah,
that's a possibility. That's a personal preference. But overall, her healthiness is still going to stick out, and she'll get matched up before a woman that has a pretty face and her body look like shit.
So let me ask you a question, Bruiser. You know, because I think that this is one side, but like I said before, we're missing out on the man. Like, why is it okay for you to walk around with a gut? We're not attracted to that either. I know some women like it, just like some men like bigger women. You know, but
you took the words right out my mouth.
We like
daddy short.
I think it all depends on the understanding between the couple. If a woman want a man to take care of them, and they stay at home, and I think this brings back to one of y'all topics, and they stay at home, and the man is out working. I think the man got the flexibility to fluctuate in weight because he's working 16. Why not?
No, he doesn't. Just like I don't. Your gut
Well,
if
you're
because I'm gonna stay at home now.
Yeah, if I marry you and how old are you, Tam? If you don't mind me asking, 20 in your 20s.
If I stay at home,
she's in her 20s.
Yes.
All right, if you in your 20s and you retire in your 20s, you should be able to you should be maintaining your body, your health, your BMI, whatever you want to call it. Because you don't work, you don't do shit. You probably just take care of the house, take care of the kids. You got enough time. You retired. You got enough time to be beautiful. You got enough time to be at 100% your potential.
So let me ask you a question, Bruiser. Give me a second. So look, let me ask you a question, Bruiser, because let's just be realistic. That's not the situation for most Black women. Most Black women are not staying at home. They are paying the bills. So are you also saying that if a woman is in the workplace, it is okay for her to be overweight? Because she's in the workplace.
She needs to fluctuate.
Yep. If a woman got to work 40 hours a week, she got to fluctuate. She reserved that.
Okay, then. So that means you just killed Kevin Samuel's whole message.
Exactly.
Oh, right. I didn't, because Kevin Samuel said a woman didn't need to work. He was going after women who wanted to be. He was talking to women who wanted to stay home and didn't want to go to work.
Dude, the man can't even. What are you saying? Do you see y'all zombies? I hate men.
That ain't got nothing to do with Kevin Samuel. That's just all aspects.
If you got original thought, all they can do is listen to what other people say. It become trendy, and you wearing joints.
I never said. Only reason why I even said anything about Kevin Samuel is because somebody brought it up, but that's what he was talking about. But I'm telling you, it's just common sense. Whenever you're in your 20s, you're a female, you going after a guy that got the bag, and he's carrying you. You retired for the rest of your life. You never got to work again. It's nothing wrong with you being at your 100% potential, physically fit, health, all that, beauty, whatever. You have the time. You reserve the time. A lot of women don't got that because they got to go work.
I mean,
so they reserve that right to be able to get that if they need to.
And people don't even trip, because I said the same thing when he was alive. I was the only one. So now and so y'all can say what y'all want to say, because the truth is the truth. The thing is they saying they want these traditions, but they're not willing to take on the traditional roles. In order to get a traditional woman, you have to present her with traditional options. That woman didn't have to do all this stuff this woman do today. And I'm just being fair. Do that get him a reason to be a terrorist? No. I still hold. I get on these women every week, and you dudes cheer me in the chat. And now you're gonna sit here and say, no, why don't you lame dudes come up and face me face to I'm sorry, this Chic critique. You know what? Don't worry about it.
Listen, ladies.
Tell him cam up.
Ladies, if you got a man that's willing to carry you for the rest of your life and retire you in your 20s, ain't nothing wrong with it. And ain't nothing wrong if he tell you, hey, just stay. All I need you to do is take care of the house and stay beautiful.
I agree with that.
Ain't
I
shit
think
wrong
that
with
if a man, that rare
There
occasion.
shouldn't be no back talk from that.
Yes.
Given the employment, given all the struggle, you know, I'm not finna, like, if I got the opportunity, like if I have the means to be able to carry my wife and take care of my family without her working, yeah, I would want to come home to a gorgeous woman. You get what I'm saying?
Are you settling when she's not the same woman that you met physically, but because she still has to go and work and contribute to the household? Are you okay with her putting on an extra 50 pounds? Are you even still?
Yeah, there's exceptions, and I think me and Toya talked about this with another group of individuals on a different line of communication. Yeah, there's exceptions. So obviously, a woman is going to get pregnant. She's going to gain that weight.
Well,
she
we're not
reserved
talking
that.
about pregnancy. I'm just speaking in general terms. When you met her, she looked one way, and you're saying because she still has to get up and work every day and contribute to the household, you were saying that she's giving grace that she can gain weight. So
Yeah, if she have to get up, yeah, if she have to,
and are you still going to be attracted to that woman?
yes, if she has to work and she start gaining work, if it get to a point where she got to come help her husband out, she got to come help bring home some money for for the expenses and the bills and stuff, then yeah, she reserved that. But if she literally is retired, she don't have no job, only thing she doing is maintaining the house, ain't nothing wrong with taking 1 or 2 hours and going down to the basement and get on the treadmill or going to the gym with your girls.
That I hate to say
you can go at 4 a.m. You can go at 5 a.m. You got all that flexibility on the timeline. Like
the problem with all of this is that we want to talk about like men don't make enough, but women don't even put themselves in a position to be with a man who does make enough. A lot of us have debt. A lot of us have past relationship trauma. A lot of us are not ready to submit. And a man making enough money for you to stay home is gonna want that.
I don't think a man that makes that kind of money is looking for those kind of qualities in a woman. A lot of the times it's accessibility. I don't think a woman having debt would make a man who has the funds to pay her debt off and then some not want her.
I guarantee you, if you look at all these rich millionaires and everybody who's got bags and NBA players, NFL players, if you look at they hip, they is not dragging around no goddamn sack of elephants.
So can I respond to
what I'm not sure what that correlates to or translates into.
I agree with. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my point wasn't that he made it. He makes enough to be able to pay her debt off. That wasn't the point. The point is, don't bring him that debt to begin with. That was my point.
I had that point. I just don't think that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Men prefer debt-free virgins without tattoos.
Let me just say this. Listen.
I ain't heard no man turning down no woman because she got debt.
Listen, or bad credit.
I mean, but if we had a preference, but if honestly we did have a preference, we would probably want the cleaner looking woman, like no tax and all that bullshit.
Exactly.
But that's not realistic in today's society. I mean, you just got to get what you can these days.
Let me just say this,
especially in the Black community, man.
Hold up.
There's an overweight pandemic.
You great. Go ahead, Shantae.
Because I actually did research on this, and which I will bring out in the next 2 weeks. Actually, a wealthy man wants his woman to be well versed. Back in the day, people went to college. If you were to be groomed for a wealthy man, education was a must. You went to a private school, which includes college, because you wanted to represent your husband, even though your college was not necessarily to get a job, but it was to get you to be well versed. So when he goes into public, you're able to carry yourself. You're able to fit in these
groups. But what you're missing
into your jeans,
ma'am. I researched this. And I got something for y'all in 2 weeks. So that whole thing about sweetheart, if you've ever dated a wealthy man, especially as a Black woman, he wants you to be of a certain education. He does not want to. I mean, it depends. If you're talking about a celebrity man, okay. If you're living your life trying to get the celebrity or the athlete, okay. But we're talking about businessmen, CEOs. He does not want a dummy.
So not having college debt does not equate to being a dummy, for one. And number two, back in the day, like you brought up, the family paid for college for the most part.
I absolutely.
Yeah, that was before Lyndon B. Johnson created this great.
The cost of college is astronomical.
Because she said something, and I want to add context. Ma'am, you said men want virgins?
I said men prefer debt-free virgins without tattoos. Not all, but most.
Virgins.
Who told you that?
What statistic? Where did you get this statistic from?
No. I'm saying, but wait.
Is that what y'all want?
So y'all want women who ran through with tats all over her body?
I can't hear.
Stop. Let her answer the question.
Why do we always go to these extremes?
I couldn't hear.
I just want to find out where she get this from.
Oh, you said where did I get that from?
Yes.
I guess the religion that I'm in. I'm a Christian, so.
So you mean Christians probably? Well, you can't even say that, baby, because Nick, look, we good, but don't nobody prefer virgins. You know what I'm saying? If you look at it, they wife up the most thottiest chicks, and I'm just saying. I mean, that's across the board.
So you would, not you, but you think men prefer women who had more than, a sexual partner or more than one sexual partner, which could also lead to having past relationship trauma, than someone who has not encountered that?
I'm telling you, men don't care about body count. This is a YouTube talking point that we're actually taking and we bring it into. We trying to make it reality when it's not reality. Ain't no man going in here asking the chick, "Oh, what's your body count?" It's something that sound good on YouTube and it rhyme, and then y'all just jiving to the beat. It makes
with everything being the same, between two women, and one has slept with two men, and the other one is a virgin, you would prefer the one that has slept with two men with everything else being the same?
Cool. Let me give you a common sense response. It's not first of all, I agree with Logic on that. It's not a prerequisite. Like, it's not like, oh, you required enough to be a virgin. No, it's not that. But I mean, I would be remiss if I say, given the option to have a woman who hasn't been touched, I wouldn't go for that. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you say I wouldn't prefer that. But that's not the reality when you're dating. So it's not something that we have as a requirement, because it's really not. It's very scary.
And I understand that, but I was
what age range you get into dating, you never really see that. So it doesn't dawn on us that, hey, this is what we prefer.
It's literally a needle in the
I understand where you're coming from, but my point was, let's use that as a goal for women. Us women, let's use that as a goal to not rack up a lot of debt, to not mark our bodies all up, and to not get our body count high. What is wrong with
you asking a lot?
Can I ask what tattoos has to do with that?
Tattoos look trashy.
So you're speaking from your perspective.
That's a personal preference, right? And so here we
go. And everybody else.
Here's my thing, kind of with the whole extremism when it comes to like religion. To be quite frank, Cora, the way that you just came off felt extremely
judgmental. Because I look trashy, by the way, Della.
Right, and I have tattoos as well, and I don't look trashy at all. And so my point is that people can have their preference, and you can express your preference without being mean, without being condescending, or being belittling. So I understand that you don't care for tattoos. That's fine. I do see your point when it comes to, reserving your temple and not just having, putting it out there for any and everyone. And so I do agree with you in that, context, but there are better ways in which you can get your point across to where you don't come off, mean.
And I think too, Cora, if I go around, because I've been around a few wealthy men in my life, and I'm sorry, they're not going to church finding the
there's not many there's not many
So
men
I
left
think
in the church.
I think you guys are again like missing the point. The point is not you should be this. The point is that women should aim at that.
Oh, I get it. Yeah,
And there's
we all
nothing
agree
wrong
with
with that.
the sexual situation. I agree with that.
And that was my whole point with health.
Tattoo is preference.
You should aim, especially. I don't know what the stats are with the black sisters as far as overweight, being overweight and shit. I think it's a high number that shouldn't be that high, but I think the aim should be, you know what I'm saying, to be as healthy as you can be. You know what I'm saying, given the circumstances.
I think that somebody
Just the same as trying to be as successful or as trying to be as financially stable as you can be given the circumstances in our community with black people as well. You know the circumstances and that's a problem. Let's try to fix it. And they say these problems also relate to child taking care of kids and shit and poverty and all that stuff. If all these things exist and these things are damaging, try to do something to improve it, to see if there's a better outcome. And it's, you get what I'm saying?
Yes, and I don't say all of that to say I don't have tattoos or that I am a virgin or I don't have debt. Again, I'm just putting this out there for women and younger women that this is something that I believe that we should aim at. Not incurring a lot of debts, not incurring a lot of tattoos all over our body, and not having a high body count where we have relationship trauma from past relationships.
But I'm
glad you spoke on that because that was going to be my next question to you. Like, are you living 100% the Christian lifestyle according to the Bible, if that's the religion of your preference? Because you can't be throwing out telling people to do certain things, but you haven't lived that life. So are you...
I think she said the aim.
In that life?
Right.
That should be a goal. But I want to ask a question.
Can I respond to her real quick? She did ask me a question.
Yes. Correct.
So again, like I said, I'm not saying I don't have any tattoos or any debt or anything like that. I put that out there because I said that is the goal. But with that being said, when people ask that question, like you just asked, Tam, that's like someone who used to smoke and warning people, look, I have lung cancer, so I recommend you don't smoke. And then you're like, oh, well, you used to smoke. That's how you ended up with lung cancer. Like, who are you to tell me? No. So again, it's the aim.
Well, no, I say that because it's your tone and in your delivery and the way you're trying to deliver the message to us. You don't have to make someone feel guilty about their choices that they made in life because you chose a different path. So
your guilty feelings are your own.
But it's your delivery, honey, in the way you say things. If you want people to get your message, you have to deliver the message in a way that people are going to accept it.
Yeah, it's not my delivery. You're just not used to hearing this.
Well,
yeah, I think all other women on the panel that agree that your delivery is
you all are not used to hearing this.
Everybody,
if we could put aside our emotions and ignore the delivery and just get the concept of what we're trying to say, I think that's another big thing in the Black community we struggle with, because we don't like the delivery. We focusing on how it came out instead of, okay, what do we understand it? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's hard. But also part of education is tone. Like, if you want someone to receive your message, you need to be able to say it in a way that someone is going to receive it and understand it.
Man, y'all better not go to the military.
I'm not in the military. Didn't choose. You're also on Chic. So that's on this platform. If you're going to educate somebody not to do something, then you might want to say it in a way that people are going to be like, okay, I understand your point. We could agree to disagree. But if you sit back and you want to preach that tattoos look trashy and everybody on the panel has tattoos and everybody in the chat has tattoos, we're not going to listen to anything else that you have to say.
Well, that's fine, but you did, or someone did ask me what I felt about tattoos personally.
I'm not.
So let me just say
So,
this. I
it's all in the delivery.
They ask you what you think personally. You tell them personally. And they
Bruce,
can't
you
say.
can say what you, but don't make it the standard. So now you're telling me I'm aiming for something that you've insulted.
No, that's not what was said. You asked me what was wrong with tattoos.
Okay, so let me
So-
first, Cora.
2 seconds, you guys. Jesus. Okay, I didn't take so I know you hit a chord with some people, but I didn't take the tone, so bad. But I think for me it was the misinformation, because as a person who, I don't like to sound like I'm break. I've dated men with wealth, I don't sleep with them. I just, but I find that as an African American woman, you have to be educated to even be considered interracial. Like if you're dating a black man, then maybe. If you're just dating men and they're of wealth, they want you to come with education. Now there are ways to get this education and not collect debt. Scholarships. If you're an athlete, there are different ways to go to school without having to pay grants. I try to get kids scholarships all the time. So I agree. Maybe the way it's saying is like education. I think that you should definitely pursue your education, but try to find means to keep the debt low when pursuing the education. Maybe.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with getting in debt as long as you got a plan or you got some type of work.
It's an investment, just like anything else is an investment. A business is an investment.
Yeah.
People lose money all the time with businesses. They do, but it's an investment. You have to invest in yourself.
I've been holding this for a while. So watch this. God dang, y'all loading up. And look, I'm fair across the board. Everybody get a smoke. Cause look, with the whole tone police thing, like I said, you trigger by the message, deal with the fact. What she stated was not a fact. See, look, stupid stuff like this, tattoos look trashy, that's a fact. Ma'am, that's not, how can you prove that's a fact? See, you people are terrorists. And it's serious. And then now if you want to go to the student debt shows our lack of legacy leaving to kids. If we actually have a defined legacy like every other culture do, then we want to curb that student debt. So like you're trying to, this is insane. And I say, can anybody please have an original thought? Because I'm telling y'all sound like some YouTube junkies. Original thought. Do you know what that is? Do I need to define that for the people on the panel and the chat? You have no original thoughts. That's why you cannot debate this. That's why in a debate, you cannot debate somebody else's point. You will get destroyed because it's not original thought. If it was original thought, you would have something better and say, oh, they say that tattoos look trashy or whatever. Do you know the percentage of not just only black people, but the people in the world that have tattoos? So like I said, you're speaking from YouTube. Unplug and start speaking from yourself.
And they're cultural too. Dr. Eugene, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine.
Hi, Dr. Eugene.
Hey,
these are all opinions at this point.
Yeah,
it's observation. It's based on observation.
Yeah, I heard one segment. You talk about weight and health and exercising things, and you want to look good and be healthy and stuff. But there's one thing that not very many people discuss about exercise and health. Exercise is supposed to improve your performance. You got to think about performance for one thing. I mean, think about it. When you have performance, I mean, you're working long hours, right? You're not talking about both the man and the woman. You're working long hours. Okay, you got enough energy where you come home. Yeah, you might be a little bit tired, but at least when you come home, you have enough energy to do a little bit more things. Whether it's cooking, cleaning, helping your wife do something, or even saving your best performance for bed. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're gonna need that energy. And if you have, if you have that girth on you, it's going to really hinder you from from doing your best, to please your partner, especially in bed.
Dr. Eugene.
That's not true. That's not true. See,
that's not
true. Nigga, you ain't never messed with a thick chick, bruh. That's not true.
Oh yes, I have. Believe me.
Okay, then so then you know you're wrong. It's not true. The slim chicks is the boring chicks. It's not true. See, like I said,
that hasn't been the same. Slim chick been good to me.
Two talking points because I will crush your ass without doing.
Hey, Mr. Logic, I have been with a big woman, and believe me, her legs were too darn thick for me to get in. So please, Mr.
That man got more gray hair than you, Logic. He know what he's talking about.
He's not talking thick no more.
I've been there.
You're talking about somebody that you probably needed a forklift to put in the bed. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what we see today as average, the average black woman. And I'm saying this, the thicker she get, the more freakier she get. So now I never saw a thick chick performance go down the bed. I seen a slim chick performance go down in the bed. I'm just saying.
But you want to know why that is, though?
Why, Mike?
This is what I've heard. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the truth.
Oh, don't take what you heard on YouTube.
For clarification, the average size woman is 14 to 16. Size 14 to 16. That's the area we're talking about. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get. This is the late night. I'm gonna get a little dirty.
Oh Lord,
it's the bourbon.
All right.
Oh, right. We say we drinking tonight. We always do. We always shout out our drinks on Chic Critique. We'll start from the top. What you drinking, Miss Tam?
Some tequila.
Ooh, tequila. That's my drink, girl.
What you drinking tonight?
Coffee. I gotta drive to Alabama in the morning.
Cece, what you drinking?
What part of Alabama?
Sparkling water, because I lost my voice. I had tea earlier. I'm trying to recover from being sick, so I'm not drinking alcohol.
Mr. Logic is drinking that orange 1942. That shit like with orange juice. Boy. Mike Duck, what you drinking on?
I'm drinking Mount Creek.
Team Della, what you drinking on, my sister?
Some chai tea.
Cora, what are you drinking on, baby?
Just some water.
Water. Bruiser, what you drinking on?
I'm drinking on one of my favorites, Bacardi, coconut with a little bit of orange juice.
And Mr. Steele, what you drinking on, sir?
I was drinking on some carbonated water.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Steele, I thought you were like one of those gin guys. You like one of those gin, like pour my little gin in a little gin cup.
Well, I mean, I do drink some wine coolers from time to time, but I really don't drink much.
Girl, you living dangerously, Dr.
I didn't even know he's still sober.
Is there a particular reason why you stopped drinking alcohol, or did you even stop?
No. From the very beginning, I've never really drank much. Because I've watched people get drunk, and and believe I had some experience with getting drunk myself, but I watch people get drunk, and it.
Let me tell you, it looks bad, but it feels good.
In some ways, if you
a little tipsy, not drunk, like don't get like throwing up.
Hold up, Mr. Steele, is you coming to Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah.
Okay, so look, Mr. Steele, one day just hang out with me, please. Oh, Mr. Logic.
Oh, we're gonna get with Dr. Steele turned up. We're gonna.
I'm gonna hang out with as many as you as I can. Believe me.
No, Mr. Steele, from a young G to an OG, just give me one day.
He's not that old. He's 51, right?
I said from a young G to OG. He's still my OG. You don't. This man talk.
Oh, happy belated birthday!
Hey, I'm not gonna lie.
Happy belated birthday!
I'm not gonna lie. Logic was lit in the club at Houston.
No, we ain't talking about
Yes,
that. Look.
Oh, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Hey, no.
Come on up. Tam, don't be. I was
Steele,
letting the
Mr.
club
Steele.
too. I was gone.
Hey, Mr. Steele, can I take you on a date? Just one date.
Okay, I hope you up for that.
All right. It's on me. I treat. See, you know what I'm saying? I thought it out and I pay.
Okay.
I not thought it out though like that. We're gonna have fun though. We're gonna have fun.
I was about to say that terminology sounded a little.
Hey, well, guess what? Because I don't care. I'm comfortable with myself.
You know I'm a jerk.
No, miss.
Hey, Tam, I'm not gonna lie. I got so lit in Houston, my wife had to drive me home.
That's
I
how
wish I would have remembered you. Gosh, I don't know why.
Who was the only white person there? How
I
did
was
you not
looking for
know?
white people.
She don't be checking.
You could have been a light-skinned black.
No,
We come in different shades.
They was sitting. He was sitting right behind you.
Oh,
and she didn't see him.
Damn. See, look at that. I told you about these privileged black.
We come in so many different beautiful shades that.
No, that's
You know
because
what's
you
even-
with your wife. She
you know
should
what's-
be looking at you anyway if you with another woman.
Oh, I was with my wife.
Yeah, she
Scam
should have
with-
been. She should have
Scam,
been.
Scam and Logic was chatting it up with my wife.
His wife, cool. Yeah. Well, I was talking to everybody, man. I'm really shy.
Mike, are you
in
coming
real
to
life?
it?
Nah, I'm gonna be in pararescue training.
Oh, that sucks.
Mm.
But you be rescuing people.
Yeah.
Thought you said you had CBRN training.
Yeah, well, they changed it. You know how
You
things
be in
change.
training. You ain't got to explain all that to us. You can't come because you got a job to do.
It sounds more interesting than it is, and more likely it's gonna be some BS.
Well, it is what it is. Thank you for what you do.
Hey, Mike Dub, cheers to you. I hope your training goes safe. Oh shit, I'm going to the Philippines tomorrow. I don't want to might get. I'm
You doing tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, Tuesday.
Oh.
Y'all, everybody pray for me. That hope I will get malaria.
Thank you.
That sounds terrible.
Cheers to everybody though.
You gonna get some shit that fuck up your beard.
I don't care.
I don't think that's
What
possible.
is going on?
I don't think it's possible.
You know what? Look, I finally got a shape up though. I was trying to wolf, and then I said, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just get my shit shaped up, get a haircut.
You know what's funny though, Logic? The army has fucking allowed everything but for men to have beards.
Well, the way they changing, you know what I'm saying? They allowing dick / pussies in it now. Might as well let y'all get a beard.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Hey, let's go to the super chat. Y'all can have your sidebar military conversation on another
That's
day.
not a military conversation.
Oh, let's see. You said that. Can you put the
super
chats up if there are any?
Yes,
Yeah,
there was
we got
one that just came through. $5, Harrison Davis.
Harrison said she said what she said, but also we choose to work, men and women, and we choose to go to the gym. We got too many excuses in the black community. No, we don't choose. I don't choose to work. Shit. Wish I could stay. I gotta work.
See, now that's something to discuss. Like that's not moving the field goal. That's asking a question that do black women prefer to work? And I agree with that. But look, y'all ain't gonna catch me up here. I ain't sipping for no chicks. I'm across the board. And Cora, you probably heard me say this exact same thing before, correct, ma'am?
Yes, I have.
All right. How's it sipping then?
Man, that simping term be thrown loosely around. That shit be pissing me off.
You do. People just get mad and say, simp, 304 simp.
Anybody gonna read that one?
Shut up.
Okay, the women on KS shows wanted high value men, so he was just saying what most high value men look for. His point was to get what you qualify for.
No, he forced them. No, he used to force them to say that they wanted a man making a certain amount of money. Not forced, but you know what I mean. He used to get them in the corner. There was no saying that you're okay with a man
down a
making
rabbit hole.
$60,000.
If he talks to somebody long enough,
right. And see, the thing is, if she's making 70 grand, right? she wanted a provider. So in order for her to provide, he had to automatically make more money than her, correct?
Yep.
So they just fit into that criteria. But they did not come in saying, hey, I want a high value man. Nobody heard high value man until until COVID. Wasn't nobody running around. That's why I hate this YouTube lingo.
Nah. It's even worse logic. It's even worse logic. And even hear high value man until Biden.
Huh? What he just say?
Man, mute your mic.
I don't know.
What the hell?
No. The high value man.
Mike,
what's going on today, Mike?
He tipsy.
Y'all gonna leave Mike alone.
Creek.
Mike said he's lonely in that house. His wife is miles away. You leave him alone. So you guys are being real sensitive. You guys.
Who's being
Not
sensitive?
the tattoos on a body does look trashy, and it can prevent you from getting in certain spaces if that's what you desire.
My tattoos have not prevented me from doing anything.
Well, you got them hidden. That's what it is.
Well,
All of mine can be hidden.
I mean, think
Look at
about
mine.
it.
You know I had any.
Hold on, wait. See, this is what we can do.
But is it only trashy on women and not on men? Let's talk about
Right.
it. Let's talk about
Can I please debunk? Look, lady.
That
I got
tattoo on your neck is so.
everywhere.
You look so trashy, Mr. Logic.
Guess what? By me having tattoos, look, shit, I got a damn look. That proves one thing, ma'am. You're incorrect, or whoever you was. You're incorrect. Because guess what? I am in corporate America.
Me too.
They love me.
it.
They love
Me
them.
too.
Mr. Logic. And I bet all of them. I see tattoos all the day. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I think when it get to the face, that's when it become unprofessional. Because
Yeah,
you talk to somebody. But that's still my opinion.
But
I'm just saying, I think when it get to the face, that's when it become unprofessional.
But
Yeah,
logic,
this is something I was about to say about.
What's
the logic, don't you think it don't matter as long as it can be covered up?
That's life.
Somebody needs to get
I
out of
think
the
Toy's
line.
watching YouTube over there.
Yeah, someone's watching YouTube and
The
decided.
logic, don't you think, like in a corporate world, as long as you got it covered up, they really don't care?
They
Well,
can't.
And
afford
Logic
it, so
thinks-
there would be nothing to serve
Now,
out.
this,
This would be good.
this is prime example of not listening.
Yes.
I don't think he said face tattoos, did he?
No,
I did not.
He said
No,
that's
no.
what
he
it's
literally said if you
Yeah.
have face tattoos, that's when it
When they
takes
lose
a
the
little too
battle,
far.
they have to move the field goal. And
But they get ready to
Larry,
super chat.
you don't think face tattoos is trashy? You sucker! I just said it was unprofessional. But in this day and age, look, you know what? Come up here and tell me what you do for a living, and I tell you what I do for a living, and we'll see who actually doing so for a living, and we say who's trashy or not. Sucker.
Oh,
I think if we, I think if
Yeah, I
we
was
use,
about to
I
say.
think if we put everything together and look at it, I think people are saying that some tattoos in certain places, in certain ways, could come off as trashy. Not all of them, though.
So I think that most
as
women
long
wear
as they- I think as long as they're covered up,
even
they
if
really
they're
don't
not covered.
That was
And
my
I also think that's why you have to be very intentional with the choice of words that you put out there, because we're not mind readers. We're reading exactly what it is that you're saying, and it's not my job to interpret and read in between the lines. So speak clearly and be intentional with what it is, the message that you're trying to get across.
But I think Mr. Logic can agree with this, is that the corporate world, even the military, don't care as long as they're covered up. They don't care. You got tattoos, they don't see them. But they can see it on your face, and that looks trashy as hell.
Yeah,
Look, I went
It's just certain places and certain tattoos.
I went to a little pool party, you know what I'm saying, that we did, an annual pool party. And I came in there and it was like, damn, this nigga got all these tattoos. But guess what? They ain't know. What, they gonna fire me because I got tattoos? You know what I'm saying? As long as they ain't got that and said no swastikas or no, you know what I'm saying, fuck your baby mama, or a message that presents hate, nobody cares. Like I said, it was a YouTube talking point. How about this? Ring, ring, ring. The game is over. Let's get back into reality, baby.
But
I
Mike
don't
Dub,
think a lot of people are getting some of this stuff from YouTube. I think whenever she stated about the tattoos, I think she was talking from a religious standpoint.
I think she's talking about from a personal preference.
I don't think necessarily a lot of points are just coming from YouTube. Like anything that I say, if I could speak for myself and defend myself on the points that I made in here, was from my own personal experience or the things I do. I'm not putting nothing on nobody that I ain't already had done or already experienced or striving to do. So,
but I think
yeah,
the
YouTube.
only thing you can only get away with minus cover-ups is like probably on your hands, and it depends on what it is.
but the thing about that is what Mike Dub is even saying. Like he said that he thinks that tattoos on your face look trashy. In 10 years, people are going to say you're judging them for saying that tattoos on your face look trashy because it's going to be more accepted. So it's like, where do we draw the line?
Well, only reason why
You can't draw a line. If you look at it like that, you really can't draw a line. Whenever you're using your religious beliefs, you actually drawing a line and you're not accepting the changes of society. That's another reason why I kind of stepped away from the church because it was outdated.
Wait, y'all see this is second person right here. Thank you for your $5 though. Only diamonds tattoo their face. Make sure you have tattoos that can be covered. That was our whole premise.
Yeah.
So nobody ever brought up tattoos.
Just made the point I just made.
We said that the statement that Cora made was tattoos are trashy.
Period.
Yeah,
And honestly, Cora, you draw the line. You draw the line at like personal opinions. At some point, you just have to understand that your personal opinion isn't relevant to anybody else except for yourself. And if it doesn't bring light, if it doesn't uplift the setting, then there really is no point in putting it out there. You know, at the end of the day,
when I was
you come on a panel like this where people are asked to.
So thank you for.
So if you don't like it, that's on you.
I think this whole panel is hold on, Buzzer. Hold on,
Buzzer.
Personal opinion.
Buzzer, hold on 1 second. So I appreciate
Bruiser.
I appreciate your interjection, Cora, but no one asked you that. You pointed out that tattoos were trashy. No one asked you for your opinion on that.
Not only that, you said men think tattoos are trashy.
Right.
No, well, I was asked for my opinion because at first I just simply said that men prefer debt-free versions without tattoos. And then later I was asked why. Why do I think that? So yeah.
And if I can interject, Shantae, if you don't mind me asking, this your show. For my understanding, when you allow us to come on this show, you're pretty much giving us the green light to voice our opinion.
Right.
Are you asking us to come in here with a fact or just have a discussion on how we feel about the topics or, you know what I'm saying? So how it relates to how we.
But Bruiser,
I would love for you to be quiet. Let me give you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. But I think that the issue. So we want to make sure we are voicing it correctly. So I think that when you come, we have guys here, and when you come and say what guys like, and you yourself is not a guy, and then all the guys are saying no, that's not the way. It's okay to say, in my opinion, blah 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 blah. But when you state it as a fact, as if you know for a fact it's a fact, that's a little different. So yes, we open up to opinions because we all have them, but we want to make sure we state them as an opinion, not as a fact.
But I think here's a problem, Shantae, and this guy is a perfect example. Is that they like to state their opinions as if it's a fact.
That's what we just said, Mike. Mike, damn, stop tricking that damn bourbon.
You didn't say that.
Up there.
Shantae, you got another super chat.
Okay, he said I make over the top 30% money and been with my woman for 11 years. Are you married to her though? She keeps belly full and empty. Where are your women at play? Are you married though? Because I know you ain't got this girl in an 11-year relationship and you ain't put a ring on.
No.
Whoa. How the hell are you gonna talk about using that married line and then you gonna turn around and use it?
Hold up, wait. Let me get this nigga. He talking to me. He talking to me. Let me get him. Now look, player. Thank you for your $4.99. But if I had a chick, you know what I wouldn't be on right now? YouTube.
At 12:30.
He's on the other side of the house.
I'm sorry.
Listen, there seems to be an obsession of married couples being on this show till 3:00 in the morning.
I got my excuses.
We know what you.
We know your excuse, Mike.
Yeah, we know your excuse, Mike.
My husband is asleep, so.
Put him to sleep.
Everybody telling their excuses right here.
Right now, the excuse will come.
I know that's right. I just hope that you're
I
not
got
in a
a
11-year
girl I've been
relationship.
with
You're
for
married.
11 years, but now I'm fucking with Mr. Logic in the chat room. I've been with her for 11 years. If I've been with somebody for 11 years, you know what I'd be doing?
What?
Digging it out. The kid.
He got to leave us another super chat and tell us if he's married to her.
Then what?
I like it.
We appreciate all of the super chats. You guys, we're just,
But CC, you know what's funny though?
Y'all get some likes up.
Yes. What's
I think y'all had like a topic about Instagram or something.
It was Instagram models.
Well, we're not going back there.
He said marriage easy. Yes or no? Being in a committed relationship.
No. You cannot make that up. That is crazy.
He's in a situation.
He right. Marriage is easy.
Year-long
Make it with that tight ass shirt on, player.
It don't count.
He's not married. He's not
Marriage
married.
is easy. People just make it difficult.
He's not married. He's been with that woman for 11 years.
Not shacking up.
All right, hey player, I can shack up right now if I wanted to.
We know Logic,
but I choose not to.
Oh my
you bought them, and if I was shacked up, I wouldn't be on YouTube with you.
She's
Look at
upstairs
look at-
waiting on you.
She's upstairs waiting for
$1.99.
me. He in a situationship.
All right,
Yes,
no,
for the
watch
money.
this, watch
Get
this.
all your coins here.
Come on.
Hey, look,
Why
I
don't
give
you
you
just come up and have this
$100.
conversation?
Go buy a ring.
No.
Just come up and have a
Let
conversation.
me come point it forward. I give you $100 cash app. You go live. You come up here and cam up with her.
Oh gosh, Logic.
Nah, I'm down with this. Go on.
And what that little muscle shirt you got on?
$100 cash
Do
app.
it.
Do it.
Marriage.
Look at it.
You just spent that in the
Why
super
you
chat
didn't
tonight.
You want to be $35?
I mean,
Man,
you
he trolling y'all now.
Yeah.
Where the hell you get?
as long as you show your face, because this not showing your face.
If she's content with it, then do you, boo boo.
Okay, Chris. Okay.
As long as if you come up, you show your face.
Please.
I never should understand how women can stack up like that. That's
she has a ring. Well, duh, you're fucking.
So are you worried or not?
I'm done.
He still hasn't answered. He ain't married because he can't say yes.
So she got a ring, but not the actual.
She got a
She got a ring top.
She got a promise ring.
He said everything but say yes.
Long-term engagement.
Unless he's talking about engagement.
He
Maybe
on that high
engaged.
school stuff.
Bella.
Engaged.
He said everything but say yes.
It's a long-term engagement.
This is YouTube. You can be anybody you want to. You
They
can be.
got an arrangement.
You can be Iron Man. You can be
common law. Stop.
You can be anybody in the chat until it's time to cam up. Oh. Logic is undefeated.
Oh, he's
He got a desk
All right now.
He got to get the USB connection. Make sure it has.
Now he got to go upstairs and tell Shorty that he's gonna go live.
He needs this $100. Baby, come get this $100 real quick.
Make sure you got that government Wi-Fi.
She gotta take that bonnet off.
Hey, Bruce, to give you low me $100. I ain't got it.
Yeah, I give it to you.
Who said the bonnet?
The one with the scarf on.
It's still talk though. It's still talk.
Is that Cora? Camera on.
Cora, put your camera on, girl.
Right, we trying to.
Not with my scarf on, but if y'all really want to see me that bad, I mean,
Let's go. You see you on the show. You messing up the feng shui.
They about to troll your ass.
No, we're not. We're not mean.
We're not doing scarves.
We don't troll.
No, I've been on camera before this network was not network, but before this channel was even made. So I was on the Lapeef network. So I'm always on Fight Club. If y'all really want to see me, you can go and watch. But I'm not about to get out of my bed.
You don't have to get out your bed, honey.
Yeah, I'm not. Yes, I do.
Turn your camera on.
For what?
So we can see you, Cora.
Just go to my Instagram. You can see plenty of me.
No. Sister.
Cora not playing with y'all today.
She
Sister.
is playing with us today. Okay.
I mean, if y'all really want to go see me,
they want to see them tattoos on your face.
Hold up. I don't know. Wait. Hey, I'm gonna move you, Mr. Steele. Hold up. I'm gonna see if this is my dude.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Hands up.
Let's go. Now you can hear my. Hold on. Logic, be quiet. Hey, babe, you hear? You hear? Do y'all hear her?
No.
We need to see
hey,
her.
Say it louder. See, she's saying the kids are asleep. You hear that, Logic?
Make that man marry you.
Come to the camera.
Come to the camera.
Hey, no, I ain't gonna do that. She don't want to do that. You got a ring, babe? Let's
Did
show that
he
ring.
marry you though?
Let me show him that ring that I paid over.
We not doing no situationships in the 2-3.
Are you? So you're engaged?
Gotta be married by 2-3.
Let's go. Let's see that ring. Can you see
So
that
you're
ring?
engaged. Oh,
Hold on,
he's engaged.
Let me see that ring.
When is the date? When is the date? Because I
When's
got
the date?
rings too.
The ring right there. GIA certified.
Oh, it's beautiful. Pretty.
Saying GIA certified.
We not gonna get married though.
No, but no, real stuff.
This is Derek Jackson looking ass right here.
Wait, before you do anything though, look, I'm a man of my word.
No, don't give me the money. I don't want the money, my G. It's good. It's all good.
No, nigga.
I don't need the money. I don't need the money, my G.
I'll take it.
I'll have my cash app in the back.
You can pay your choice. Can I get a cash app?
All beautiful, including Logic. You know what I'm saying? But honestly, no, I just wanted to show
beautiful.
Logic,
Y'all need to be married before next year, though. We're not doing that situationship thing in 2-3. We're not doing it.
All right.
So you've been together for 11 years and you just got engaged?
No, we've been engaged for a little minute. We've been focusing.
Is she between your legs?
Like I said,
is she slurping?
What I said about the government Wi-Fi?
What is it?
What is happening?
I told you the government Wi-Fi. I called it.
Shantae, you trifling, Shantae.
What the hell are you doing?
I don't know what side it's on.
So we can figure out who that is.
This dude just like this is a Derek Jackson looking motherfucker right here.
He does look like Derek Jackson.
That was his internet.
Yeah, it sounded like shoes.
Hey, you need $100, nigga. Let me give you that shit.
You got that government Wi-Fi.
He's mobile.
Well, at least it came on. You
kinda
definitely got $100 though for that new Wi-Fi.
Hey, Darius, when I gonna get that new book?
Yeah, he oh man, let me take that man real name off. I ain't no hater though. I forgot where his point where he was talking shit to me for.
Well, maybe he'll come back.
He was trying to explain why he's been in a relationship for 11 years and recently. I guess he said they've been engaged longer than a year.
And they got kids. Like, sis, he married you yet?
His Wi-Fi saved him.
It's okay. Some people it takes a little long. We don't know when they met.
Their situation graduated.
He looks young.
He said
their situationship graduated. See, y'all was talking about situationships don't go nowhere. 11 years later, she got kids and now a wife. She's about to be a wife. So don't doubt your situationship, sis.
She ain't a wife yet.
Oh,
she ain't a wife yet.
He was the one that mentioned face tattoo. See, look, I don't mind disagreeing. Just come up here and state your point. You know what I'm saying? I want to be like the chicks up there eating popcorn and eating lamb chops.
What are y'all eating for real?
I'm eating chips.
What are y'all eating?
I don't care about my girls.
Personal preference.
I don't care about my girls.
I apologize to the chat and all the listeners. I did get a little nasty there, but it did sound kind of nasty.
It definitely did.
It did.
I just want to make sure that was not. Listen, that was me making sure that was not going on our show because we are.
I was crying.
We would never have that on our show.
What you think he was doing? Smashing?
Listen, it sounds like something going on.
Sloppy toppy.
On my knob, that corn on the cob.
No, I gotta say this though. I respect him for jumping on camming up.
I do, yeah.
A lot of them talk trash in the chat.
And he said 2 minutes too, and it was within 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and look, I know C like 2 minute man, but I wanted a little longer.
Hold on, baby. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
No, not like that. I mean, on the stream.
Oh,
to be here on the stream. Okay.
Yeah. What you thought I was talking about?
We don't know.
Well, y'all nasty tonight. Is it?
I was thinking about the stream too. I don't know what they were thinking.
It ain't even
Yeah, I know what she was thinking.
I needed clarification.
Exactly, right?
I needed clarification, okay?
And we got to salute Team Della because it's as long as I think she ever stayed.
I love Della.
Yes.
I love
is
Della.
usually out of here. 11 o'clock. She's like,
Moo didn't wake up yet. That's why.
the cat is waiting.
I actually need to feed her. My poor girl.
You better check on that cat.
No, honey, she's about to be up all night.
Oh.
Losing her
Look
mind.
at that. She looks so annoyed about it.
Because she literally goes crazy. I have like these little mice for her that have like balls on the inside. So she like they move around on the hardwood floor. She thinks like they're real mice. And when I tell you, like, she goes insane, running into things, hitting stuff is falling. It's a war zone out here.
Logic, did you I heard you got the same pets that Kay have?
I got the same what?
I don't want to say exactly what they are, the same pets.
Oh, the roaches.
Did you really get some?
Them roaches?
Oh, Madagascar roaches?
I just ain't plugged up. I really haven't did a lot in here. But yeah, I still got the roaches that got a male and a female. I think the female pregnant.
Oh wow. Congratulations.
See, this is
Is that Madagascar?
She's pregnant.
The Halloween Madagascar hissing cockroaches. They hiss.
You better make sure he married her. He done got her
Yeah,
pregnant.
how do you know that she's pregnant though?
Huh?
How do you know she's pregnant?
You see this little thing? I mean, trust me. How do I know a baby mama get pregnant?
Oh, she must be sagging at the bottom or something.
Oh, is she? Let's see.
Yeah. How do you know a baby mama
I
get
don't want
pregnant?
to see that, Della.
Whoa. Hold up. Hold the damn phone. Did this motherfucker say he got roaches
last night? And he was like, he was hissing.
Showed his roaches on the show.
Logic.
He was hissing.
You didn't say you got roaches.
He's like, that box is super wet when she's pregnant.
Yes, cat roaches.
He has wanted roaches, not the unwanted ones.
Logic. I know you joking. You literally saying you got roaches and they pregnant.
Yeah, but they're big. They're big.
I had beetles 2 weeks ago.
I thought I was hearing something. That's why I ain't say shit.
No, they're big. They're like
hold up, chat ninjas. What did I name the roaches? I named the roaches after the YouTube people, but I can't remember though.
This motherfucker got some roaches.
They've
been on. They've been everywhere. They famous.
Mike, you never heard of Madagascar roaches?
Kay posted hers. She took a picture and posted them in the Facebook chat.
Man, I live in Louisiana. I got flying roaches as a
I live in Louisiana too. I live in Louisiana.
I ain't trying to deal with no damn roaches that fly.
Well, we don't. I mean, that's what we have pest control for. But
That's right.
Yeah, well, I live in base housing. That's pretty much.
Hey, the roach's name is Anthony Q.
I'm done.
No, the chat did it. Hey, look, I'm getting a cane corso that's getting delivered. He's getting delivered in November, and I'm getting another French bulldog that's getting delivered in September. So,
did you say they were hissing cockroaches?
Yeah, they hissing cockroaches.
Oh,
Do you want me to show it to you?
I can't do it.
I'm good, bro.
The Beatles did too much for me a couple of weeks. Ugh.
I bought me another prayer plant today. I mean,
Logic, are you going to show us?
You want to see him?
Yeah.
Hell no, we don't want to see them.
Who did that, Della? It's not gonna be.
We don't want to see them.
That bullshit.
Bye, Della.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Bro, I'm out to
I did not want to see these roaches.
I'm gonna end up
I want to
spraying
see.
We were just kidding, Della. Don't be.
I want to see ya.
You already showed them.
we have an insectarium down here,
You
and
just left. You left before you put them on there.
Yes.
They're
If you
big.
gotta see these roaches, you gotta stay on all night.
Yep.
Hey, but Toya, do you get those palmetto bugs?
Palmetto bugs.
Yeah, the flying roaches.
Oh,
I see that more in the city.
And you picked it up with your hand. I thought you was gonna bring your little finger.
I thought he was gonna bring the case too. Oh wow, y'all are friendly. Is that the pregnant one?
No, this is the male. He got horns.
Oh.
Yo, I don't have to get my raid.
How long do they live for?
This is too much.
Hey, you looking at y'all?
How long do they live for, Logic?
Hey, man.
For the roaches.
Can you hear me?
How much you pay for them roaches?
$5.
He got him
How
on
you
a
get them things free from the backyard?
He found him on
He better wash your hands,
log.
man.
I know. Go wash your hands.
How long do they live
Wash
for?
your hands.
Logic.
Who told me to wash my hand?
3 of us.
My roaches cleaner than some of these goddamn chicks' boxes.
Ugh.
I don't disagree.
Don't play with me.
Them motherfuckers are nasty as hell. They could survive a nuclear disaster.
They not nasty. They
Is that a fact or an opinion, Mr. Logic?
They gonna outlive him.
Do they live long?
Hell yeah.
So they're gonna outlive him, and when he die, when he kill over, they're gonna eat him.
Hey, whoever said that, if a nuclear winter happened, they would be the only ones living.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Really? Is that a thing for roaches?
They're like
They survive everything.
I've heard that statement before.
Did you see that video where the roach was on the goldfish? You didn't see it. There was a roach just on the goldfish.
Just
in,
like
in
a
the
random
tank.
goldfish?
They can survive underwater for 45 minutes. They're disgusting. Roaches are gross.
Man, I'm gonna have to get some ray pellets now.
I gotta share the video in the chat. It literally is riding on a goldfish inside of the fish.
But those are not the ones that Logic have. They're not down here. You have to I think you have to buy those. That's not something that's
Yeah,
like.
but if you got
I've never seen that before.
Logic brought those back from Afghanistan.
People really have them as pets.
What's in Afghanistan is the camel hissing spider.
Oh my god.
The camel spider. Yeah, you don't want to mess with those.
We don't want
he said his phone's out. It wasn't my Wi-Fi. Me and the fiance have to take care of something right now.
We know. Oh,
$10.
we know.
Right now.
Listen.
Good night.
I'm gonna say this to you, player.
Maybe it started before your phone died.
Hey, Logic.
She was above the table just putting her arm.
Hey, can y'all let me confess to the player? Look, I salute you. I salute you. What you do?
Hey,
Y'all in a little relationship. I salute you. Matter of fact, I even go to Fox that I envy you.
Mistaken said, look at here. Why mistaken in the chat? Talking about she had a whole bunch of roaches growing up.
She didn't join. She's been on all night.
She should have just logged on.
She should have just logged in because she's still on. Mistaken.
Oh, she may be flying.
Hey,
Are you
Logic.
still in the air?
Hey, Logic, did you have camel spiders fighting in Afghanistan?
No, Iraq. Not Afghanistan. I didn't see camel spiders in
Was it Iraq or Afghanistan? I think it was Iraq. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
Iraq.
Camel spiders.
I'm glad you made it safely.
Me too.
Oh, she say hubby is sleeping. She's just like me.
All right, I have a question. Okay, so Toya, you're married. We asked this question amongst everybody. So Toya,
Yeah.
Ruzer, what about you? You're married too?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's married. I saw a
Yeah,
married.
yeah, married.
Cora, are you married?
Cora went to sleep.
She muted. I don't know if
Cora.
When he got a drink.
Hello. Sorry, my internet went out real quick.
There goes that government internet.
No, it's sometimes Comcast.
What happened?
I get on Comcast.
Oh, so we were just asking relationship status. It's something we ask.
Yeah, I'm not married, but I am in a relationship.
Oh, okay.
Thank God for the Lapeef network.
Situationship. Oh, she met him through the Lapeef network.
Oh,
definitely not a situationship though.
Well, it's
Hold on, wait.
Situationship until you're married.
Hold up. Did you get in a relationship off of Lapeef?
Super chat?
Yeah, it stemmed from that.
Oh, look at
love on the
Damn.
network.
Lapeef bringing love together.
The magic of the internet.
She got a chat
Let's
dude.
go ahead and have a
She
single
got a chat
matching
dude.
show.
That's dope though. What you say? She got a chat dude.
She got a chat boo. It started off in the chat.
we don't know it started off from the chat. It could
It
be
probably was the panel.
It did start off from the chat, so she's right. He
Oh,
saw me on the panel. He saw me on Fight Club, and yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
her
you
stuff
went
a little
to searching,
corny,
honey.
dude.
Okay.
Wow. I mean,
And it ended up in the sheets.
and now
No,
all of a sudden you got a lot
virginity
of
is
content.
She's a
important.
virtuous woman.
A virtuous woman, Mike. Get your head out
Wait,
the gutter.
you a virgin?
I didn't say that. What?
Oh.
Whoa. Why you accusing me? That was me.
Hold on, no, wait.
Because you said it ended up in the sheets. I said she's a virtuous.
No, that was bruising. That wasn't me. That was
Y'all
bruising.
gotta think about this. So she listened to Kevin Samuels, so that means after the second date, religion or not, she got to be busted open.
Ooh.
Where you at?
But God said
Man, she busting that thing open.
fornication is wrong, Mr. Logic.
Inquiring minds do want to
You
know.
should not be fornicating before you get married. You better get down the aisle. I grew up.
Well, number one,
Yeah, you ain't right.
I don't care.
number one, a lady never tells, but number two, I'm a teacher, so I'm not going to say what I have or have not been doing.
I got
Wait,
you.
Corey, you're a teacher.
That
You know what? I used to be
means-
real strict on Christianity.
So am I.
Hey, ain't nobody judging you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, do what you got to do.
Hey, do what you
Hey,
What
look,
grade do you teach,
look,
Cora?
I ain't got no 8-month rule no more. I'm done with the 8-month rule.
You don't? When did this happen, Mr. Logic?
happy.
Man,
You
look,
just said you had an 8-month rule earlier on SB. Like, come on, Logic.
It's
Hey,
like,
He talking about when he go to the Philippines. He gonna be
Oh,
right.
okay, gotcha.
Hey, Cora, it's your life. Do you?
Oh, whatever makes you happy.
I'm leaving. I was in high school for 4 years, and now I'm about to go to middle school.
What?
Okay.
I asked her what
grade
she teaches.
I teach home economics.
Okay.
Oh, I love home ec.
Yes,
Nice
it's my
class.
favorite.
They need to bring
I
home ec
didn't know they
back.
still teach that in school.
They
Yeah.
need to bring home ec all the way back.
They
took
should
a lot.
still teach that in school.
A lot of schools.
That means she don't do shit but bake cookies and teach recipes.
I'm here for
Brownies.
it, honey.
And I'm here to teach a girl
I
how
want
to
all
make
the
a
cookies.
recipe.
So all y'all ladies know how to cook.
Yes.
They just don't want to.
That's who doesn't want to? I love to cook. My man would never have to worry about me being in the kitchen. I love to make food for my man.
All right, so I'm asking you this: since you're not a cook, do you know how to make these Brazilian mashed potatoes?
No.
What is
Brazilian
I
mashed
can make
potato?
mashed potatoes. What makes them Brazilian?
Right.
Right. That's the question, Tam.
No, look, they like.
What's the recipe?
Hold up.
Right. What makes it a Brazilian mashed
I
potato?
don't know. Google, God damn it, y'all got a laptop.
Well, you already know. Why didn't
You
you just
wanna
ask
do
me?
that.
Potatoes.
It sound like whatever y'all man want, y'all will make it.
No,
I ain't gonna lie though.
Yeah, especially
Look.
if it's what they like to eat.
I'm
I
not
mean,
gonna lie.
I'm
I
telling
ain't
you,
gonna lie to you.
it's-
I ain't gonna lie to you though. I miss my wife's lemon pepper chicken. That shit was bomb.
No, I'm gonna say this: Google the Brazilian mashed potatoes and see what it is. I don't know what it is, right? It's
Okay.
two things
Yeah,
that,
why you asking us?
out here that I love. They have a honey cashew chicken salad, fucking delicious to die for. And these fucking mashed potatoes is like crack. Look, I done got so close with Julio in the back. Julio gave me a whole container of mashed potatoes.
Bruiser, did you think we couldn't cook?
Hey, Tam.
They look
So
like
what?
regular mashed potatoes, except for they're
Hey,
like.
Do you think we couldn't cook?
Yeah, it just
Do I
says
think
they're
y'all couldn't cook?
creamy and garlic. to me.
I didn't know. I didn't know if y'all.
Hey, Logic.
I think this was the generation of people where your mom used to actually leave you at home and be like, "Okay, this
Yeah.
some better be on the
That
stove.
chicken better be out too.
I think the cooking woman is starting to fade out.
That's
Nah,
true.
so he's got to
That
find
is
the right
very
one,
true.
bro.
I agree with
Well,
that.
I mean, Uber Eats has taken over.
But
Yo,
there's no
also
reason
these,
nobody should know how to cook. Like if you know how to read and you can follow a recipe, like there's so many YouTube cooking tutorials. Like, come on now, you just
I made
don't know.
I made a red velvet cake straight off YouTube. It came out pretty good too.
That's
That's
what
good. Now, see, I do like to bake more than I like to cook. I'm a baker.
I like to bake.
love to bake.
I
Yeah.
make
My
a
wife
good peach
wanna.
cobbler.
My wife wanna.
What'd you say?
I said I make a good peach cobbler.
You
Oh,
When I was
Zella, I will pay you to make me a
I'm banana pudding. I love
banana pudding, but I
Me
need a good toddler.
Y'all's with the whipped cream
It
on
is
top.
so
The whipped cream.
I used to do some
Zella,
baking
it's hard
myself.
with the right dough, the thickness, and the peach, and
See,
I need
I
the
like
crumble. I need a good.
puff pastry on the
Logic.
bottom and on top.
Hey, I got a question. I got a question though. I got a question for the
Julio
ladies,
doesn't do
and
anything for me though.
this might be better for Toya to answer. Is it true what they say about the spaghetti y'all make down there?
That is not true.
That is not true.
That is not freaking true.
Okay, Bruiser. Since we're talking about spaghetti, what is about the North?
I'm from New Orleans.
Hold on, Mike Duh. Hold on, bro.
In New Orleans, they say that women put their
menstrual
inside. Yes, thank you, Tam. They
inside
say that they place that in.
I think it's a Creole. They said it was a Creole thing, right?
It is a Creole thing, but it's not true.
I'm not saying it
I've
hasn't
heard some people
happened.
put sugar in it.
But
That sounds like a roux to me.
No,
well, that's not a roux. That's a whole nother thing.
It sounds like a
That is
ritual.
like putting
Look,
blood inside, menstrual inside some food. That
No,
sounds
it's
like
supposedly to make the man
back up.
never leave you.
make the man never leave. That sounds like some voodoo.
Yeah, I'm Creole, but I ain't never did that.
So you ain't never heard of it though. You ain't never heard of
I have
the
heard of it, but my Creole family don't do that.
But it's safe to say that some people in Creole do it.
I don't know.
Does
Like,
it work?
the people that I know, they've never done it. But I mean, that's not to say that it wasn't done before.
Yeah.
You know, I came along. I mean, I'm 40, so I don't know. I mean,
Well,
it could have been.
it ain't nothing you can do to make these men stay these days.
I just told y'all what to do.
That's a cap out right there.
What do we gotta do?
That's
What did you tell us we had to do?
Logic,
I'm
what
sorry.
bone are you chomping on?
First of all, you got to sit down and have a conversation with your man and have an
Lamb.
understanding of what he wants.
Lamb chop.
Exactly. But
And
here's
then,
I think women do that.
I wanna
yeah,
hear-
but
no, let him finish.
but how many people follow up with that conversation?
Exactly.
Let me ask you a question. So since the women are leading in divorce, maybe the conversation should be like, well, what do you want? Like, why y'all keep leaving?
You said what women
Men
want?
are interested in the relationship, but the women are leaving.
Man, more women are more concerned about themselves in a relationship than the actual man.
Oh, is that your situation?
No.
I don't think women are being clear about what they want out of a man.
Shante.
I was just concerned. I was
Shante on one today. Maybe she need to drink next time. She a little.
Yeah, we
I
got.
was
I
concerned.
think what
It was coming from a place of concern.
little saucy. We got Shaniqua.
No, but
You know, Mike comes on here like a little pup. You know, you be like, Mike, what's going on today?
I think what a lot of women
love
don't
mine.
realize is that a lot of the marriages that last like 30, 40, 50 years, someone has cheated, and typically it's the man. But nowadays, the women are so quick to just leave. Oh, he cheated. I'm leaving. I'm going to try to, get alimony. I'm getting child support. We're going to do this custody thing. And then they typically don't end up getting remarried. You can't run at this first sign of trouble.
But you
It's supposed to be until death.
I
mean,
think
the
a lot
cheating-
of the
the cheating
reasons why
thing-
women leave is because now they have more resources to be able to do so. Where, historically women, they weren't working. They really didn't have any other options. And now that we have options, we I'm good.
Yeah,
on that.
Yeah, you got that debt.
Not only that, you get
No, it ain't work. It ain't women working. It was the safety nets that was created.
they get a lot of benefits from marriage.
When the safety nets came, that's when women start walking away.
Once women start getting benefits from divorce, that's when they really started picking up.
I think majority of women walk away because they feel like they can do better. But the thing about it is, like,
yeah, you think the grass is greener on the other side.
Yeah, and a lot, and Laura knows I'm not ever telling somebody to stay in a bad situation because this is not my first marriage. I divorced my first husband, and that was due to some other reasons. But I'm remarried. I've been married for 13 years now.
But here's the thing, though.
Uh-huh.
But here's the thing, though. They say 80% of women divorce, right?
Uh-huh.
You have there's about like 50% of that who actually end up regretting it later.
Yeah. A lot of people move too fast. Like, I'm not ever saying that. I mean, nothing is perfect. I mean, let's just be honest. Nothing is freaking perfect. So it doesn't matter if you're going to go through things. Like, my mom and dad has been married for 37 years. So I've had that example of seeing a marriage. I know that every day is not a good day. What I also know too and learned from a young age is to mind your business. If my mama was upset with my daddy one day and was like, I'm ready to walk away, and then I came home came home later from school and they were working in the garden together, that's when you realize, like, mind your business, stay out of people's marriages. Like, things happen, emotions flare, but nobody should give up on things easily. Like, when I hear women say things like, oh, he's working on my nerve, I could do better. Like, are you sure? Like, do you I'm not ever saying stay if it's absolutely horrible. Like in my case, my first marriage, I left because he likes to fight. So I don't think anybody should stay in certain situations. I mean, I do believe in forgiving somebody, giving people another chance, which I did, but I'm not going to give you multiple chances for that type of situation.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable.
But yeah, but just to walk away. No,
but there's a lot of people who look back on it as like, I was overreacting.
Yes. And as women, we're emotional. Like, we can get mad about stuff and just be like, you know what? Forget this. I'm gone. And then once you calm down, you're like, dang, I probably shouldn't have reacted that way. And like, some people can be stubborn through the whole divorce process and don't even want it. But, just being stubborn and still just go through it, because I'm trying to prove a point to you because you hurt me or whatever. And then, you know what, a lot of people divorce and then wind up getting remarried to the same person that they divorced because they really didn't want the divorce in the first place.
They just wanted them to change and they wasn't changing.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about that though, Broser, is that a lot of people is waiting for the other one to change, for them to change.
But the problem is you're going into the marriage without setting those.
You have
setting the understanding of what you want.
Yeah.
Because everybody has a level of toleration, and once you exceed that level of toleration, now you gotta get out of the relationship.
Nah, but
that's a good point.
Because I have a level of toleration. I know there's things that's gonna.
Everyone has a level of tolerance. Some are higher than others. Some is a very, very short fuse. Like they can handle very little. Some they can handle a lot, but that depends on the person to person. But at the same time, is that you just got to know how to communicate. And the first thing you got to do is the best thing to do is start when you're dating. Because if you don't have that foundation when you're dating, what makes you think you're gonna have it year 6, year 7?
You know what's funny? I had a friend tell me I was crazy because of the questions that I asked. When me and my husband first started dating, I asked him what was his intentions. I asked him if he had kids. When was the last time he saw his kids? It's just certain things that I asked, and she was like, "Oh my God, you asked that?" I'm like, "Why would you not?
You have to.
Why would you not?
Why would you not be intentional?
And the relationship you have with your mother. What do you?
Yes, like why would you not? And like I have a when me and my husband met, and my son was 5 at the time when we met, and if I have a child and I'm dating a guy that he has kids, I want to know how active you are with your kids, because I'm not going to date someone that's not active with their kids, but you're going to come and be active with my child. That's not going to work for me.
I got a question for you, ma'am. If you can answer.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is dating men with kids?
Uh-huh.
Can you name me the benefits and the pros and the cons of dating a man with kids?
Ooh, that's a good question.
For me being a woman that already had a child, for me dating a guy.
I'm just saying in general, from a woman perspective, what is the pros and cons? I mean, it's just not to you, just to the women. Though.
Oh, I got you. The pros and the cons. I don't really think there's like a pros and a cons to it. I don't look at it like that, Logic. So I can't really say that there's like a pro or a con to it. The only way I can look at it from like for myself with being a mother was that I was getting with someone that already had a child, so he knew, you know, how to deal with kids. You know, he was familiar with being in that parenting role. But I mean, for like a single woman that meets a guy that has like kids already, I honestly don't know. I mean, I never looked at it like that as pros and cons.
Mm.
Mm.
No.
Any other ladies?
I mean, a pro would be if you're somebody that don't have kids and they don't have kids, you know, it's like, okay, that's a different dynamic. Like if we wanted kids together, it would be a experience we can experience together for the first time.
Mm.
Maybe somebody that do have kids would probably be, it depends on how that co-parenting situation is, because that could be a con. Like Howard, that's something that when I'm dating, I ask men that have kids, how is the co-parenting with you and your child or children's mother? Do you guys get along? How old is the child? Because I think the age of the child for me is an important factor. Because if you got some little babies, I'm like, ugh, that sounds complicated, and I don't like complicated.
Yeah, like if the baby's like 1 or younger,
girl, I normally look at it like 3 or younger. I'm like it might still be some attachment there. Like, how long has it been since y'all been broken up? So it's just like, it's for me, it's a lot of factors that come into play when I meet somebody and I'm asking questions with intent, because you have to vet people. Let's see if we on the same page, if we want the same things. Let's not figure this shit out a year into the relationship and now we both sitting up here looking crazy.
But Tam, here's the thing though.
Well, hold on. Before the guys, I know the guys going to get in. I'm gonna share perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I go back to the Philippines, I'm gonna interview this guy again. I did it, but the wind was bad, and he put me on so much game. What he told me that is, in their culture, women pick men with kids because it builds on their legacy.
Mm.
Okay.
So it is. So I started thinking like, and you know what I'm saying? I met him a long time ago. I mean, I travel a lot, but the whole concept of what he said and he was dropping game on me, that make me bring my viewpoint forward to like you guys. When I said, you know what I'm saying, marry, don't marry for love, marry for legacy. See, I don't think our women understand legacy until they in their 60s or maybe late 50s, and they're looking and they saying, like, you know what? They understand that you didn't live your life. So now what's next? You live your legacy through, you know what I'm saying? You'll start living through, you'll have fun, but you'll live through seeing the products that you produce out there moving and shaking. And then when he told me that whole legacy concept where his wife picked him because he had 2 kids. And then he set the ground rules. It was good. And now you seeing what he got. And I'm gonna show y'all what he got. Make sure y'all tune in. It's gonna be a Lapeef special.
Oh,
but why do our women not understand the importance of legacy? And then when I brought that question up to him, he was like, well, Western women have a tendency to being selfish. They think about
that's what I was thinking.
Over everything else. So now, but once they hit that bridge, you'll see once they hit that bridge where your hot girl summer over, all that, then now you're worried about a legacy. But at that point, it's too late.
I've heard that a lot. I've actually heard that a lot. Is that
I think that women are concerned about their kids. I don't think that they necessarily are thinking like, oh, I want him to have his own children, because that's not going to benefit.
I think you don't understand. Go ahead, Mike Dub.
I think he's talking about the woman who never had kids. It was like on her grind, doing the
no.
thing.
No, I'm speaking in general. Because
in general? Okay.
The thing is this right here. You got 2 kids, Shantae, right?
I do.
A man get with you, that's still building on his legacy.
Right, but that's so what I'm saying to you is from a woman's standpoint. I get it from a man's standpoint, meaning if he's a part of my kid's life, and and I'm that kind of person. If you are part of my kid's life, they belong, the respect. You have dominion over my kids. You understand? But from a female's perspective, I don't see how that because he doesn't take my last name. It's his legacy.
But ma'am, y'all will have the same last name.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I don't think women. Unfortunately, I get the Philippines, but women just don't. Listen, we have to respect that women and men think differently. Okay.
You
know what's funny about that logic? You know what's funny about that logic?
Don't let it off the hook. Don't let it off the hook. You just
my point. Speaking to the modern woman is like, no, a lot of women don't want to take the man's last name these days. Like they want to take their maiden name with the man's last name.
No,
that's a different story, and no, we don't always want to do that. But go ahead. What were you saying,
Logic?
Logic?
Hold on. I want to dilute it though. Now just listen to what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, the thing is when you produce a legacy, any man that get with you, right, you will have to invest in your kids, correct?
Correct.
That investment.
Not if it's McDonald's.
No. That investment. No, come on. All right. That investment will come back and benefit not just your they father's legacy, but it's a unified thing, and this is what we don't have. All the problems that we say we exist with finance problem or whatever, is we really don't have legacy. What do we leave our kids? We don't leave them nothing. People try to tell me that Martin Luther King got a legacy, but ain't nobody tell me what's popping with Martin Luther King kids in 2021. They try to say that all these different individuals, it's not legacies, it's nothing defined. It's like your father has a name, you're living behind their name, and then eventually it will dry out because they won't know who you is. That's not a defined legacy. See, the problem is it's not just only women, men too. We don't understand legacy. We so selfish, we think about ourselves, that we don't even think about our kids. We don't think about what's being produced, what they're gonna do, what's the benefits they can produce. You know what? You can sit here and just say a man get with you, Shantae. He got a child, you got a child, right? Y'all start a business. All right, y'all just say y'all start Chantel crunchy cookies. You know what? A legacy would be producing. You know what? You send your daughter to go to school to be an accountant. You send your son to go to school to be a cook. Do you understand this is how the Jews do it?
I understand that, but the difference between the conversation that you had and what I had was my kid is benefiting from it as well. You're saying he has his kid. Let me just give you an example. For example, let's just say the man who's married, he has his legacy. Then he meets the trophy wife. Okay, so his legacy, it doesn't go to let's just assume she doesn't have children from him. It doesn't go to her. It goes to his children who have no part. Like, yes, she's a part of their lives, but let's just be honest. Their loyalty is to their mother.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Their loyalty is to the legacy. See the difference between a legacy? It got a foundation, but it's a solidified blueprint. Like I was telling you about the Jewish community, right? Their legacy. If you was to marry a Jewish guy tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
You send your kids to college, right?
Mm-hmm.
That Jewish man gonna stop you and say, "Hey, he need to be a lawyer. He need to be a doctor." You ever been to John Hopkins? You ever been to John Hopkins Medical Center?
No.
All right, you go to John Hopkins Medical Center, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to a certain wing. And then every last motherfucker that got the same last name.
Okay, yes.
From the 80-year-old man to the 30-year-old intern.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now you don't call it intern. What you call a doctor when they the resident, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're building legacy.
Yes.
So it's not about the kids is the number one resource in their eyes. And in a lot of countries, the kids are the number one resource. In America, is the only place that you see, well, not America, Western civilization, where you see this persist. We don't care about legacy.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that part. That's not what I understand the importance of children and making sure your legacy okay. I'm just saying how a stepmom fits into that. You understand what I'm saying? So for example, how many people go out onto the bed beside, but if your dad was raised with your mom and he left her and went and married another woman, how many kids are like, oh, I'm gonna go protect my stepmom when she's I'm gonna take her out of assisted living, she's gonna live with us. They do that for their parents, but I don't see many of them do that for their step parents unless she was with them from day one. Like,
No,
something
they do. Because you part of that plan. Like you don't see them you don't see whether it's a stepmom, whether it's a stepdad, you don't see them left out of it. It's part of a plan. And it's a bigger plan.
If you had kids with her, right?
If you have kids with her, right?
I don't got no kids with you. I can't put you in my will.
Yeah.
So if I married you and I don't have kids and we didn't have kids together, but you had kids prior to them, that means
if
I'm
you
not
married to me, obviously my wife is gonna be in my will. But if you just my girlfriend,
what you said? We ain't talking about no shrag on the street.
I
didn't understand what
we're talking about wives when it comes to legacy.
Yeah, she the wife, yeah. A strag can't be part of legacy. That don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? And especially when we talk about last names. We said last name. So that means a strag don't get person last name. But you know what? This is why the black community is fucked up. You know what?
It's a lot more than that. But I do agree with the legacy component. I do think that we need to think more so on our legacy and be more intentional as it relates to our legacy.
Logic, did you say earlier that I'm just trying to clarify. Did you say that all women are terrorists earlier on SB?
That's his opinion. Come on now.
I was just asking.
All women is terrorists?
Yeah.
I said when I talk about terrorists, they're guilty until proven innocent.
Oh, okay.
Prove me you ain't a terrorist.
Whenever you
I don't have any pushback for that. So.
How you gonna find your woman, man, with that kind of mindset?
Look at CC eyes right now and Team Dell eyes. Do they not look like look, watch this.
Oh, shots fired.
No, they cool with me though. I like them though. But look at this guy eyes right here.
He like terrorists.
Don't they eyes look them?
He do like terrorists.
Uh-oh.
Billy. It's so funny because if you go to Lapeef, if you go to the channel and push videos, it's got like a video screenshot of it that says female terrorist. It's like, JM, you don't take that down.
Take it down for what? It's the truth.
Shut up.
Hey, look. Hey, so CC asked me earlier, what do my name mean? All right, you want to know the answer?
Is that you don't get wash rags after sex?
Yeah, you gangster town.
Say y'all. Say. I'm trying to look.
Hey, I never got a rag ever. I never got it. Wait, hold up, Billy. Hold up. I never, ever retrieved a nut rag. Ever. I never, and I never will. And like I said, I buy a whole bunch of nut rags. You know, you buy nut rags, like
never mind.
You can get them from Walmart and they cheap, and you just like you I don't want nobody washing their face with it, even after they wash. So you just have a, you know what I'm saying? I even got a thing on the side of my bed that I ain't even got to do it no more. I got like one of them things that barbers use that like hold hot rags.
Mister, we don't care about that.
Right. He proud of himself.
You motherfucking right. Act like you niggas don't use nut rags. See, that's why I can't deal with y'all YouTube niggas. Y'all never know how to keep it real.
You know what, Logic? I would love for you to be a part of our conversation.
Are you gonna get mad at people for not entertaining your nut rag conversation?
They don't know how to keep it real. They know damn well they know, and even the women know what a nut rag is.
Wait, you don't just sit in. You don't sit in it until it dry up. You just go ahead and go home.
My father-in-law is sitting right here.
What's that? Hold on, wait.
I'm trying to bring him on with us.
Oh, who you trying to bring on, Billy?
My stepfather on with us, and you up here talking about the nut rag.
Hey, how about this?
Logic just told y'all he be raw dogging, but you don't just sit in it. You don't just sit in the box.
You don't need the nut rag is not for the look. It's not. It's for the woman juices, not the man's.
Let's move on from this conversation.
Yeah, because they don't even know. I hate niggas.
Really? Talk conversation. Patreon.
Logic in there raw, dog. He tried to clean that up.
No, nigga,
yes,
the nut
Billy,
rag is for the
help you there,
shit.
Billy. Did you have anything you would like to add or comments on, Billy?
What's the
Why would she give you the nut rag for her though?
You just got here, Billy.
I just got here.
It's just gonna make sense to me because you say it's not to be used on the face, but never mind. I'm gonna just leave it alone.
The nut rag is for the woman. Bruiser. For I don't know how you don't understand it. You never had sex and a woman juices all over you.
Mr. Logic. Mr. Logic. We're not gonna
Yeah.
Were y'all talking about the McDonald's shit?
No, we wasn't talking about.
We not entertaining that McDonald's skit.
Yes, the girl was enough.
What were y'all talking? What was the conversation?
The girl we talked about the girl who had the interview with Shan Boody. But yeah, that if we talk about that McDonald's situation, that girl was
right. Look, I would have told her, don't throw my child food on the ground. If you want me to bring food for everybody, cut that burger into 8 pieces. Cut it 4 times. 1.5, 1 down the middle, and boom. Look, my baby gonna get 3 pieces. Everybody else get 1 piece.
You can't negotiate with terrorists. That doesn't work.
Everybody
no
get
negotiating.
3 fries. Everybody get 3 fries, and that's gonna be your little issue. But don't throw the food on the ground.
I got a question though. This is a legit question. What? So I so let me just start by saying that I thought the girl was very ratchet. She pissed me off like 5 times in that video. Okay. But I do want to say this. If because when she did the little comeback video, one of the things that she mentioned was, this guy, dang it, my phone just went dead. This guy was around her children. And so I remember the conversation about men, and they say, okay, I don't like to date women who are single moms because they don't like you to discipline their children. They don't like you to have dominion over their children. So my question is, if I give you that over the children, how does that change the situation with the McDonald's? Meaning, I've given you the power to discipline my children, to do all of these things as if you were the father in the household. So now that we've parted ways, does that go out the door? You don't even care no more?
Yes, it does go out the door. Because now...
So you want temporary.
No, it ain't no temporary nothing. Like, my responsibility is to my child and my child alone. Like,
so you shouldn't even ask for it. Then in that situation, that should be clear. It's okay. I'm not saying you're wrong.
The next day, I would have came over with 2 burgers and 2 fries, and I would have said, cut it in 4 pieces again.
So what I'm saying, okay.
Pieces. My baby gets 6 pieces this time.
Nah, that was
6 pieces of burger, and she get the rest of the fries. Now, after a while, my baby gonna start to get tired of y'all niggas. She gonna be like, my daddy come over here and bring me a burger every day. I gotta split it with y'all niggas.
Don't be bringing no McDonald's every day. That's not.
I hate it here. I hate my stepmama. I hate my stepbrothers. I hate all of these dudes. I hate everybody in this house. Daddy, come save me. Daddy, come save. Like, I'm gonna be the hero. You ain't about to keep playing me out to be no punk ass nigga.
So my question, this is a serious question, because I do hear, men say that one of the reasons why they don't date single parents is because she doesn't give them that power over the children. So my question is, if she does give you that power over the children and you're acting as the father and you've taken on that role, because of course she has children, how would that change? Go ahead.
So when you say give us power, you mean discipline power and all that other shit?
Discipline, you act as the father.
Yeah. So if you give a man discipline power and y'all are dating and we live together, then when I come home and bring food, I'm bringing food for all the kids.
Okay.
Because now I'm claiming responsibility for the household.
Exactly.
So I'm not gonna just bring some food for one kid and I'm disciplining all of them, and I'm trying to guide all of them. It just don't make any sense.
And that's what she was saying in.
I don't know if he was that
which is
role. I
now
look like he was just
it.
a.
But did she
But
make
she
her?
No,
was
she
saying
said
that
that she said that they had a relationship.
Yeah, she said her child is the youngest. So when they were together, he was feeding all her kids and he was doing everything for her kids.
Oh yeah, I don't think they was no longer on that level of
But
relationship.
here's
Yeah,
the
in
thing.
reality, it was a
it becomes because kids don't know, oh, they broke up. You know what I'm saying? Kids know, oh, this is the guy who loved us just 2 weeks ago. You know,
That sounds like a
you-
cap out.
If that wasn't a skit, them kids probably
kids
know.
Yeah,
know
but
about
that's the risk you deal with whenever you dating.
Absolutely.
And you have kids and you bringing this man around your kids. Whenever that relationship fail, you not only are you cutting off pussy from the dude, you have to cut off.
Well, she didn't. She
his-
said they
his-
were still having sex.
See,
That's what
I
she
don't really
fucked
know
up.
the whole details of it, but I'm gonna
If
say
that's
this:
the case, that's what
once
she
you
did.
lose once you lose that relationship with the dude, everything is done.
She said they were still smash. He calls for smashing purposes.
You mean to tell me after that video they did all that and he's still trying to hit?
But they went back to a
Yeah, I think
situation.
that was a TikTok, you know.
It was a
almost
skit. The
skit
girl
thing.
is a content creator. She has over like 100,000 followers on TikTok. She did
But
it to
it's a
go
real
viral.
scenario though.
Yeah, right. That's why I want to
is-
know.
it
It is
is
a real scenario. 'Cause there are people in
She
that
normally
situation.
ratchet like that?
She looked like it.
She normally ratchet.
I
But
was
I
about
think
to
it's an
say,
accountability
you
thing
got
for women,
I was
man.
about to say, yo, you got your hair did, your nails done, but you can't feed your kids.
She said her food stamps do not come until the 7th.
And then the 11th.
And he know that her other kids was hungry.
No.
Let me ask you a question. This is a
Tam,
question.
you
I
gotta
kinda
say it
wanna
right.
ask
You gotta
let
say
me
it
just
right.
say
First you
this.
said the
We
seventh.
not gonna be here all night.
Was it anything said about the fathers of the other kids?
Y'all just understand 2 o'clock we're cutting this off because
Tam said that too. Tam
She said
said
her
that too.
other kids is hungry.
What about our other
and you
kids'
not finna
fathers?
feed
What about the fathers of the other
one
kids? Was that
kid.
even in
Hey,
the
Tam, you off the hook.
If she did that to the other kid, if she did that
It's
to the
so
other
funny.
hey,
It's
Bruiser,
dramatic effects. Dramatic effects.
if she did that to the other fathers, Bruiser, I can see why they don't want to be there no more.
Yeah, she over look the way she reacted was unacceptable. Absolutely. But let me just say this.
I ain't gonna lie, you threw the food down. I would have caught a case. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You would have caught a case. You would have threw it all the way over there.
Over some food, Mike.
The McDonald's.
That was a McDonald's.
No,
Some
but that is
McDonald's, Mike.
Not even
It
a
was
White
very
House.
disrespectful.
All right, the point I'm trying to make, that
Not
is
even
so
a Waffle House.
disrespectful. That is so disrespectful.
Man, he went with his instinct. He one of them dudes that will react like that.
This really happened to me. This really happened to me. My daughter was over her father's house. He had gone to work because he has her, half the time. So he had gone to work, but his oldest son was there with my daughter. My daughter FaceTimes. She's like, "Mommy, I'm hungry. I don't want oatmeal." I was like, "Well," and I'm at home. So I'm like, "Well, what do you want to eat?" She said, "Well, can you please stop and get me something?" So her older brother is watching her. So I said, "Do you want something too?" And he was like, "No," but I didn't feel right just bringing something for her. So I was like, you know what? Maybe he didn't want to ask. I'll just bring him something anyway. Because that's just who I am. But isn't it an obligation? Absolutely not. But I'm a generous person. Because when I see a child, that's just how I am. But like I said,
I'm the
it's
same
not
way.
an obligation for sure.
I'm the
And
same
that's
way.
what
If I'm bringing the food for my son over there, and I'm entering the home to sit down and eat with my son or something like that, and I know there's other kids, then yeah, I may, most likely, highly likely, I'll bring food for everybody else in the house.
But
if I'm
And
just
in the
dropping
case
the
it was
food
a real
off,
situation, I'm like, I understand his point, but I also understand the point of the children who unfortunately don't have a voice. Like, I wouldn't be able in any other circumstance to allow my child, if I had kids, to eat in front of other kids that are clearly hungry, because that's what I got from the video.
Yeah.
She made it appear as if her other kids didn't have anything to eat, and he's bringing food for just one of the children. So I'm like, I wouldn't, as a mother, I couldn't sit there and let one child eat and the other children don't eat. And some people are like, oh, that's no
well,
different.
why wouldn't you just let
Hey,
that
what you
child
gotta
go
say about
out
this
to his
topic?
father and eat in the car?
That's what I was gonna say, Bruiser.
But that's what I said.
Absolutely.
What I got from the video, clearly her other children were hungry. That's what I took from it. She didn't have any food.
Assuming, we'll never know.
You're gonna make all of them starve.
Listen, but the thing about it is,
Can
let's
I
just be honest. Let's just be honest. McDonald's is a fun meal.
Right.
It's not about.
It's not a fun meal when kids are hungry,
listen,
though.
but listen, what I'm saying. It's like a treat kind of meal. So when you have kids, they're like, "Oh, McDonald's!" Now he's brought some fish over there and some, like a real meal. The kids probably been like, but it's McDonald's. It's supposed to entice kids. Kids are like,
All these safety nets, and they can't feed the kids McDonald's.
I would have brought him some biscuits and some hot links.
And
I
we're
mean, that would have been the logical thing to do is to get groceries. If
Right.
if what she's saying, I
that
don't
right,
get
Ma?
my food stamps until the 7th or the 11th, whatever she said, then okay, the money you spent on McDonald's, because inflation
No.
is up everywhere. You could have went to the grocery
No,
store.
because
She spent the money on her hair, her eyelashes, and her
I
makeup.
think it was a ticket.
Exactly.
We're assuming. So let
If
me
we
just
said, ain't no assume. You saw her her
but
shit
we
was
also
off.
saw her likes. Like we know she's a TikTok. She's
And she got all these followers. She getting some revenue from somewhere. So
Not only
You don't
that,
even
she can't tell.
I think the girl only got one kid in real life. Like that's why I'm like, she had people in an uproar for days over some content that she created for likes
Not
and
only
to
that,
go viral.
Not only that, Tam, she can't say when her food stamps came in. She gave 2 different dates.
Sis said
and
her
then
food
everybody know the amount of food stamps you're giving, you get
Don't-
enough to carry you for that
First,
whole month.
she got 3 or 4 kids. I know she getting well over $1,000 in food stamps.
She's
So
selling some of those food stamps so she can get her hair
And
and
I
makeup
buy them
done.
too.
She
Let
probably
me
Man,
ask y'all a question. How about food stamps? Listen,
Sis,
y'all
where
got
can I
food
get
stamps for sale, sister. Will buy. Listen, so check this out. I got a
Tell
question.
you, man.
That is
I got
right.
a super chat.
Hustle.
Listen, I got a
We got a
question. y'all.
super
You say you
chat.
gonna buy some stamps?
Me and my wife are
Super
outside.
chat.
Just wanted to show love to the panel. Oh, thank
Oh,
you.
thanks, Quest.
So listen, let me ask y'all a question. And
No.
I think I probably meant speaking of Quest, brought this up. Why don't people look at situations like mothers? Like for me, I'm gonna give you an example of my life. My daughter calls my sons, they have different fathers. She calls my son's grandmother, Nana. Nana sometimes takes Layla no different from what she would take Jamal. I mean, they're 13 years apart, 2 different relationships. So it's a family. We're very family oriented. Nobody looks at it being separate. We're like one big happy family. My mom talks to both. It's crazy how there's so much division. And it doesn't have to be that way. This is your family, your children's parent. That's your family. Whether I disagree with him or not, he's my family in some way or another. And I hate that
My
people.
pops-in-law.
A pops, yeah. So it should be looked.
This is my wife's dad.
And that's you know what and we're gonna talk about that because I that is so important to have a relationship with your mate's father because that's guidance. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People miss out on that. But my whole point is I don't know why people don't look at their kids' parents or whoever as a part of a family. Like we can all do this together. It's such a divide, and it's just horrible for the children. I don't understand that. For the life
That thinking has to start before you lay down in the bed. Nobody's giving all that a consideration. They're just going around making babies, and then they're trying to figure out and justify these actions. Nobody's thinking about all this shit ahead of time.
It seems like Nick Cannon don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, but see, wait, I was just trying to explain to Shantae about legacy and not worrying about where the kids come from. But now when it's on a woman and these bags of McDonald's, now you have an understanding perspective.
That's what I'm saying. Women and men are different. Absolutely. I understand what you were saying. I mean, it's unfortunate.
No, but the logic is the same. That's what I was trying to say. Like the logic of what he was saying and what you just said is actually the same.
That's not how we do legacy. We do legacy by teaching our offsprings to have
thank you.
Them say.
Yes.
And you can't do everybody, but you can help somebody who's hungry because it comes back.
It does.
Have a good heart.
That's facts.
And y'all
Thank
got a nice
you.
platform. Y'all got a nice platform. Be respectful.
Thank
to
you.
all of us that's listening to you.
Thank
but I
you.
enjoyed y'all.
Thank you. Look at Billy. Yes, I love that. And we're going to talk about that in 2 weeks too. Like, I know so many, my uncle, I always brag about my uncle and his relationship. His wife's dad is awesome. When somebody you have a dad on either side who is guiding you, that makes all the difference in the world. You have to appreciate that's a blessing.
Right.
That's a blessing.
And that was one of the main things. That was one of the main things. Like once I met him. Once I met him and I saw the relationship between her and him, I knew that this was the woman for me.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, cause it all made sense. I knew it wasn't an act. I knew it wasn't, like, cause there's a, representative that we talk about that, you could be portraying and this, that, and other. But when I saw her acting just like that with her dad,
it makes a difference.
It made sense.
You know what's so crazy? There's a meme.
Her dad said, thank you for the greatest Father's Day gift you could have gave me. And I said, what was that? He was like, because you love my daughter like I love her.
Yes. Yes. Let me tell you this. It was a TikTok. No, that's logic. So there was a TikTok, and it was a woman. I think I'm assuming she was either Ethiopian or Somalian. But she was on her wedding day, and she's like, "Yo, did y'all see that?" She was like, "I got married," and then the guy pushed her head under the car. Did y'all see that? And so basically she was just like, "Oh, I got married." So the new husband, she was getting in the car, so he pushed her head, and she's like, "I'm gonna tell my daddy." And it was so funny because that's true. Because the dad watches over the husband and is like, "Look here, you mess with my daughter." It's on and popping. I thought that was just so cute.
Yeah, but once I got married to his daughter, he said, "I ain't nothing I can do no more." Like when she get mad and try to go home, he'd be like, "Nope, you got a husband. Don't even come over here. Don't call here. Don't do nothing. You better go over there with him."
She's your problem now.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, "Once you do that, don't come asking me nothing."
But I think it's very important for fathers to be very involved, even in that step, because there are a lot of men, unfortunately, Black men who aren't raised with their fathers. But if she has a father who can guide him in the right way, in a meaningful way, and he's willing to accept that guidance, I think it's a beautiful thing. I really do.
Especially if you're blessed to still have, your father around. I lost my dad 2 years ago. So if you're blessed to still have your father around for your future mate to be able to get guidance from them, like, don't take it for granted.
And my dad loved her. My dad loved the
That's
shit out of
awesome
her.
too. You have two. Right.
Her dad loves the shit out of me, and my dad loves the shit out of her.
And that's awesome.
Like, that means something. You get what I'm saying? Like
it does.
Because that's like almost like fruition. Like I approve of this destiny that you're taking upon, and we all see the same vision. We all are in agreement of where this should go.
Yeah.
Even even as men, you know what I'm saying? Like 3 men, like y'all two both agree with me. Yes. All right, I can move in that way. And that means a lot. Like, I don't know. Like, we don't really like do that no more in our community. Like, it makes you want to do stuff. It makes you want to, it excel. It makes you want to buy land. It makes you want to, be the best man that you can be for them. All right. And like he's saying on the South, he's saying all you got to do is say a couple of words.
Yeah.
All you have to do is say a couple of encouraging words. And it makes the biggest difference. I know we ain't getting nowhere. And he said, "We not that. We don't do that."
Yeah.
He said, "We only 3/5 of a human being anyway, so we don't act like."
We only 3/5.
He
Not
said,
the
"We
3/5 compromise."
For real. Look. But we don't act on that humanity.
Yeah.
Look, he said we got the platform and we still doing the same thing, tearing each other down.
Well,
all right,
I gotta head out, so I'm gonna check y'all later.
Thank you.
Appreciate letting me be on.
Hi, Rojo and B, you guys have anything to say?
Just a little piggyback on Billy the Kid.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm a father of 4 kids. I have 2 boys and 2 girls. It's just amazing that when I go to the school, drop them off, the teachers be so amazed that a black father actually take his kids to school. You know, I took both of my kids to the youth fair. I even chaperoned at their school to participate in the youth fair. So over the past couple of years, I've just been embracive towards my school and then my friends. Like, be more a part of your kids' life because it really pays off in the future. You know, they are our resources. And I just hearing what you were talking about, fathers being more involved in their kids' life. And this is my first time watching on YouTube earlier, and I just been watching, observing. It's very educational as well. You know, hearing different topics.
Thank you, V. We hope to see you next week, 9 o'clock.
Yes,
You may be a little late, but it's okay. 9:08.
Right, I subscribe to it. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rojo?
Yeah, I was coming on here to be nasty. I was coming to defend Logic with the whole rag thing. Y'all was lying about that damn rag.
Nuh-uh.
Nah, I'm off that already, but I'm just saying, y'all was capping. Not all y'all. Some of y'all was capping about the rag.
I just didn't participate.
I knew what he was talking about, and I laughed.
He was saying, I just was not.
I didn't elaborate on
Logic's mess. Not today. His foolery. No.
But no, other than that, I mean, as far as everything else y'all was talking about, I mean, everybody's bringing up a lot of good points. I think you probably was misunderstanding what Logic was saying just a few minutes ago when he was saying that what he was talking about as far as legacy, you kind of said the same thing in a sense as far as like, you know, your situation with your son and your daughter and how the family is viewed or whatever, like as far as everybody looking at, you know, everybody as family, regardless of how you guys have all come together. But I mean, honestly, legacy is very important, but you know, our community don't really view that anymore as an option. You know, a lot of people are so selfish to the point where they don't. Go ahead.
I think what I was saying is from a person who does, if I was a person who didn't have children, and I didn't have his kids, meaning he already had children and I didn't have any children by him, I was looking at it from that standpoint.
Right. And Logic, is that not what you were saying?
It was, but you know what? She'll never concede to the facts. And
I'm just telling you what women, that just does not, the women don't, I said women don't find it beneficial. I'm not saying it doesn't, I see what you're coming from your standpoint. We should want your legacy to grow. I got you. But I'm just telling you what women, you know, they don't see
no,
that
but see, legacy is not nothing that's individual. What you're saying, you don't understand legacy. For you to be saying that,
I do understand my legacy. I understand the legacy. Like, for example, my children, I birthed children, and I want them to be a part of a legacy, a man's legacy that I believe in. I want my children to benefit from the legacy. Okay. Now, your children, while I will respect your children, I will treat your children as if they were my own. They're not my children. They are, because I'm going to treat them no different. I'm going to care for them no differently. But I guess it is selfish because I want my children to benefit from, you know. So for example, if I marry a man, the selfish part would be, okay, and he has money, his kids are going to benefit, but I'm going to be like, well, I want my children to benefit from that as well. You understand what I'm saying? I know it's selfish.
Ma'am, that's
it's not right, but I'm just saying.
That's what we're saying. Everybody would benefit from a legacy. Every last kid. The more, the merrier.
So what I was saying is, if I didn't have any children, so if he has children by me, or if I have children, absolutely, I get what you're saying. I agree.
Yeah, if he got kids by you and he got kids of his own, and you got kids before him, all of them going to benefit.
I get that. Now I agree with that.
So wait, so Shantae, so you're saying a woman that doesn't have kids, that marries a man that does have kids and they don't have any kids together, that she won't benefit from his legacy if he passed on before she does?
No. So whatever he was saying, so for example, if people make wills, people can make wills to bypass people. You understand what I'm saying? So for, let's say he has a business and that business goes to his kids, unless he points out, let's just say, you know, the Anna Nicole Smith story. That's a case in point. He put power attorney over to the kid, the son, who dissed Anna Nicole out the situation because she's stepmom. She did not have no part of this. She was just a beauty queen. You understand what I'm saying? He has the power to do that because he's his dad's power of attorney, and he felt like she wasn't worthy of his dad's money. You remember that case?
Yeah, I get that. I mean, when my mom was married to my stepdad, you know, they both came into that marriage with kids. And, you know, unfortunately, that marriage didn't work out. But I'm in his will. So I'm still going to be a part of his legacy.
Right, because he understands.
Even though
I get that.
Even though my mother and him did not procreate together, I am still a part of that man's legacy. When he passes, I'm still a part of his legacy now. But even after he passes on, like, I am in his will, me and my brother.
Right. So that's a certain man, but let's just, I mean, it's not, so I guess that would be understanding legacy, like, because a lot of times that's not the situation, you know, it's just not. You have to make sure he includes you. I mean, you got people who don't even include their kids. I mean, look at Tori Spelling. I mean, not Tori Spelling, Aaron Spelling. Tori got none of that, you know, because he married a trifling woman. So she left it to the trifling woman, and guess what?
But did he have a will? Or did it just get left to her because she was married to him? Well, that's to say that people have to
I don't think we're not understanding.
Put your affairs in order.
Yeah, I think you're conflating leaving money and property in comparison to legacy. So, like, the thing is I don't know your stepfather. Did he invest in you? Tam? See, she in her tech. Boy,
no. Yes, he did.
Niggas see her some flowers on YouTube. Hey, did y'all see that? Chat Ninja went out here today. She got niggas sending her flowers and shit. So, you know what I'm saying? She got to text that nigga.
Shut
Text
up.
that nigga. Text that nigga. No, but did how much did he invest in you?
He invested a lot from what I remember as a child, just being an active father in my life at the time, providing, taking care of the home, investing in our education. Like, he was active. He was making, like, I never felt like that I wasn't his biological child, if that made sense. And I called him dad because that was the active father that I had in the household. His role wasn't there to replace my father, but he was still there as an active father figure. And that's how I looked at him. I looked at him as my dad.
Right. It's okay if you had two dads. You know what I'm saying?
It's very much okay.
I had two moms.
And
I used to both call them both moms. Very much,
I like
my dad's wife
too, Billy,
and
though.
my real mom. I used to call them both mom, like, because they both took care of me. I used to have I have a best friend who I call my little brother. I even call his mom, like, because she was the same way. You know what I mean? Like, when you get this, it's respect. It's like, once you start doing certain motherly duties, I look at you as that. Like, I called him my brother because he was doing brotherly things. I called somebody my dad because they were doing fatherly things in my life.
Yeah.
I called somebody, you know what I'm saying? Because you deserve that. I give you that respect.
And even my stepsisters, like, those are my sisters. Like, my mom and their dad have been divorced for years. I'm talking about probably damn near like 20 years. Like, but that's still family. You don't stop being family because two people collectively decide that this relationship isn't working anymore.
Now, what's funny about that is that my stepdad, who my mom and my stepdad have been together for about 25 years. I do not call him dad. I call him Kev. I call him Kevin. I call him because when they got together, it was the Jody situation. Like, I was a 15, 16-year-old boy, and my mom was dating this nigga who was coming in thinking he was gonna be the man of the house. And for the past 15, 16 years, I've been the man of the house. I've been the one working around here, homie. I've been the one around here holding it down. You ain't about to just come up in here and think you about to run shit. No, that ain't what's about to happen. So me and him got into like about 3 or 4 physical altercations where, you know, where he choked me out. It was like, chill out, little nigga.
Hey, Billy, they not listening to you. They texting.
I'm not texting anybody.
No, we are not. Logic,
You a
shut
hater,
up.
bro. If you a hater, if there was ever any. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something about Logic. Logic ain't
Logic
never.
want to be in our group text so bad.
Right.
He does.
Logic,
He should add him.
Logic ain't never had a female friend in his life. Logic.
But Logic said he don't do the friend zone.
He needs. Look, let me tell you. Logic needs a woman's touch so much that he run women.
He had
off.
4 last week.
Oh, well,
Right.
let's get y'all
You be running
opinion
women
on
off.
friend zone. Do men friend zone women? Since we got some men on.
Yes. Go
Right.
to my
Hold
Facebook page. Go to my
I
Facebook
told you,
page.
you in that situation, you've been friend
Somebody
zone.
just lied on me. Somebody just lied. I did not have no 4 women last week. What
You
are you
said
talking
it was
about?
4. You said it was 4.
Oh, he did.
It was 5.
He did.
Oh, one walked in
It was
behind.
5,
Two
6.
go there behind.
That boy had 5, 6 of them.
I'm not doing this with you, Logic.
They was neighbors. They happily went home, and I came right back on the stream.
Oh, gotcha.
Major Magic.
Logic is not for the streets. Mr. Logic trying to get married.
Logic is General Pimp.
You know, ideally, I understand
you the
what you're
fucking
saying,
Mad
Logic.
Daddy,
It would be great if it worked that way. If it, you know, but you have to be in it. You have to really write that stuff down and make a, you know, a plan out to make sure that everybody's good. I think the problem is a lot of people don't write it out. They don't put the plans out before they get in certain situations, and it just goes wrong. So wrong. I mean, look at that DMX situation. They was together for a long time.
The who situation?
Wait, which one? His current girlfriend or his ex-wife?
The current girlfriend.
Who?
Who would be in a situation with a man who has children?
No. Who y'all talking about?
Don't get me wrong. I
DMX.
thought it should go to his legacy. I do. I think it should go to his kids. But here's a situation where a woman who didn't have children with you and she's just left out in the cold.
What about Kobe?
Kobe, he was married. What are you talking about?
But his legacy now lies with.
Yeah, it's what that's not the argument. We know that works. You know.
But that's how it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, but we were just given situations where it's not so cookie cutter.
Right, but at the same time, let's not be like so, you know, negative thinking about like where we coming from. Let's not start in a negative place. Like there's many good legacies out here that are good examples.
No, we brought that up because he was just talking about how the people do in the Philippines. It wasn't like we were trying to be like that. We were just giving it. He was taking an example overseas, and he was trying to, you know, it was a totally different conversation.
Hey, you may make a confession. You would tell you how I know I need a woman.
Cause you a man.
I'll buy something and I can't find that shit. Like literally, with
order in your house.
Huh?
You ain't got no order in your house.
Listen, me neither. The Logic, my little personal assistant, baby, she knows everything is in the house.
Right.
No, my house is organized. My house is clean, but I'm just saying, I think I might be too organized that I keep running to the same shit. I would just get something, and I'm too organized that I don't even know where it's at.
Hey, bro, you know they got a girl that's called the Clean Up Woman?
She come on Saturday, but she don't organize.
Sean, my personal assistant is my 6-year-old. I don't have a real personal assistant. When I go to the store, I'll be like, dang, what I bought? What am I supposed to be buying? She'd be like, oh, you came to get some tissue and some sugar. She just remembers everything. I'm like, look at you. Aren't you like a little
How old is your daughter?
She's 6. She remembers everything.
How old is your son?
Oh, he's 20. He'll be 20 in a couple months.
Oh,
I'm a
damn.
little girl, and God made it happen. Hallelujah.
Layla be lit. Listen,
I love Layla.
Every time I talk to Shantae, Layla be lit.
Do Layla like
What you
Tam?
looking for? I know where it is.
Do Layla like Tam?
Layla likes all of
She
our
likes all my friends.
Oh,
Layla thinks she's one of the girls, to be honest.
so Layla don't discriminate because of Tam cross eyes?
Shut up.
You don't see him.
Here we back to that. He loved me last week, y'all. He was confessing his love and singing to me. Now we back to the cross.
Yeah, I will take care of you.
Yes, my son is a college student.
It's supposed to do.
Massachusetts. He's here now, but he's a student in Massachusetts.
Oh, he go to MIT?
No, he is at an upper level school. I won't tell y'all what my child is because I don't want y'all stalking my child. But he is a brainiac. He is a brainiac. Yes.
Shit, I might be able to get that nigga a job. The hell you talking about?
He's in.
Y'all have to chat offline then.
No, I ain't talking to no terrorists offline.
Logic, cut it out.
Stop. All right, I love y'all. She critique.
Yes, because it is 2:01 and Shantae has to get on the road early in the morning. It has been so real. That's AKA me. It has been a great night. I've enjoyed the conversation. Thank you guys for coming up. Mr. Logic, as always, I love you. Sean in the chat, Catherine, I saw Catherine, I saw Miss Parker, all the ladies who came up. I can't remember everybody's name. I thank you guys for all the super chats. It has been real for your father-in-law. Awesome.
Shantae,
yes.
You said you'll be gentle with me.
And I will. Okay.
Waiting for you to walk in. I tried to relax, but I just can't keep still.
Hold up, what is that picture in your background? Wait.
What is that in the background?
Billy, what is that picture in your background? What is that picture in your background?
Oh, y'all want to see it?
No, not on the Chic critique. Not on the Chic critique.
Billy.
Blur it out.
It ain't showing nothing. That's a gold
Did
chain.
you go to a sip and draw, a sip and paint?
No, I paint shit like this all around, like every day. Like I do this. I do that.
You guys are a mess. Anyhow, thanks to everybody who shows up. Al B, everybody who shows up every week, even 72 hours, even though you be working on stuff. Everybody who showed up, the chat, we love you. Legs wide open, 72. I know it. It's gonna get something in there. But thanks you guys again.
You'll be
next week. See you at 9:00.
Thank you.
Eastern Standard Time.
Oh well, you know I won't be here. I won't be here.
I don't know.
Hey, Logic, I'm gonna hold it down for you, bro. Love and respect.
I don't know what we're gonna do without Logic.
I don't know what I'm gonna do without Tam.
You'll survive, baby. You'll survive.
He gonna masturbate. That's what you gonna do. You gonna do the same thing you've been doing.
Damn, Billy, damn.
He going to the Philippines. He going to the Philippines so he can replace me, y'all. Don't fall for it.
Nah, he ain't gonna be smashing on
for $11. Somebody send a check for $11.
This ain't his first time over there. He ain't gonna do that.
You better not.
Look, I told you
they got that black chlamydia over there. You can't come back once you catch that.
I told y'all that is my word. I never smashed outside of my race ever.
Ooh, damn! 72 said he only logged in for Tam. Well, okay.
I can't say the same.
Come back next week because Tam gonna be here.
Hey, Logic, I'm gonna hold you down.
Wait, hold on. I want to let him know what I'm finna do. 72, you're now officially blocked.
We love you
do that.
Is that what's that? BX is that 87? Y'all know, is that 8X87? Y'all know I can't see.
Don't do that.
Team Logic is Tam. Yep.
Yeah.
We love you too.
We love you.
Tam and Logic sitting in the tree. FUCKIN.
What happened to KISSING?
Logic drop Billy.
What did he say? What did he say?
Billy has left the room.
Just take my word for it and drop him.
No!
Oh, did he say FUCKIN?
I am a lady, Billy.
I tried to do it. Right. But I'm sorry, Tam. You are a lady, and ladies do that.
You are
You gonna make a
All right,
nigga
night,
hike that skirt up, lady.
All right, y'all. Thanks everybody for tuning in.
Y'all have a good night.
See you later. All right.
Bye.
Hey.
Bye bye, Billy.
No, I was just about to tell you, bro. Good luck. Safe travels, bro. What day you leave?
Next week.
I bet.
See you later, player.
Nigga, you be acting like I'm fucking lame or some shit. Fuck you.
I ain't like you lame. I'm just saying. I'm trying to end their show. This day show.
We ain't on no more.
Yeah, we is. Hold on. Well, let me
shit,
end
my
it.
bad. Go
Hold
ahead,
up.
end that shit. My bad.
All right, wait.